I welcome you to Web Development for Absolute Beginners. This course is an introduction to HTML and CSS. This course will help us to build a skill in becoming better web developers. In this course, let's quickly go ahead and look at the things we're going to cover step by step in this course. First of all, we'll go ahead and learn how to download the best text editors to design our website. And the first editor is Atom. We're going to learn how to download and install Atom on our system. Atom is a 21st century text editor for beginners and for advanced web developers in the industry today. Now, we'll go ahead and also learn about text editor like Sublime Text as well. And Sublime Text is a text editor for beginners and advanced web developers in the industry as well. And this is the text editor we're going to use in this course. We'll go ahead and learn about CodePen. CodePen will help us to master the entire web design without we installing either Atom or Sublime Text. This is the best place to build, test, and discover front-end code. We're going to master everything about CodePen. Then after, we'll go ahead and learn about Lorem Ipsum generator. We're going to learn how web developers create Lorem Ipsums and how they use it in their website. Then after, we'll go ahead and look at documentations like W3 Schools, where web developers get the documentations they use to develop awesome website. Then after, I will introduce you to Google Fonts. Google Fonts helps us to choose the basic fonts that are necessary for us to build awesome website. We're going to learn how to choose basic and awesome Google Fonts that will help us to create amazing website. Then after, I will take you to MDN documentation. That is the Mozilla Firefox developers documentation. We're going to learn how to source for our materials right here and how to choose the best things that we need to build our website in MDN. Then after, we introduce you to Post Image. Post Image will help us to host our images in web development, and I will tell you more about this into the course. We'll go ahead and learn about CSS fonts. In fact, with CSS, you can be able to create awesome website. We're going to make use of the best fonts that are used in the industry today. I'll go ahead and introduce you to CSS colors. We're going to learn how to pick colors and use the best colors to design awesome website. In fact, whenever you talk about CSS, you talk about colors. Therefore, you can't do anything without colors in CSS. So we'll go ahead and learn about color picking. We'll go ahead and learn about hex code. We'll go ahead and learn how to choose the best colors for our website. In this course, I'll introduce you to pesticide. Pesticide helps us to learn about box model in CSS. It helps us to check out our website because everything that is in a website is a box. So we're going to learn how these boxes work. We're going to learn how to create them, and we want to learn about how to use the pesticide to check out these boxes and helps us to become better software developers. Then after, in this course, we'll go ahead and round up this course by learning the entire aspect of HTML and CSS. I'm going to learn about colors, we're going to learn about headings, we're going to learn about lists, you're going to learn about z-index and so much more. If you go through the course curriculum, you will see so many things that will be learned about background images and so much more. So at the end of this course, we're going to cover a lot right here. And I want to let you know that this course is a prerequisite to a course called Front-End Web Developers, where we're going to build the entire website for advanced web development and helps us to become better website design in the industry. So for us to become better website designers, we're going to launch ourselves into becoming front-end web developers. And the essence of we taking this course is for us to become advanced website developers. Therefore, this course is a prerequisite to this course right here called Front-End Web Developers Bootcamp. Alright, my name is Ejike Ifanichuku, and I'll be your personal instructor till the end of this course. Let's quickly jump into the course and kick off immediately. Thank you, and see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we are going to look at environment setup for web development. Alright, so let's go ahead and look at the basic text editors necessary for you to use in web development in 21st century. So why do I mean necessary text editors in 21st century? Most beginners go ahead and start using text editors like a Notepad, or they go ahead and use a Notepad++. So when we all started web development, we began with Notepad or Notepad++, but time flies. At this moment in time, web developers
are growing, and now we have some good editors that are out there, and these editors are used in the industry. Because I'm taking this course, I will not take you backwards, because this is 21st century and I want you to start building something so great. I want you to start laying your hands in the industrial tools that are being used, so that after this course you can go out there, grab any work and start off immediately. You don't need to be introduced to something new, something that you're supposed to have known all this while. Therefore, I am not going to use Notepad++, and I'm not even going to lay my hands on Notepad that is outdated in web development. Not that you can't use it now, most people use it, but most front-end web developers are using the 21st century industrial text editors. Now, let's go ahead and move over to the first thing that we need. I want to introduce you to CodePen. This is the best place to build, test, and discover front-end code. Now, go ahead and hit on Start Coding without signing up. But I will advise you to sign up. But even if you don't sign up, you can be able to test your code right here. But the problem is you must sign up for you to be able to save. Okay? Now, whenever you click on Start Project, it will bring you to this HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This is the only thing you can test right there. You can also test size. That is for CSS, but we are not talking about that in this course. Now, go ahead and hit Change View. When you hit on Change View, go ahead and select this or this, any one of them. Why I always select that is so that I can have this large environment to check out my code. Okay, now let's go ahead and check out how this works. Once you write anything here, it will populate that immediately for you. H1. Now I want to print hello world, and I printed hello world H1. You can see, just very straight. It doesn't waste time. It goes on and show you everything. Now I can go ahead and say H2. H2. So this is H2. You can go on and do as many as you want. But remember, I have not taught you anything about HTML or CSS. So I'm just showing you about CodePen in case you want to test out anything right here. I can go ahead and test out CSS. Let me say that the body of this should be background. Let's say background. And let's put the color to be equal to red. You can see that the color is red. So what if I want to change that to blue? Let me say blue. And what if I want to change that to green? Let's say green. And so many more. Sublime Text is used in the industry by almost every developer today. So it's really very good. You can go ahead and download for Windows if you're using Windows. And if you are using Linux, if you're using Mac, you can also download for the respective platforms. So go over to Sublime Text and download that and install it just the way you install any other application on your system. And it also needs a license. Okay, I need to talk about that because most people go over and download this. So if you go ahead and click on Help, you can see that this has already been licensed, and you can see remove license because I've already bought this and it's up and running for me. So anytime you do that, you go ahead and purchase the license. But without the license, you can still use it. Okay, but for now, what I want you to do is download that and let's use it, because you are going to use it without being licensed as well. So minimize that. The next text editor that is commonly used in 21st century is Atom. So you can see that Atom, at the time of making this, we have the latest Atom as Atom 1.40.1. Now this is for 64-bit Windows. Okay, it's for Windows 10 or anyone that are using out there. You can download that. I have it already and I'm going to show you everything. It's a hackable text editor for 21st century, and why I'm always shouting on that is because I want you to use what 21st century web developers use, and this is what all the industry use: Sublime Text or Atom. But Sublime Text covers everything. The difference between Atom and Sublime Text is that Atom is not paid. You don't need to pay except if you need some paid packages, But for Sublime Text, it has every features, and when you download Atom, you get the features of Sublime Text into Atom. But let me go ahead and show you Atom. So this is my Atom right here. It's very beautiful, it's very sweet to use Atom. What is different between Atom and Sublime Text? You can see that in Atom, I have the color of anything I'm saying right here. Dark green is colored. Okay, so this is the front end CSS code that of the website that I just showed you we are going to develop. Now, any color I choose is also shown right there. And the next one is that it will tell you some things like whether your system, any fault, any error. So that is one thing that makes most editors go ahead and choose Atom over Sublime Text. And next one is whenever you get it and you want to upload the packages, you can go ahead and hit on File. Just go over to the File and hit on File and go to Settings. Let's go ahead and look for Settings. Hit on Settings, and so this is Settings. Go ahead and hit on Install. And when you hit on Install, you have lots and lots of packages right there. Okay, the first package, let me go ahead and name the packages that we need. You need Atom Beautify. I've already installed these packages because I use Atom daily. Okay, so the packages are here, and I'm going to name the packages for you so you can be able to download them and install them. Okay, you don't need to download, just go ahead and put it right here. Let's say I need Atom Beautify. So once you go over here and type Atom Beautify right here, it's going to populate everything for you. You can see loading feature packages. Okay, so anyone it populates for you is the one you're going to click, and I'm going to show you how to do that. If I have Atom Beautify already, let's go back to our packages. I've already installed Atom Beautify. Alright, so now I've introduced you to Atom and I've introduced you to Sublime Text, and you have seen Sublime Text and you have seen Atom, but in this course I'll be teaching you with Sublime Text. So I entrust you to go ahead and download Sublime Text, install that on your system, and join me in the next video lecture, because we're going to kick off immediately in the next lecture. If you have any question, use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, let's go ahead and look in depth into what HTML is all about before we can begin to learn HTML. HTML is the skeleton of all web pages that we see today. For any website you see, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Udemy, or any other website out there that you really love so much is HTML backup. Every other thing you see is the works of CSS, React, JavaScript, and so much more. So in the industry, we have so many things involved, but the backbone of everything is HTML. So HTML is the skeleton of all web pages. So it is the first language that every web developer learns before it can be able to start learning any other language. Okay, so HTML provides the structure to the content that is appearing on a website, such as the image, the text, the videos. So you can right click on any text or any website and you go ahead and check it out. Let's go ahead and see the very first website that was created in this world. So this is the first website, www, that is World Wide Web, and this is created by a team of engineers. And you might think like, how can a team of engineers just create a simple website like this? These are many years ago, and this is the very first website that was created, and you can see how simple it looks. It's just the work of HTML, just the backbone. I know if you design this kind of website right now, nobody will ever talk to you. In fact, you'll be like, you are just joking. But nobody knows the amount of effort you put in to make something like this. So let's go to and look at number of people that created this simple website very before us. So go down to people, a list of some people involved in the project, and let's go ahead and hit on people. Now, if you scroll down, you can see large number of people involved in creating www, and you can't just believe it. So you might think like it's too simple, and what happened? So remember that this team was led by Tim Bernard-Lee. This is the man that invented www. That is the internet we're using today. So he's the founder of internet, and much kudos to him, because without him, I don't know what the world would have looked like. By today, things are going well. All right, so this is the very first website. You can go ahead and check out this website URL on info.sen.ch and so on. So the website URL is just before you. Now, developers have gone beyond the use of just HTML alone, but we are here to discuss HTML because when looking at this website, you can see just text and links, and these links are called hyperlinks, and that's why HTML is called hypertext. Okay, so hypertext markup language. That is why you call HTML hypertext markup language, and the links are called hyperlinks. A markup language is a computer language that defines the structure and the presentation of raw text. Today, we have gone beyond this, and front-end web developers can start creating awesome websites like this. And all these are works of HTML and CSS. But the bedrock of this is HTML, because it's upon HTML that CSS can be able to work. Now, let's compare HTML and CSS with a human anatomy. Let's say that this is a structure or human anatomy, and here we can see the skeleton and we can see the flesh. The skeleton stands for HTML, while the flesh stands for CSS. With just the skeleton alone, man can do nothing. But with the addition of CSS, it beautifies man and makes man look so good. Now you can see that HTML alone is not good. Just like the first website you see, we didn't just like what we saw. But with CSS, we're able to enjoy the front-end web developers website that we just saw. And I believe that is really very interesting. Now, we have known what HTML, and we can be able to relate, okay, this is what HTML is. What is hypertext? Hypertext is displayed on a computer or a device that provides access to other text through links, and that links are known as hyperlinks, just like I told you. And in this course, we're going to focus on how to add and modify basic contents on a page, like the text, paragraphs, headings, images, videos, and so on. Alright, so now if you open your Sublime Text, which you've downloaded and installed, this is what you're going to get at this moment. What it means is that it's just blank, and you don't even know where to start out. In fact, you are just new to this environment. No worry. Go ahead and hit on Files. And when you hit on Files, go ahead and hit on New. And this tab comes open. It's still untitled. Go ahead and save this file. I created a folder called Web Design. So as a web developer, you must always create folders so that you can be able to access your designs, and you can be able to pack other things right inside the folder. All right, so let me go ahead and open the web design, and I'm going to name this file. I'm going to call that index.html. So index.html, why? Index is that whenever you upload this website to any host company, the host company wants to run this, they will look for index.html. If there is no index.html, your website will not run. So the first thing you develop is, or the first file you create is index.html. So for every website out there, if you check out the first one, it's going to be index.html, and that is usually the home page. All right. So .html means you are using the HTML, that markup language. If you name that .css, Sublime Text will know you are using CSS. If you put HTML, it will know you are using HTML. And let's go ahead and save this. Now we have HTML, index.html right here. And look down here, you can see HTML down here, showing that this is HTML file. Now, go ahead and type HTML and hit on the tab. Once you hit on the tab, it brings out the HTML boilerplate. This is something you can begin to type one by one, but because Sublime Text, just like I told you, is the latest, or in fact, that is the industrial text editor, it has lots of features that you're going to enjoy as we move on in this course. So, just go ahead and relax and let's move on. Alright? Now, you just write HTML and you hit the tab button and it gives you the HTML boilerplate, showing that you have already saved this file as HTML file. So everything here for this file is going to pertain just to HTML alone. So once you go ahead and let's go ahead and give the title of let's call that web design. So if you hit on this, go ahead and always save your file, because I will not keep on saying save and save and save. All right. So once you save this, and let's go ahead and open the folder. This is web design. Click on here and you can see HTML right here. Let's go ahead and enlarge this. You can see that index.html. Now let's go ahead and run this and check it out. If you go ahead, let's go ahead and open this on Firefox. That is where we are running this currently. Okay, so you can run this on Chrome. Chrome is in fact the best place for you to run this. Now look on top of this. That is the title of what we just created, and this is web design. All right, so this is web design. We have just given it a title. Now I can go ahead and minimize that. So this is a basic introduction to what we are going to do in HTML. Then in the next lectures, we'll go ahead and move over to tags and begin to learn the basics of HTML and prepare you for the tags ahead. If you have any question, please use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at HTML anatomy. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we are able to get this down here, and we have doc type HTML and HTML and head, title, and so on. So the next question in your mind will be, what are these doing, and how can I be able to understand the proper function of all these? So this boilerplate consists of the basic things that are needed in HTML, and we call these things tag. So the first one is doc type HTML. This tag stands for identification of the type of HTML you are using. It means that we are using HTML5. So the current HTML version in place at the moment is HTML5, and each time you see doc type HTML, it means that you are using HTML5. The previous version is HTML4, and this is HTML4. You can see it is really very long. So it takes developers so much time to memorize this, to begin to look for this, copy and paste, and the team of engineers were like, how can we be able to stop this so that developers can go ahead and start creating without memorizing all this? They went ahead and initiated doc type HTML, showing that this is HTML5 and it has more features than HTML4. The next one is HTML. This shows that you've started writing HTML code. For any HTML file must have opening and close tag. So the less than and greater than sign means that it is a tag. So anything in between them is tag. You can see we have HTML and HTML open and close tag. We have heading and we have heading close tag. We have title and we have title close tag. Then we have body and we have body close tag. For the head tag consists of the title, it consists of the links. We have not talked about CSS, and then we don't need to bring that right inside here. When CSS starts, we're going to tell you how to work with CSS and where to place that. But everything JavaScript and CSS we place in the heading tag. So that is the way to do that. Now, everything concerning the website that you want to appear on the screen for your visitors or your users to see is under the body tag. So no matter whatever we'll be writing will be inside the body tag. So this is the basic HTML5 boilerplate. Now, let's go ahead and look at what tags are all about. And these things are called HTML elements. They are in red colors. Okay? So the HTML elements are in red colors. Now, after understanding this, let's go ahead and look at HTML tags. We have, let's say, H1 for heading and let's go ahead and close that. So anything we write inside here, we go ahead and run that on browser, and let's go ahead and say this is a hello world. Then we can go ahead and run this on our browser and check it out. So this is the browser, what we did in the previous lecture. We have never added anything, and if we refresh this page, immediately this page shows hello world. You can see that. So hello world. Now you can see we've written hello world without bringing anything right here. It's just the same page which we just saved right here, index.html, that consists of all this, and this is called a heading tag. In the next lecture, we'll go ahead and explain about tags, the heading tags, the paragraph tags, and so many other tags that we need. But at the moment, I'll go ahead and introduce you to W3 School for reference purpose. The reason why I'm going to do that is because I want you to become a better web developer. I want you to always come for references. You don't need this, don't need to be hidden from you, because most people will be like, you want to claim to own HTML without showing students the basic documentations that they need to lay their hands on. Therefore, I make sure that my students know about all these documentations, and we also have MDN. This is owned by Mozilla Firefox developers. So it consists of everything: introduction to HTML and also to CSS and JavaScript. Now, always come over to this place, check out the documentation on HTML boilerplate, and know what everything means. You can see right here, it defines a comment, and doc type defines the document type that you're using, and so on. So as time goes on, we'll always come over here and explain them one by one. So if you click on doc type right here, it will tell you what this does, and you can be able to try that by yourself, and it can give you more explanation on the things you need to know about doc type. So at the moment, I believe that this will help you to make more research and become a better web developer, and that is what I really want you to be. And in this course, I'll make sure that you are good at the end. If you have any question, please use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at the basic tags in HTML. Alright, so as we are gradually moving on, let's go ahead and look at the basic tags we have in HTML. First of all, in the previous lecture, I was able to introduce you to just one single tag, and that is the h1 tag. Now, all these enclosed in the... So I think the best way to explain that is to say that everything right here is HTML element, okay? And then this particular one enclosed right here is called a tag, and then this one, hello world, is called a content. So as a web developer, you should know the difference between a HTML element, a HTML tag, and the HTML content, which is what is inside the tag itself. Now that you have been able to know that, let's go ahead and create another tag. The heading tag has so many tag difference, like we have h1, we have h2, we have h3, h4, 5, and 6, and these have different sizes. Let's go ahead and say h2. Let's say h2, and we'll go ahead and say hello world. Now I'm going to say h3 and hello world, so we can be able to see the difference between h1, h2, and h3. And next one is a h4, and let's say hello world. And next one is a h5, hello world. And the last of them, that is the smallest, is a h6, and let's say hello world. Now if you go ahead and run this code, let's go ahead and check it out and see the outcome of this code. So we still have just one of them right here, which is H1. And if you refresh, you can see this is H1, this is H2, H3, H4, 5, and 6. Now, what if someone goes ahead and put in H7, which does not exist? What will happen? Let's go ahead and check it out. So if you go ahead and say we have H7, and you can see if you click H7, Sublime Text does not ever know what it is. Let's go ahead and see that. We have H7 and hit enter. Nothing happens. And what if you go ahead and insist on H7 and you close that on your own and say hello world? Now, if we run this code, let's go ahead and check out and know what is different. Go ahead and run this code and check it out. It's just a paragraph and there is no difference. It's just a paragraph tag. Now, I'm going to remove that because it is not allowed. We stop in H6 and H6 is the smallest. Okay, let's go back and refresh this again and check it out. Alright, so the next thing that I'm going to show you, apart from that, the heading tag, is the paragraph tag. So the paragraph tag is used to put in paragraphs or sentences. But before then, I will introduce you to something very important, because as a front-end web developer, we use that always. And I believe that you as a developer or intending developer also used to see that always. And that is, let's go and check it out. So go to Google and type in Lorem Ipsum. Now we have Lorem Ipsum. This is what developers use because you can't be able to continue to write so many things. We have Lorem Ipsum generator. Click on Lorem Ipsum generator. We have so many of them there here. Okay. Now go ahead and click on this first one right here. All right. Click on this first one. That is loremipsum.io. It gives you something better, and I love it so much. And you can see that it's already colored. It's no longer in the blue color because I already clicked it many times. In fact, I always use it on daily basis. So go ahead and click on that. So now it comes up, and you can see it's just very simple, and my internet is kind of slow at the moment. I don't know actually why. So you can be able to choose how many paragraphs you want to create. Do you want to create 5 paragraphs? Do you want to create just one? If you add one paragraph and hit on create, on generate, so it has created this, just one. Let's go ahead and choose 2, or let's go ahead and make it up to 3 and hit on generate, and it will generate up to 3 paragraphs. You see that? Now I'll go ahead and copy just one paragraph. Just one paragraph, generate one paragraph for me, and go ahead and copy that. Now, as a web developer, you will always copy this, always. The reason is because it helps you to add content to your website. In case if you want to sell your designs, these are the things you add. Now let's go ahead and put a paragraph. The paragraph tag starts with a P and ends with a P. So remember that each ending paragraph has a /. Now go ahead and paste what I've just copied. Okay, and now let's go ahead and run this and check it out. So go back to our web design and let's refresh this, and you can see the paragraph tag is added. So this is the way you can add a paragraph in your website. I believe that is really cool. So most of the websites you want to buy from many of all these sellers online, you can see this because this is what you have to change and add your own text. So when we begin to design the front-end developers bootcamp, I will show you more of this, and I will show you how we add them and sell them in the market. Okay, because you can be able to start selling your designs if you really follow up at the front-end web developers bootcamp. All right, now I've shown you how to collect and generate Ipsum, and I'm going to show you how to do many more and more of this in future. Okay, so we've learned about heading tag and paragraph tag. Let's go ahead and look at some other tags that are variable. We have what is called the line break tag, and we have the hashal tag, that is the horizontal line tag. Now go ahead and practice with this one. In the next video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at them one by one so that we don't get things mixed up. Okay, and it will help us to understand where we are going. If you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at other basic HTML tags that are necessary to implement basic HTML code. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we were able to look at this, and we'll look at the header tags, and we'll look at the paragraph tag. Now let's go ahead and play around with this. So what in a case we want to add more paragraphs to this? How can we do that? And we want that to move to the next line. I want to draw horizontal line across. So to draw a horizontal line across, you can go ahead and use #. #. is a non-ending tag. It means that it does not have an ending tag. You just have only start tag. And once you have that there, you can place this anywhere. It will just draw that for you. So I can go ahead and copy this and paste that right there. You see that? And let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So if you run this code, you can see that a horizontal line has been drawn. Now I want to paste another code or another paragraph just below it. I can go ahead and move to Lorem Ipsum generator and copy this from here. Now let's go back to our code, and let's go ahead and create another paragraph. So for every paragraph you're going to create, which is separate from the previous paragraph, you must use the tag, the p tag, open and close, and go ahead and paste that there. Now let's go ahead and run this code and see this move to the next line. Alright, so let's go over here and run this code and check it out. So you can see that the horizontal line has divided the first paragraph and the second paragraph, and the second paragraph is below. Alright, so now let's go ahead and look at other tags that are necessary, which can be able to use. Let's say we want to make this go to the next line. How can we be able to do that? You use another thing called line break. Line break statement is also has only an opening tag, only a start tag. There is no end tag. So now we are looking at just different tags, and we have looked at tags that has both start tag and close tag. Now these two tags, horizontal tag and line break tag, doesn't have end tag. And if we go ahead and run this, we can see that these two will be divided. Let's go ahead and check it out. Now you can see it has demarcated this, and if I add more of the line break tag, it will keep pushing this down. It means move to the next line, move to the next line. Let's go ahead and add more, just one of it, and we see that clearly. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So you can see that there is a space in between this right now, and the more you add line break tag, the more it pushes down the next paragraph to the next line. And this is not just applicable to paragraphs, it can be used both for images, for videos, or any file that you have in your HTML code. Now what if we want to center this or any part of this? We want to put it at the center. How can we be able to do that? Let's say this has been cut off and we want that to move to the center. Let's go ahead and use what is called a center tag to do that. So a center tag, we want this inside the paragraph, we want to have a center, and we want this to end here. So you have to choose where it starts and ends. Now everything right here will be centered. Okay, everything right inside here will be centered. Let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Now you can see that the text is now moved to the center. I believe that is cool. So you can place anything you want, any position at the center using the center tag. That is what the center tag is meant for. Okay, so go ahead and play around with it and check out more on that. You can add the center tag anywhere you want. You're not restricted for a particular place based on the usage or what you want to do with it. You can go ahead and use that. All right, now the next one is let's say we want to bold a text. Let's say bold a text and go ahead and use B, and let's say we want this text to be bold. And now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So you can see that this text is bold right now. You can see that. So bold text can be used to make your text bold, your paragraph text, anywhere, anything, even your header. Your header or your headings are always bold, so there's no need using the bold tag right there. So the bold tag can be used to emphasize something right at this point. So in the next lecture, I will show you more about emphasis tag, and because I wouldn't want us to complicate issues on bold tag and emphasis tag at the same time. And we also have another one called a strong tag. So we're going to discuss more on that in the next video lecture, so we can be able to practice along and play around with the code. So let's go ahead and practice what we have learned. And in this lecture, we have learned about center tag. We also learned about horizontal tag. We also learned about the line break tag. So these tags can be used on daily basis in HTML code. I believe that is very good. Go ahead and practice with that. And if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look more on emphasis tag. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we were able to introduce ourselves to certain tags that are being used in HTML, and we have known about heading tags, we've known about paragraph tag, we also talked about center tag and horizontal tag, and we also touched about line break tag. Now let's go ahead and learn something called emphasis tag. In the previous lecture, we were able to discuss about the bold tag. Now, if you want to make emphasis, you want to let people know that this is very important. Days are gone when developers use bold, that is B, to make emphasis. That is what we call strong. If you go ahead and run this code that we have in the previous lecture, and if you run this code, we still have this right there. Okay? It's still bold. Now, as a professional web developer, let's go ahead and use another one called strong to make emphasis. And we're going to see how good this looks. Strong. Now I want to stop that right here. So remember, I just picked something from nowhere. So I just pick this point to this point. You are free to pick anyone. Now, and I'm going to arrange this so that you can be able to see what I'm doing. Let the line, the horizontal tag, be separated from the other tags. So this is the horizontal line, and this is our first paragraph, and this is our second paragraph. And here in the first paragraph, we looked at bold tag, and in this paragraph, we looked at heading tag as the strong tag, not heading tag. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check out the output. So if you check out this, look at this. This is a bold tag, and this is a strong tag. You can see that both of them just look almost the same. Now, there is what we call nested HTML tag. A nested HTML tag is putting one tag inside another. Let's say I've made this to be bold, and inside here, I'll go ahead and put this to be italic. Let's go ahead and put this to be italic. Now, if we go ahead and run this code, the strong tag will also go down to be italic. Can you see that? It has been italicized. Can you see that right here? And the same thing is applicable to the bold. Let's go ahead and make the bold. Put this to be italic. And let's go ahead and close that right here. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So you can see that we nested a tag inside another, and now both of them have been italicized. So both of them have been italicized, and you'll be like, wow, that is great. Now, do developers still use italic? That is the next question you ask yourself, because this is HTML5. Remember that we started from HTML4 and we jump into HTML5, and I want us to use the trending ones in the industry at the moment. That is one we call emphasis tag, and we are talking about emphasis. Both bold, italic, strong are used for emphasis, but there is one called emphasis tag in particular. Let's go ahead and use that in the beginning of the second paragraph, and emphasis tag is just EM, and we'll go ahead and stop here. We want to emphasize on this. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Alright, so now you can see that this is the emphasis tag. It is an italicized form of italic tag. Okay, and you can also still make this to be bold. Let's go ahead and nest this. Remember that nesting something means putting something into another. Let's go ahead and say strong, and then we'll go ahead and close the strong tag right here. Now if we go over here and run this code, let's go ahead and check it out. You can see it's just the same thing with every other one. So I believe that is really making sense. So you can use both the bold, you can use strong, you can use italic, you can use emphasis. Okay, so that is all for now. We've talked about emphasis tag, and you can see what you can be able to do with emphasis tag. And in the next lecture, we'll go ahead and look at more of the tags and what can we do with them. There are many things to discuss. So at the moment, practice what you've learned. And in this lecture, we're able to look at emphasis tag, we're able to look at strong tag, we're able to look at italic tag. So that is all for now. If you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we're going to look at HTML attributes. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we have been able to look at the element tags, we have been able to look at some of the element tags and the basic tags that are necessary in HTML. Now let's go ahead and look at what is called attributes. So the attributes, they are used to define some of the characteristics of HTML elements. Let's say we have 4 core attributes of HTML, and that is the ID attribute, the title attributes, the class attribute, and the style attribute. Alright, so this helps you especially when you're working with CSS, so you can be able to define each of these one by one. Now let's go ahead and look at a simple attribute called align. Let's say that we go over here and we move over to this point, and then we'll go ahead and copy just this, because I don't need much of this. That is why I am going to copy that. Now we go back to this point, and I'm going to create 3 paragraphs, and let me say paragraph 1, paragraph 2, and paragraph 3. Now these 3 paragraphs, I'm going to add each of these lines in there. Okay, now I want this to just be a little line. That means I'm going to delete more of these so that we can be able to see what we are doing clearly. Alright, delete this. Okay, and I'll go ahead and also delete all these ones from here too. I'll also delete this from here. Alright, now we have these 3 paragraphs, and what I want to show us is, let's go ahead and run this code first of all and check it out. Now go back to here and run this. You can see that I have these 3 centered here. I want one to be at the left, I want one to be at the right, and I want another to be at the center. How can we do that? We go ahead and use an attribute called an align. So align attribute, just as the name implies, centers or places the element where it's supposed to be, wherever you want it to be, left, right, or center. Let's go ahead and say align left. Alright, so normally this is going to be on the left. There will not be any notice. You see, you didn't notice anything. Now let's go ahead and align this to go to the right, to the center, and let's save that. And now let's go back and run this code and check it out. Can you see that? I taught you about center tag before, and I showed you another attribute called align that you can be able to use to align your text or anything, images, or anywhere you want it to be. Can you see that? Now let's go ahead and show the last one, that is align right. And now let's go back and run this code and check it out. So you can see that this text has moved to the right, this moved to the center, and this is aligned left. So I believe that is cool. So this, let's go ahead and go back. So this is what we call an attribute. This is not just the only attribute we have. Let's say I'm going to copy everything right here, and I'll go ahead and paste that. So let's go ahead and paste that, and I'm going to remove the align attribute so we can be able to look at other attributes. So go ahead and remove this. Let's go ahead and remove this. Now we have what is called ID, and if I go ahead and give this an ID, let's say the ID of this is a name, it means that in this HTML code no other attribute is going to bear that name or name. Let's go ahead and change that. Let's call that first ID. All right, so it means that in this HTML code no other attribute is going to bear the name first ID. So whenever you're using an ID attribute, you're going to assign it specifically to just one element alone. Now we have another one called the class attribute. Let's say class attribute, and we can name the class, let's say my class. Now when you have my class attribute, you can give any other one class attribute of the same name. Let's say I will have a heading tag, and let's say I have h1, and I say this is a heading. Now I can give this heading a class of my class 2. I can give it just the same name, my class, and I can give it another name. This will help us whenever we are working with CSS to call a class and assign a particular value to them, call an ID, assign something different to them. So remember that an ID, just one ID alone, and whenever you have class, you can assign a class name to many elements as you want. Okay, you can assign that. Now you can also give a title. Let's say a title is another attribute, and let's say the title of this is web design paragraph. Let's say web design paragraph. All right, so yeah, that is cool. So there are many. You can give it any title as you want. Okay, any title as you want. Now when you run this code, you're not going to see this title. Let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Run this code, and here you can see this is for the heading. All right, that is for the heading, and this will give it a title, and then this will give it a class of my class, and the first one we give it an ID of first ID, and this is h1. So the class cannot be printed out for you here. Now the next attribute we have is a style attribute. Now let's go ahead and say copy this. We can also put all these attributes in one. Let's say I can copy this. Let's go ahead and do that separately, and I'm going to say, let me give a paragraph, and I'm going to paste what's, oh sorry, let's go ahead and just copy one of these, copy this and go back to this paragraph and paste that. Now I can give this attribute style, and this style I can say maybe the color of the text let's say the color of the text is blue, and we can go ahead and save that, and let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So you can see the text color is blue. I believe that is cool. Now let's go ahead and give it a background color. Go back and you can give it a background color. Always put a semicolon at the end of this. Let's say a background color of red. Alright, and save this. Now let's go back here and run this code and check it out. So you can see it has a background color of red. Okay, because we have not started talking about CSS, I'm not going to introduce us to hexadecimal of color code until we reach to that point, so we don't get confused along the way. Okay, but now I'm just naming them with the default name blue, red. But when we begin to talk about CSS, we'll go ahead and learn about color codes, so we can be able to work with the color code. Okay, now these are the basic attributes that we have. We have the core attributes are ID, class, title, and style, and I have also seen an attribute align in here. So go ahead and practice with this. In this course and in this lecture, we have just concluded 4 attributes: the align, the ID, the title, the class, and the style. So you go ahead and play around with it, and if you have any question, use the question and the answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at basic HTML formatting that are necessary for web development. Alright, so most times you might have seen something underlined and you might, or something striked out in web, and you're like, how was that done? Let's go ahead and this is what we did in the previous lecture. Let's go ahead and copy some paragraph. Let's just copy a little of this, and then going back here, let's go ahead and add a paragraph tag and paste what we've just copied right now. So now I want to teach you how to underline something in web. How can you be able to do that? You use a tag called a U tag. Now let's go ahead and say U tag. Then maybe you want to underline everything right here, or just a single sentence or a single word or anything. Let's go ahead and underline just this. So going over, we have to run this code again. Everything here goes off. Now you can see that loading Epson, this has been underlined for us. Can you see that? It has been underlined. You can underline everything right here. Let's go ahead and check it out and see how it's been done. Just cut this. You can paste this anywhere, and going back, we'll run this code and check it out. So you can see everything right there has been underlined. So for you to underline a text, you go ahead and use a U tag. A U tag will help you to underline a text. Now there's something similar to U tag, that is a strike text. How do you strike a text? Let's go ahead and create another. Let's add a break tag. As you have learned about break tag, let's go ahead and add a break tag. And now I'll go ahead and create another paragraph, and I'm going to go back here and copy this. Let's go ahead and copy what we've just. So copy and go back here. Let's go ahead and paste that right inside the paragraph tag. We want to strike out maybe this first sentence. How do you do that? Go ahead and use a tag called strike. So a strike tag will help us to strike everything right inside here. Let's check it out. Going over, we'll go ahead and run this code and check it out. So you can see that this has been striked. Maybe you want to show someone that this in prices, this is no longer sold at this price. This is the price that is being sold at. That is the promo price. I mean, you might have seen it most places in web development, so it is not hidden. Now the next one we want to learn is the superscript and subscript. So I'll go ahead and add another break tag Now let's go ahead and add another paragraph tag, and I'll paste this right here. So I want this to be in the superscript. How can you be able to do that? So for you to add a superscript, you go ahead and add a sub tag. Let's call this sub, and I want just this alone. Then I'll save that. This is sub tag. Now going over, if you go ahead and run this code, let's check it out. Lauren Epson dollar blah blah blah. You can see that this is a superscript. It has went up. These are usually used when you have a power sign. Maybe you want to say this is equal to this times less to power this times less to power this or that. So you can see, and you can use it many places, not just in mathematics alone. So it's good we know all these. Now, what of the subscripts? As we have learned about the superscript, let's go ahead and add another paragraph tag. Let's go ahead and paste this. Now, just the same word, let's go ahead and add what is called sub. So going over here, we go ahead and enclose it right here. Save and go ahead and run this code. Let's check it out. So now you can see in the previous paragraph it was up, and down there it is now down. Can you see that? So that is how the sub and the superscript works. So I believe it is really interesting. We have insert tag, we also have a delete tag. Now let's go ahead and practice with both insert and delete, but I think one of them we just do because we don't usually use this insert and delete in web development. Now we'll go ahead and just issue just one of them, and you go ahead and look up the other one, and W3 school, or go ahead and check that out in that is MDN, that is for Mozilla Firefox developers. That's as I showed you in the previous lectures earlier. Now let's go ahead and learn how do you add something. Let's go ahead and add this, and I want to add something in between. How can I be able to do that? You can go ahead and use what is called insert. Right here, nothing is inside here. If I go ahead and say insert tag, and inside here I'm going to say hello world. Now I'm going to save this. Let's go back and run this code and check it out. So now you can see hello world has been added. I believe it doesn't much make sense. That is why I don't usually teach this. Okay, but I need us to lay our hands there. Now I'm going to go ahead and show you like a big tag and a small tag. There is difference between a bold tag and a big tag. Let's go ahead and look at them. We have looked at a bold tag. Now let's go ahead and look at a big tag. Let's concentrate just on this word alone, and let's go ahead and add a tag that is called big. A big tag. Go ahead and cut this and paste that at end. And now let's go over here and run this code and check it out. Now you can see that this is in a big format, but it is not bold. There is difference between a bold tag and a big tag. This is big, but it's not bold. All right. In the same way, we also have small tag that will make that to be very small. Let's go ahead and create another break tag. Then create another paragraph tag. Then I'm going ahead and copy everything right there and paste that there. Now I'll change this big tag to small tag. I'll change that to small tag. I'm going to say here and say small. Then over here I'll remove the big and I'm going to close that with small. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Now you can see that this is now in a small letter word, or that is just smaller than other words. Can you see that? So that is big and small. There are many other things in the next lecture. We'll go ahead and look at something very interesting, and that we'll be discussing about the div and the span. It's very important that you know about that, because we're going to use that to build every website you're going to build. You always use div and span. Alright, and in the front-end web developer course, we also thought about div a lot. In fact, we can't do anything without div. It's very important. Okay, so in this lecture we looked at some of the format tag. We started with the underline tag, that is the U tag, and we also looked at strike tag. We looked at the superscript tag. We looked at subscript tag. We also looked at insert tag, and we also looked at the big and small tags. So I believe we covered something good in this lecture. If you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at two major important tags in HTML: the div tag and the span tag. Alright, so I'll take you to the front-end web developer course where we design the website for front-end developers. Now, I'll have to show you something here before we go ahead and start discussing div tag and span tag, because you have to understand the usage, then what is being used for. Now, let's go ahead and say, in this website, you can see different sections of this website. The first one is called the header side. So we have the header section of the website, whereby you have this right here, and you have the navigation buttons, and you have the search bar, and you have the logo, and you have the text in front of you right there. Now, if we go ahead and move down, you have another section where you have the dough flying, for peaceful developers. Now, another section of this is our services right there, that is services of front-end web developers, and you can see how we designed it. Now we have another one here. You need our services, the contact page, where someone can just click on contact, and you can go ahead and send a message to the front-end developers. Now we have the last one here, the footer page down here. Now, how was this able to divide? How were we able to divide this? How did front-end developers divide this stuff into sections? That is the work of div. Okay, now let me quickly go over to this point, and let's go ahead and look at the div tag. So the div tag helps us to divide things into sections, into series. So when you begin to take the front-end web developer course, you can be able to learn how to divide these things and be able to work with div. Div is very interesting, and in almost all your sites, you're going to use div. That is important. Now, div tag is just div. You can call that the div tag if you want to call it div, but it's called div. Let's say I have these different sections. Let's go ahead and say the next one, and let's go ahead and create just 3 div tags. Alright, so I have 3 div tags right here, and let's go ahead and give each of these div different class. Remember, we have done classes. Let's say first, let's call that to first div, and for the second one, go ahead and call that to be second div, and the third one, we go ahead and call that to be class of the third div. Now we have first div, we have second div, and we have third div. So in here, the first div can be for navigation bar, the second div can be for our services, and the third div can be for the contact page. So let's go ahead and say for a paragraph tag, and the next one, let's go ahead and add a paragraph tag right in here, and let's go ahead and add another paragraph tag right in there. Now for each of these, let's go ahead and give a break tag. Let's go ahead and put a break, and put another break right here. So we are now practicing what we've learned so far, and let's go ahead and add horizontal line, and let's go ahead and add another horizontal line. Alright, so now what I want us to do is we're going to add heading 1 for each of these, H1, and for each of these we go ahead and add H1. And for the next div, you can see the way I am doing this one by one. So let's go ahead and add H1. Alright, so for this H1, I'm going to call this to be first or section 1. We have given this name to be first div, so let's say section 1. And for the second div, we're going to go ahead and give that to be section 2. And for the last div, let the heading be section 3. Alright, so now we have section 1, we have section 2 and section 3, and these are placed in different divs. Now let's go over to here and copy the paragraph we've created so far. Let's go ahead and use this paragraph inside here. So now that we've copied this, let's go over to this point and paste this in each of the paragraphs. And let's go ahead and paste this in each of the paragraphs. And let's go ahead and paste this in each of these paragraphs. Alright, so going over to here, this is what we did in the previous lecture. We go ahead and refresh this. And now you can see we have section 1, section 2, and section 3. So these are different divs. You can see we place everything differently. Alright, and now we have learned about align. Let's align the sections to the center of this. I believe it's going to make sense. And we're going to align everything at the center. Now, how can we do that? We'll go ahead and use the align attributes that we've learned so far in this course. Okay, let's go back to this point, and we're going to align everything at the center. Now you can go ahead and add a line inside all these. Let's say align. Now we can go ahead and copy this, because I want to show something before I discard this. Okay, now let's go ahead and add a line to this as well and paste this. So for section 1 and section 2, I've aligned that to the center just for the header alone. And if you go over here and refresh, you can see that these two just moved to the center. Now going back to Web Developers Bootcamp, you can see that I aligned everything here. So did I just keep doing everything align at the center? So there is no need using that align always just to center everything. Now what do you do? Now what do you do? Go ahead and remove all this align inside here. Okay, and then go over to the body tag, and because you've learned about centering the center tag, go ahead and use the center tag and remove this. Now this is opening tag of the center tag, and then go over to this point and paste this center tag at the end, and everything inside the body tag is now placed at the center. Therefore, if we go back to this and refresh, I can see that everything right here, both the paragraph tags are placed at the center, and everything is placed now at the center. So with this, your code can look better just than putting center, align center for paragraph, align center for heading 1, align center for heading 2, align center for the image, everything. So both the image, everything will now do what? Move to the center. Can you see that? Now, when you move to the front-end web developer course, when you are learning this, you can see that we have this at the center, but there are spaces at the end of this. And when you go to Udemy, you can see that we have also spaces at the end of that. Now, you're not going to learn that because that is just beyond this course. When you start taking web developer, front-end web developer course, you can go ahead and check out how that is being done. So check out front-end web developer course to learn how we're able to give these spaces at the end, because current websites don't go to the end as well. At the moment, there are spaces given at the end of every website now. All right, let's go ahead and look at Udemy and see how it looks like. All right, so this is Udemy right here, and you can see that for the header, it covers the spaces just like we have in the front end web developer. Everything is end to end. All right, now let's drag this down. You can see that there is a space at the end of all these. There is a space right here and there's a space right here. Now, because I want you to become a professional web developer, that is why I made the front end web developer course, for everyone to learn what is trending in 21st century, so that when you go out there to look for a job, you don't go ahead and start making something going end to end. So I will tell you why when you get to front end web developer course, because now we are learning the basics. I'll go ahead and close all these. All right, now let's go back to our code. So this is what we've done so far. Now we'll go ahead and look at span. That's what we call span tag in HTML. Span tag helps us to select a particular set of elements and go ahead and style that. Let's say under section 1, I go ahead and let me go ahead and say span, and then I'll go ahead and end it right here. Now within this, inside here, everything right inside here, I can play around with it. I can give it a color, I can give it an ID, I can play around with it in case if I'm using inline CSS to style this. I can go ahead and say that everything right here is going to have something like a style, and let that be color, and the color you want to use, red. Now if you go ahead and save this, let's go back and run this code and check it out. Can you see that every text here is now placed on red color? Can you see that? It's now placed on red. So with div tag, you can be able to play around with any of these. Okay, you can play around with any of these, and you can go ahead and select using the div tag, select any one of these, can come back here and say span, and let's go ahead and end it right there. Let's end this, and inside the span tag, we go ahead and style this. Let's say style, and let's say that the background color is blue. Okay, save this. The first one we did is just the color, the text color, and now the background color. Let's go over here and run this code and check it out. Now I can see that the background color is different from the text color. The text color here is red, while the background color here is blue. I believe that is cool. All right, so you can give different color tags, you can play around with this. Inside here you can style this as many as you want. You can go ahead and add some other things, but why I'm not going to move down depth into playing around with colors is because colors are properties of CSS, but because of the span tag, which is present in HTML, used for inline CSS, I have to introduce this at the moment so that when we go over to CSS, you can now go ahead and use inline CSS to play around with everything. So in this course and in this lecture, we have learned about div tag, and we also learned about span tag. So I believe that you've now understood that div tag helps us to create different sections in website, and span tag helps us to take a particular element, section of the element, and give it a style on its own. In this way, you're not affecting every part of the element, just different parts of the element you want to style. Okay, because if you want to do this for all of them, we can now go over to this, and we can go over to, let's say, style equal to background color, and let's say the background color is going to be green. And if we save this and move over here and run this code, you can see that everything here is green. But span tag just help us to select just individual. You can just select, pick anyone you want and style that without just affecting all the sections of the element. So you've seen what span tag helps us to do. It helps us to pick individual parts of the element and play around with them. Now the code is just ready before you. Go ahead and play around with it and check out more on that. And remember to also visit W3 School or MDN to know more about spine tag and div tag, because when you start taking the course on front-end web developer, you are going to play around with all these. Everything we've done here, both the blog, the media, the sign up, everything is the work of div and span. So I believe at the end of this course, you can go ahead and check that out and know more on why and how to build modern websites that's going to get you immediate job after the course. Thank you so much. And if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and learn how to use the address tag in HTML. Alright, so address tag, just like every other tag, helps us to position our address. You know, there is a kind of format your address usually have whenever it's being written. So let's go ahead and check it out. Let me go ahead and put a paragraph, and I'm going to say number 20 Olusoji Street, and let me go ahead and add a break tag at the end of this. Then I'll go ahead and add another paragraph tag so we can be able to learn how to use all these as well. Then I'm gonna say that is of Afariogun. Let's put a comma, and all these. Let's put a comma, and let's add a tag, and I'm gonna say this is Lagos State. Put a comma, and then I'll go ahead and put another paragraph tag, and I'm going to say Nigeria. Now I want all these to be in address format. Now I'll go ahead and cut this, and then I'll go ahead and introduce us to address tag, and I'll place everything I have right here inside address tag. So everything right now is inside the address tag. Then we'll go ahead and save this. So going back to what we've done before, go ahead and refresh this, and let's see that. Now you can see that there is a way it's being written. You can see that the format it gives it. Let's go back to this, and I added a break tag for this right here. I can go ahead and remove the break tag and run this code again. Let's check it out. So you can see the way it is being displayed. Now let's go back and remove the address tag, and let's see how that looks. So go ahead and cut this, and let's go ahead and delete the address tag. Press this back, and let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. You can see that it is now a normal text, just a normal paragraph text that we usually have. But if going back to address tag and putting this back in address and going back there and saving it, you can see that the way it is not positioned, it is written in italic format, and that is where we usually write our address on the envelope or anywhere. So the address tag is just for address alone. So in this way, you can be able to display address for your people on your website, and it will be written in that way. So go ahead and practice with the address tag. It's a very simple tag I want to share with you, so you can be able to know how to also use it. We're going to discuss more on many other tags for developers to use in the website. So for now, practice with the address tag, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at refresh, page redirection, and meta tag. Alright, so all these are inside meta tag. Both refresh, both page redirection, and meta tag are just one. Okay. Now let's go ahead and say we did this in the previous lecture where we checked our address. So meta tags are placed right on the header side of your website. So when you go to the head section of your website, you go ahead and place the meta tag right there. And let's go ahead and look at the first meta tag, go ahead and say meta, and meta we automatically display this chasset UTF-8 means that your code is being run on Unicode. Okay, so this website is being displayed on Unicode. That is a character set for this website. You can be able to read what we have right there. Okay, if you don't know much about Unicode, you can go over and check out Google. Let's go ahead and check out Google. And if we get to Google, go ahead and type in UTF-8. So it will tell you more about Unicode. Okay, so it's a variable with character encoding capable of encoding all these values, valid points in Unicode using 1 to 4 8-bit byte. So you can go ahead and check out Unicode in W3 School as well. We have Unicode reference for W3 School. Most websites runs on Unicode. That is the main thing. In fact, every website, whether you put in meta tag equal to Unicode or not, going to W3 School will also tell you the same thing. Alright, so that is why you don't teach it as telling students that we're running this on Unicode or not. But one good thing is that if you're using Atom editor, if you're using Atom text editor to write your code, once you press in HTML tab, it go ahead and give you the Unicode right in there. You don't need to start typing that by yourself. So on Atom, it will go ahead and display this for you to show you that you're running this code or you're writing this character set on Unicode. So you can go ahead and check more about Unicode. But that is not the major thing that we have today. The major thing we have today is page refresh and page redirection in meta tag. Now, the meta tag can be used to do many other things which are going to look for in future. In future, we'll go ahead and add more on meta tag because it's going to do lots of things. And when we go to front-end web developer, we're going to also look at how we use meta tag to be able to make this site to be responsive. So for you to create a responsive website, let's say when you get to the blog site now, so this is a blog site, and if I go ahead and inspect this element, because it's very important, we're going to look at more of inspecting elements when we get to CSS, because we're going to play around with that. Okay, so if we go ahead and inspect this element, and we take this to move, I'll go ahead and close this. So I'm going to show you more of inspect when the time comes. Now I have this right here, and you can see this is my sidebar. This is a sidebar, and this is the main area. And if I go ahead and reduce this for smaller phones, you can see that the sidebar has just moved down. And go down here, you can see the sidebar is placed now. If you don't know anything about responsive website, you can't be able to do this. That is why it's very important to take this course on front-end web developer, because it will help you to understand everything about website design. Nothing is left behind. And most times you have read something or you have come across a website, once this goes down and is on a smaller screen, you can see web developers begin to hide. And if you go back to the main screen, you can see the page here, web developers page, and if you go up, you can see your sidebar. But when you get to a smaller devices, if you drag this down, you can no longer see the web developer on its own because it is open before, but you can click and it displays hide text, show text. But I'm not here to discuss on that. But the function and what made this to act this way is also with the help of meta tag. All right. Now, on large phones, let's go ahead. You can see we have the navigation bar shown, we have the search bar, and we have the logo. But on smaller devices, this immediately disappears, and you now have these small icons right there. I believe that is cool. You now have these small icons right there. So how was that able to be possible? It's possible because we're able to make this site to be responsive, and with the help of meta tag, we're going to learn the basics of meta tag. And when you begin to take the front-end web developer course, you can see the real life on how this works. Now let's go ahead and refresh a page and see how our page can refresh over and over again. Let's go ahead and say under meta tag HTTP equivalent, and then we'll go ahead and give it an attribute of refresh. Now, attribute of refresh, you want to give it how many seconds do you want this to stay before it refresh. If you want your site to stay, let's say 2 seconds, you go ahead and put content, maybe 2 seconds, and it will refresh. Now let's go back to our site and let's go to web design, what we did previously, and refresh this page. Now I want you to be looking at this title. You can see that this keeps refreshing every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds it refreshes. You can see the blue line drawn always refreshes every 2 seconds. Now let's go over back here and make this, increase that to be 5 seconds. So increase that to be 5 seconds, and let's go back and refresh this page and check it out. Now it doesn't come so fast, but watch and see that it moves again after 5 seconds. It moves again. You see that it takes time now. So in this page, in this meta tag, we make our site to always refresh, always refresh every 5 seconds. Let's make that to be 3 seconds. You can go ahead and play around with it, and your site will keep refreshing always. Now we are going to redirect this. If you want to redirect that, how can you be able to say you want this to be redirected to another page? What you're going to do is, when it refreshes, instead of content equal to 3 seconds, go ahead and say that this should move to HTTP after 3 seconds, put a semicolon, then after 3 seconds it should move down to gstworld.com. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So let's wait and see how this is going to move. And you can see, so in that way you can make your page, maybe after 1 hour or 2 hours it should refresh and do something else. That is why you are getting notifications on web pages. Maybe if you come to a web page, after like 30 seconds it pops up something and asks you, do you want this, do you want that? And that is how it has always worked. Now let's go back, and when this happens, it's actually not going to move backwards. All right, that is one thing there. Now let's go back and look at what we've done so far. So here we were able to refresh our website, and we're able to redirect our website to another website, that is gstworld.com. So go ahead and practice with that, and in the next lecture I'll go ahead and teach us more about meta tags. There are lots of things we also do with meta tags. All right, so practice with this, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Check out W3 School more on meta tag, and check the MDI for also documentation purpose and reference purposes. So thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look more on meta tag. So the meta tag can be used to improve the SEO of your website. When we talk about SEO, I know as a young developer, you don't know what SEO is all about. SEO is search engine optimization. It helps your website to come on top of the Google search engine. When someone is, maybe if you're into hairdressing and your website is about hairdressing, and someone comes looking for something related to what you have in your website, if you don't have enough materials that will make your website to come on top of the search engine, people will no longer visit, people will not be seeing your website. They will see more popular websites. And why are those websites popular? Because they were able to run on top of the search engine. So whenever you go to a website, and let's say you go to Google, and let's say this is a Google page. Let's go over and go to Google page, and I want to learn web development. I'll go ahead and type web development, and I go ahead and hit enter. Now I didn't ask if I want web development in terms of schools, but if it's in terms of looking for people that will help me in web development, I have FIFA. Then in terms of learning, I have W3 School. These are people that are always been searched. Every time they are being searched online, and they have the materials, they know how to make their website to come on top. Okay, you have Wikipedia, you have Gocademy, and so many more. You have Free Code Camp, you have Techopedia. So how were these guys able to make this? And let's say I want us to go into hairdressing. Let's say hairdressing tips. All right, so let's go ahead and check it out. Hairdressing tips. You see, the first one is bestlifeonline.com, and the next one is array.com, victoriahealth.com, and ukhairdressers.com. And now I want us to check computer programming. And we have these ones on top. So I believe that is really cool. So how are these guys able to come on top of the search engine? How are they able to be there? Maybe if someone search your own, let's say someone is searching about AGK and he click on AGK right here, and he goes on to see so many AGKs on top. And what if you go ahead looking for maybe AGK Fanyichuku on top? Let's go ahead and say you're looking for AGK Fanyichuku. See, Google even upload it on top. And when you get there, you see my my profile is the first you see here, AGK Fanyichuku, senior developer, Udemy. How were they able to be done? It's because of those things we're going to learn right now. And the images right there are my images, everything, before it begin to show you any other AGK that has been talked about. And the LinkedIn AGK Gestival is everything about me. So I believe I've come on top before other AGKs that are actually exist. And I'm going to show you how these things were able to be done. Alright, and I hope you're at the end of this you're going to enjoy it. So if you type your name on the Google and if your name comes on top, then cool. But if your name doesn't come on top, then you have to learn about these things. Okay, so let's say if someone really want to know about Gestival and hit on Gestival, and it should come on top, it should be the first on top, alright, before any other thing. Okay, so that is all for now. Let's go ahead and move over to lecture and kick off immediately with this. Now, under meta tag helps you to improve your search engine optimization, the SEO. And this SEO, people pay thousands of dollars just to get to the top of search engine. I'll go ahead and remove this because I don't want this to refresh and move to the next page. You can keep it, but for me, I don't want that. Okay, I'll go ahead and remove that. Now I'll go ahead and create another meta tag. You can create as many meta tag as you want. Okay, you can create as much as you want. Meta, and now I can say, let's say name. The name of this should be keywords. So what are the keywords of what you are doing? Let's say keywords. That's the first thing, and then the content is maybe your website is all about Java programming, C# programming, and so on, hairdressing, or that. Let's focus on programming right now. I say maybe Java, then C++, C, then C#, Python, then web development, alright. So a minimal, just get it. If you know what people search is online, programming, people can go around and say Java programming, so programming is there, and coding, and so on. Now when people go to Google and type in something like Java programming, so when Java is searching, they will come to your website and see Java, and they'll see also programming right in there. They'll pick your website first. That is how this works. They'll check for the keywords that people search, tutorials, videos. So just keep adding them at the content. And now you go ahead and add descriptions. Let's say you want to add, let's say meta, and I will go ahead and say name, then description, now I have to describe what your website is all about so that Google can always search this. Let's say I'm going to say software programming courses for beginners and software programming courses, tutorials, bootcamp for beginners. Because I know that once someone goes to the website, he's going to search for software programming or tutorials or video tutorials or bootcamp or so on and so forth. So based on what you're doing, go ahead and explain to Google this is what you need. And when someone is searching, nobody is going to see this. It is you make this so that Google can use this to be able to rank your website on top of the search engine. Okay, so that is the essence of this. Nobody's going to see anything inside the meta tag, the description, the content, blah blah blah, and so on. Now the next one is inside the meta tag. I can go ahead and say maybe name the author of, let's say the author of a front-end web developer course. I'll go ahead and add the content, and I'm going to say it is a HK Ifeanyi Chukwu. So now when someone is searching about HK Ifeanyi Chukwu, Google will always look for the meta tags. Where does HK Ifeanyi Chukwu fall in? I'll go ahead and pick in this. And where does courses fall in? Go ahead and pick this. What of Google, Python, web development, and so on. So in the same way, you go ahead and build a website and add all these. Add keywords, add descriptions, add the author of the website so that Google can always pick it up. So the next one is you can also use a meta tag. If you go ahead and run this, code, and you see that none of this will be shown for you. It's just for Google to improve your search engine optimization. Okay. Now let's go back and add another thing. If you want to build a responsive website, just like I told you, what meta tag helps us to do, we can go ahead and use the meta tag and say meta. Go down here and add meta, and I'm going to say the name and let the name be equal to viewport. That is the name. So meta always contain name and the content. So viewport, and then let's go ahead and say that the content of the meta tag is width equal to device width. Then it's going to give it an initial scale, and then go ahead and say that the initial scale of equal to 1.0. This is equal to 1. Okay, so what happens here is that once you are browsing and your browser comes on any device, it will check, is this a small device, is this a big device, is this or that. But as a front-end web developer, you don't end on this at all. So that is why I'm not going to come into this in full at this moment, so that you don't get confused. I want you to concentrate on this, and when you begin to take a course on front-end web developer, I will now show you how to use the meta tag, because after you have called in telling your device that you want the device content, you have to go ahead and begin to use in CSS what we call the screen. So you have to give the size of the screens that you are targeting, because all these are there, and we're going to learn that when we begin to do front-end web development. We're going to discuss about responsive websites, and we're going to discuss about the width of devices that you are programming. You have to learn how to program for small devices. You have to learn how to program for Android. You have to learn how to program for iPhone. You have to learn how to program for iTab. You have to learn how to program for tab systems, laptops, and desktop. So all these are being covered here, because you can always see me scroll this, and I can always go over here and select whether I want this to be on iPhone, or whether I want this to be on iPad, or whether I want this to be on HD television, or whether I want this to be on 180 You see that it moves to the end, or whether I want this also to be on a laptop or I want this to be on desktop. So I wouldn't want us to go into all this at the moment, because as beginners I want you to learn the basics so they can be able to get prepared and now move into the front end web developer and build yourself into becoming the best web developer in your environment, so you can be able to grab that job and hit in the industry. Now this is all about meta tag. If you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on HTML, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and look at cookies. Alright, so the first time I heard of cookies, I thought it's something that is showable, something is eatable, or something I can just keep and enjoy with myself. I didn't know that we have cookies on website until I become a web developer. Now, most times when you are visiting some websites, you see some notifications. We are using cookies on this site, and you say yes or no, or alert. You say I got it or that. Now, what is the use of cookies? That is the first question you ask yourself whenever you are clicking yes or no. Cookies are just data that are stored in small text on your computer. That is being exchanged between the browser and the web server, and this helps them to track the various information based on your web application need. Okay, so and these things are used on the meta tag. So inside the meta tag, we're going to store the cookies, and we're going to give an expiration of the cookies. You can tell the cookies to expire every 7 days, or every 1 month, or every year, or it's going to be there. But if you don't give any expirations, whenever you close the browser, these cookies will just die immediately. Alright, so I know that may be like, I've not yet understood what cookies is all about. Now let's go ahead and create a meta tag, and I'll go ahead and give it HTTP equivalent, and I'm going to tell the website that I'm trying to add cookie to this site. So go ahead and say cookies. Alright, so now you've added cookie to the site. Go ahead and give it a content. Remember, the content, first of all, I'll go ahead and give it a user ID. I say user ID of hello. Alright, so user ID of hello, press semicolon. Then we go ahead and give the expiring date for cookies. So go ahead and say expires is equal to, let's say, Tuesday 01, and it's January, let's say December, just play around with it, December 2022. Alright, and now we have to give the time the cookies has to expire as well. So let the time be 11:59 and we're going to use the Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, to track that. So press semicolon at the end. Now these cookies that we've just made now is not going to appear on our website. Okay, it's not going to appear on our website. So go ahead and bring this. So I reduce the font size of this so we can be able to see what we are doing. So we've added cookies to the site now. So each site that this goes is going to drop this cookie inside our website, and this cookie is going to expire in 2022. Wow, that is great. Now let's go ahead and run this code, and the cookie has been dropped to this site. So nobody knows about it, but international law makes it to notify the user that you have dropped cookie to this site. Okay, that is why it's always good to clear your cache. So whenever you want to you go to your site. After you've ended, sometimes go and clear the cache or clear your browser history. It will help to clear the cookie on your site. And sometimes if you block cookie, some sites might not work anymore because they use that cookie to track the record. Until you go ahead and unblock it, that is when it will begin to work as well again. So the use of cookie might be confusing for absolute beginners in the industry until you begin to develop sites, deploy them, and track real-time activities of the users on their site. And this is not used to monitor anybody. No, it's not. You are there to give notifications, to do some other things until a certain period of time, and it will expire. So this is all about cookies. In the next video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at something different. I'll go ahead and play along with our code. And if there's any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section. And I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much. And I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at comments in HTML. Alright, now we have this site, and maybe many years to come, you might be changed or you might be moved to a higher position, and the junior developers might now be moved to take over this site and maintain that for your website, for your company. And when they go through your code without comments, they'll get confused. They don't know how to locate this. They don't know how to find this. They don't know how to get to this point. They don't know how to do anything right there. You see, without comment, they cannot be able to manage this website. And if you, the owner of this website or who created this website, comes back to this website in the next 6 months or 1 year, you also get confused on how do I begin? What will I do? I don't know what's going on. That is why comments are very important. Remember, we're making references to the front-end developers website because this is a website that you have to do so you can be able to learn how to develop complex websites for companies. Now, let's go back to our Sublime text. And now I'll go ahead and pick some paragraphs that we just created. Let's go ahead and pick this paragraph. I'll go ahead and just copy a little from here. And going back here, let's go ahead and create a paragraph, and I'll paste this there. And now I'll create another paragraph. I'll paste this there, and I'll get another paragraph, and I'll paste this right in there. Now, if we go ahead and move over here and run this, we have all this right there. Looking at the websites from the front, you know what they mean, but going back to the code, you don't exactly understand what is happening right there. One is that you didn't put this in a div. Two is that there is no comment right there. Now, how do you use comments? You can use single line comments. I'll go ahead and teach you how to use a comment. Use the less than sign and go ahead and say this is paragraph. This is paragraph 1. Now, it does not mean that you're going to add this is paragraph 1 because I'm just explaining something. You might say this is logo for this is sidebar for this is front bar for this, and all this and that. And now if we go ahead and add the second one, you can go ahead and add another one. I'm going to say this is second paragraph. This is second paragraph. And now I'll go ahead and add the last one and say this is third paragraph. Now let's go ahead and save this and go back to your code, to your browser, and let's refresh. Now it has been refreshed and you cannot see the paragraph, or sorry, the comments anywhere, because comments are not meant to shown on the browser. Going back to front-end developers, you cannot see any comments here. Everything you see here are paragraphs, headings, images, and header, navigation bar. But right inside my code, you are able to see the comments that are there. The comments are just for the developers alone, not for the users. So the users are not going to see this is third paragraph, this is second paragraph, and this is third paragraph. All right. Now, what if I want to add all these in one? Let's say I want all this to be, we call that multi comments. This is just for a single line comment. Now, what if you want to add multi comments for all these? How do you do that? You can go ahead and still do less than, and go over here, and maybe let's go ahead and stop here. Now you can see that only this, I've commented all these paragraphs. So these paragraphs are now under comments. They will not show. Now if you go ahead and run this code, you're going to see just one paragraph alone. Let's go back to our browser and run this and check it out. Now only one paragraph is left. The reason why one paragraph is left is because we've commented other ones. We just call them comments. All right. So because they're now comments, we can't be able to display comments to the browser. All right. So comments are not just used to hide your text or paragraphs or headers or anything. It's just for you to explain more for whoever that is going to manage that website in future, that this is what you're going to do. All right. Now let's go over. It's not a must that your comments is going to be on top. It can be by the side. You can call them single line comments. Let's go ahead and cut this. Even if you put them right inside here, you can see that it's still inside, and I'll cut this. I can still put this at the end of this tag and say this is a comment, and I can explain what this line is doing, and I can go ahead and save this, and now the trail of them will come. Can you see that? And there is no space in between any of these to show that a comment is added inside. A comment is ignored by the browser. So browsers always ignore comments. So comments are for developers alone, not for the browsers or for the users. All right. So this is all about comments, single line comments, multiple line comments, and go ahead and play around with it. And if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and learn how to add images to our website. Alright, so in the front-end web developers class, we are able to create and we're able to add images. And you can see images right here. These are all images. How did we do that? And this is an image in the header side, and remember that this is not all images, okay? So you have to be very careful, because we're going to learn how to add both text and everything on header when we start. Now when we go to the media page, that is where the images all are embedded. Now we have images, and we have all this text, all these slides. These are all images. How did this come into existence? Now we have advanced image, which is beyond this course, which can just click and it come up, and you see that it moves. These are images. So how do you add images on a website? That is the question. So this is image, and you can see that this is another image style. Now you are not going to go towards this side, because this is really beyond this course, and you might get confused along the way until you start taking this course called Front-End Web Developers Bootcamp. Now going back here, we have nothing on this page. Now if you want to add an image to your website, you go ahead and use what is called an image tag. So image tag, once you click image and you see SRC, the SRC means source. It means where is the image coming from, where do you want to get the image from. Now as a web developer, let's go over here, and I'm going to open these two folders. So this the first folder here is a folder we use in front-end web development, and here you can see we created inside the main folder front end. You can see the main folder front end. Inside the main folder we have another folder called audio, we have another folder for images, and we have another folder for videos. And right here you just have only index.html, and here we have both index. We don't need to go in depth into this. Now inside images, if we click images, this houses all the images that are used in the front-end web developer class, both the favicon, both the logo, and so on. Okay, now I'll go ahead and pick an image, HK, and I'm going to copy this image, So copy this image and bring it to this one that we have here and paste this image right here. So the image has been pasted right in here. Okay, so if you're for developers, go ahead and create another folder and call this folder images. So it's always good to have your images folder and video folders, audio folders, and so on, and drag this image right in there. And now this image has been pressed inside this folder. Okay, and this folder is inside web design. So it's always good to search your images, because when you're going to upload this image to host companies, you're going to look for image folder, because if you leave all these images to scatter around with your files, it's very difficult for you to manage. Now let's go back here and say that the source of this image is images/agk.png, and now we have this image. Let's go ahead and move out to this point and refresh this. I can see this image has appeared right here. I believe that is good, and that is really interesting. So as a web developer, once you have this image uploaded, the next thing that you need to do is go back to your Sublime Text. If this image does not appear, let's say you mistakenly say agk.jpg, and let's go ahead and run this test and check it out. You can see that this image did not appear. Now there is what we call alternative. It helps the Google, or it helps search engine to be able to rank your page on the front end of search engine. So it helps you to optimize your page as well. Now let's go ahead and add out, and let's say this is a AGK profile. This is AGK profile picture, and save that. Let's go ahead and run this code again and check it out. Now AGK profile picture, because the picture does not exist, so if the picture exists, it will override this. So this helps you to rank first in search engine, because Google will search for, if someone is looking for AGK's picture, to go ahead and get the picture name. Oh, okay, this picture belongs to AGK. Go ahead and pick it out. Now let's go back and put this back to agk.png, and let's save that, and let's go back and refresh, and you cannot see AGK profile picture because the picture exists. So that is one thing that is interesting. And the next thing is, as a web developer, instead of you uploading all these files to the West, maybe to your hosting companies, I would advise you to go ahead and move over to post image, or any maybe post image, or you go ahead and use Dropbox or any other thing like Google Drive. Upload your images there so that you can be able to get the URL of your images. Let's go ahead and this is my own post image. I'll go to my images, and here we have all the images that I used in front-end web development course. You can see all the images are right here. Okay, it helps your website to load fast, because your website will not do the work of going to your files to pick these images one by one. What it will do is that these images have been hosted on the web. It just pick the URL and display the images right there. Now let's say that we have this image. What we need to do is go ahead and let's go back to where they are. I can go ahead and go to AGK, click on share, and go ahead and look at direct link. This is direct link. This is what you need, and not the first one. If you go ahead and pick the first one, it's not going to display. Let's go ahead and check it out before we move over to direct link. Let's go back to our Sublime Text, and let's go ahead and change the source of this to this and save this. Go back to this point, and let's go here and refresh. You can see AGK profile picture. The image did not show. Okay, now let's go back to post image again and go to this point and copy this. So anytime you click on this point, it will copy it. You see that? And now let's go back to Sublime Text and change this URL, the direct link. Save this, and let's go ahead and refresh this page right now and check it out. So you can see it helps this image to load fast. It helps your website to load fast, and it's something that is a good practice, and I would love you to also practice this way. Then post image is absolutely free. Okay, it's absolutely free. Go ahead, and one thing good with this is that it does not delete your old images. Your image is always here, and you can always share your image link with your friends and anybody out there. So I use it, and I also recommend you to use that because it's really very interesting. Okay, now you've learned about hosting your images. Let's go ahead and check about the image. You can play around with, let's say, the width of your image, the size of your image, because this image is really too big. How can you be able to play with this image? Let's go ahead and say that we need this, and let's go ahead and say that the width of this image, let's say the width should be 200, and let the height be equal to 200. And now let's go ahead and save this and go back and refresh. I can see the image is a little bit better off now. Okay, and I hope you really love what you're seeing. You can also center the image. Let's go ahead and say we want this image to be aligned at the center. You can go ahead and say center, use the center tag, and cut this and put this at the end. Save this, and let's go over here and refresh this page and check it out. Now the image has been aligned at the center, and if you go to front-end web developer bootcamp and let's go to about page and let's check about Ejike Ifeanyichukwu, you can see that my image at the center. But do you know what? I didn't use HTML to align this at the center. The reason because is that it's not actually the proper way for me to do that, because I'm still going to show you how to use CSS to do this. CSS is better off to be able to practice with this, and we're going to also learn how to use CSS to do all this. But for now, let's go ahead and enjoy HTML as much as we can. All right, now the next thing is, let's go ahead and add a border to this image, and let the border be 5 pixels. Go ahead and move over here and go back to this and refresh. So you can see that border has been added to your image. And how does that look? If that is okay, good. Now we can also align this. You can go ahead and remove this from here. Let's go ahead and remove this align, and let's go ahead and align this at right. Save this. Let's go back here and refresh. I can see the image has been aligned right. Okay, now what if we go ahead and align this at the center? Let's go ahead and say align center, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. The image does not align at the center. It is either left or right, but you can align your text at the center. So for you to align your image at the center, use the center tag to align that. Okay, now I believe you've learned much about this. You've learned how to resize your image, giving it a height and width, and also adding a border, and how to use the post image to do that. You can also use a Dropbox, just the URL. For instance, I can go over to Udemy and go over here and pick this URL. Go ahead and check copy image location. Now I have copied image location. I'll go back to this point, and I'm going to change this right here. Change this and paste the image location I copied from Udemy, and I'm going to remove align, and I'm going to put back this. I want it to always be at the center. Okay, now go ahead and cut this and press that right there. So I can see you saw this to be in uppercase. Now let's go back to this point and refresh this and check it out. You can see it get the image on Udemy and display that right here, and that really looks so awesome. So you can get the image location on anywhere, maybe on Facebook account or Twitter account or Instagram, and display them on your web page without you needing to upload them again to your file, to your folders in website. I believe that is really very cool, and it helps your image to load fast. So once website refreshes, it go ahead and search for this image right there, or it goes to post image and get this or any one of them that we use in the design. So when we begin front-end web developer bootcamp, you are going to learn more on this, and we're going to work with all the images right here. I believe that is very cool, and go ahead and play with the images. So in the next video lecture, we'll go ahead and do something differently far from this, and let me point out this before we go ahead and move to the next lecture. This is always in lowercase. For the fact that it's in uppercase does not mean that it is the main way. The way you do that is the lowercase and lowercase, okay? But if you use uppercase, it will always respond, but I will not encourage you to always do that, okay? Alright, save that and refresh, and let's check it out. Alright, still works fine. So we are done with images and we've played around with it. If you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at tables in HTML. Alright, so in front-end web developers class, we'll also introduce ourselves to how to use style tables. I can see this is a table right here, and it's looking so much good, I believe. Now let's go ahead and introduce ourselves to the basic table designs in HTML. I know it's not going to look superb like the one we have here because this is both combination of CSS and HTML, but you have to learn the basics of this. Now let's go ahead and move to Sublime Text, because whatever we use here is what we actually use when we are developing what we have in front-end web developer. Now the first thing we need to know is we have to create a tag called table. So a table tag has both starting and end tag, and now it's made up of what is called rows, that is table rows, and table data with table heads. Now we're going to take that one by one. So everything is going to be right inside the table row. Go ahead and say table row 1, and let's go ahead and create another one, table row 2, and let's go ahead and create another one, and I'm going to call that to be table row 3. Now we've learned about classes. Let's go ahead and add classes to this so we can be able to know that, and say this is table 1, and then we go over to the second one and we'll go ahead and add a class, and let's go ahead and say that this is a table 2, and the last one that this is class of table 3. Alright, so you can give this maybe ID. We've learned about classes. Let's go ahead and change this to be ID so that we have different IDs. I don't want the two tables to have the same thing. So ID and ID. So the first ID is table 1, table 2, table 3. Now for the table 1, let's go ahead and use the table 1 to let's call that to be the header. So the table head is always thicker, and for you to get table head, that is, you call that th, and let's say we put this to be goose. Sorry, what? Yeah, let that be goose, okay? And there is no need spacing this. Let's go ahead and put this to be just 1, and it will be much better if you do that to be in 1 line, so we don't get confused. So this is just in 1 line because this is just for table head, and let's go ahead and say table head th, and let this one be prices. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So here we have goods and prices. Alright, now let's go ahead and put all this to be, go ahead and cut everything right inside here. We have cut the table, the entire table, and because we've learned about center tag, let's go ahead and center everything. So I placed the whole table right inside the center tag. Now let's go ahead and save this again and refresh and check it out. So these are the center because I want us to already see what we are doing. Now going back to this, let's go ahead and say that we have added the head, and now we can go right inside here and add table data. Okay, so for the first one, go ahead and say you have to always check how many headings you have before we now create a table data. Okay, TD, and I'm going to say this is a mango, and the next one is the price of the mango. Price td table data, and I'm going to say that is $12. So the next one is, okay, save this first and let's refresh so you can see the outputs before we continue. So mango, $12. Now let's go back and create another table data, and let's call that to be apple. And now let's go ahead and create another table data for the price of the apple, and apple is always expensive, so let that be $100. So save this and let's go ahead and refresh. So you can see this goes down, and you're like, this table doesn't really look good. What is actually happening? Why are we having this? Let's go ahead and give this table a border. So now let's go ahead and add border, and let's say border, and let's make that to be 2 pixels. Go ahead and move back here and refresh this. So you can see a border has been added here. Now it doesn't still look good to us, so let's go ahead and maybe we can add a width to that. Okay, so let's go ahead or add cell. That's what is called cell padding or cell spaces. So we have to learn about all this because it will help us to understand what we are doing when we get over to this, because we added everything right there. Now for us to be able to do that right there, let's go over to this point and say that cell padding. So once I type, you can see cell padding and cell spacing. So let's say that cell padding is equal to 7. Let's save this and run this code again and check it out. So you can see that it added something to this and it was able to space it. Now let's go ahead and give it a cell spacing of 10. So cell spacing, and let spacing be equal to 10, and save this and let's run this code and see. Can you see that it was able to space the cells and the cells are no longer touching each other? Now the goose is different. You can now clearly see the cells, and you can now see what is really happening inside the table. Okay, so we started by creating ordinary table. We started by creating the heading, then this table data, and then we went ahead and added the border so you can be able to see what is happening inside. Then we added a cell space and then cell padding. I believe this really helps us to understand what is really going on here. Okay, now there are many things we can do with all this. So you can also add a background to this, but at the moment, remember, we are no longer just talking about or we're not just into CSS at the moment, but you can still go ahead and add just a basic color. Let's go green. Save that and let's go over here and refresh that and check it out. So the background color is now green. Wow. Now what if we want to add the border color? Let's say border color, go back and border color, so, and let that be equal to red. Save that and let's go over here and refresh and check it out. So you can see all the borders have been turned red. Wow. Now this is the basics of tables. Now when we get to front-end web developer, you can learn how to style tables and do more about that. And when we also get to CSS, we learn how to do this better, because HTML is just escalating and you really not enjoy that. But without HTML, you cannot do anything with CSS and so on. Now you can see the difference between the one we created as front-end web developers and the one you're just learning right now. So here we learn how to style everything as professional web developers. But for beginners, let's go ahead and learn the basics, and that is what we are just doing at the moment. Now the code is just valid before you. If you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you to another video lecture on HTML tables. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look more on tables. Alright, in the previous lecture we were able to look at tables and we were able to create something so good. Now I want to introduce us to something in HTML tables like table head, table body and table foot. Now let's go ahead and create table, and inside the table we're going to create table head, and we'll go ahead and create another one as table body. So let's go ahead and create table body, so that is T body, and then the last one is table foot. Let's go ahead and create table foot. Now one thing is, even if I go ahead and copy this body and let's call this body and put it on the head, it's going to arrange itself. That is, it will go ahead and give you the table head first, then it go back to table body and pick it, and then display table foot. Let's go ahead and check it out and know if that is really going to work. So let's go ahead and say that this is table head, and then we go ahead and say for the foot, we go ahead and say, remember that we are using the table data to say that this is table foot. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So these are the tables. So we have not added the body yet. Let's go over here and cut everything right in here. Let's use the center tag to place that on the center. Let's place that there. Go back and run this code and check it out. So it has moved to the center. Now let's go ahead and add a table body and let's check and see where it's going to appear. So put TD, and I'm going to say that TD, this is body 1. This is body 1. Alright, let me go ahead and copy this. And let's press this as many as we can, and let's say body 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's go ahead and save this and let's run this code and check out this. So despite the fact that I have table 1 or table body on top of table head, it went back and fixed itself right inside. Let's go ahead and add a border to this so that we can be able to see what is really going on inside here. Okay, it's very important we add a border to this. Now let's go ahead and go to table, and let's say that table is going to have a border, and let the border be 2. Save that, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. Now you can see that all the table body are right inside here. Okay, all the table body are right inside here, and the table head is fixed on top while the table foot is below. It arranged itself despite the fact that the table body is above the table head. I hope you can see that. Now let's go ahead and make this width to be 100%. Sorry, the width is 10 and not 100. Save this and let's run this code again and check it out. Now it has filled the entire space because I was a little bit scared when I ran that. So you can see that the width is absolutely 100%. Now you can go ahead and add other things to this. Maybe you can add caption to your table head. So for you to add caption to this, you can go ahead and move inside the table head, and let's say that we want to add caption tag. So add a caption tag and go ahead and say table tutorial. So table tutorial, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. Now we have added a table caption on top of that. How does that look? So good. So you can go ahead and play around with this and ensure that everything is okay. And if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section. And then when we get down to Web Developers Bootcamp, in case if you really join us there, you can know how to make something so good like this using HTML and CSS. Alright, for now, this is all about tables, and the code is just ready before you. You play around with it, and if you have any question, use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we're going to learn how to create lists in HTML. So in HTML, we have the ability to create lists. That list can be unordered list or ordered list. So an ordered list, this list uses bullets. Why ordered lists use just numbers? Okay, let's go ahead and look at a simple example of unordered list, and then we'll go ahead and look at another example of ordered list. So for unordered list, go ahead and use a UL tag. So UL tag is for unordered list, and then we go ahead and insert list tag. So let's say for the first one we have Java programming. Then that is first one, and then for the next one we go ahead and we have Python programming. And then let's say the next one we have web development. Then let's go ahead and give like 5 of them. Let's say the next list we're going to have something like C# programming. C# programming, and let's say the last one we're going to have C++ programming. So we want to display this using bullets. So in order to do that, we go ahead and use what is called an ordered list to do that. Now let's go ahead and move over to the browser and refresh. If you see that, so I centered this. I can go ahead and remove the center so you can go to the end, so you can be able to see it very well. Now let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. So you can see that this is what we have right now. Okay, we have Java programming, Python programming, we have web development, C# programming, and C++ programming. So here we have different attributes for this unordered list. We have like square type, we have disk type, and we also have circle type. Let's say right here we can go ahead and give this ordered list a type, and let's say the type of this is going to be type equal to, let's say, square. Now we have given it a type of square. Let's go back and refresh and check it out. Alright, so you can see that the list from the circle type have changed to square type. So now let's go back and give it another type again, and this time around let's go ahead and give it a disk type. Now let's go back to the browser and let's check it out. So that is the default, that is disk type is the default that it comes with. Now we have another one called circular. In circular is, or circle, not circular. In circle it's just going to be a hollow disk. Let's go ahead and remove the disk and put in circle right there. Now let's go back to the browser and let's, if you see that, it's not a hollow disk, that is what we call circle. So these are the type of unordered list we have. We have them of different types. We have type of square, we have type of disk. The disk is the default, and then we have another type of circle. Now we have discussed about ordered list. On ordered list, let's go ahead and go below and discuss about the ordered list. Now let's go ahead and say for ordered list, go ahead and use OL. Alright, now inside here we're going to just use exactly the same thing right here. So I'll just go ahead and copy everything here so you can be able to see the difference between these two. So here we have ordered list, and here we have unordered list. We have unordered list right here, and here we have ordered list. Let's go ahead and put in, let's go ahead and say a line, a horizontal line. Now we go ahead and run this code and check it out. So down here you can see we have an ordered list of type of circle, and here we have a list of ordered list of numerical values, that is 1 to 5. Now under the ordered list, so sometimes it might be tongue twisting. I might mistakenly say ordered list in the place of ordered list, and I might mistakenly say ordered list in the place of unordered list. So, but you are going to always know the difference between the tag of URL and URL. All right. Now, here we have specified the types of unordered list. Also, under the ordered list, we have different types as well. So we have the default is the numerical value. Now we go ahead and specify the types right here, and the first type is we have used the default of the numerical values. Let's go ahead and use the uppercase of Roman numeral. If you type the uppercase of the Roman numeral, that is the capital letter I, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. So the Roman numeral, you can see that, and that is how it moves 1 to 5. Now you can also give the lowercase. The first one is uppercase. The lowercase is just the small letter I, and now let's go back and refresh and check it out. So you can see that it is right there for us. Okay, now let's go ahead and check another one, uppercase A. Let's go ahead and check it out. Now you can see that A to E. In that same way, it has lowercase a. Now let's go ahead and check it out. So you can see lowercase a to E. So the default is always numerical values. You can always go to numerical values and add just one. Alright? Now if you add one and go back and refresh, 1 to 5, that is the default. I hope that's cool. So in that way, you can be able to use ordered list the way you want it. Alright, so you might ask me, why are we learning ordered list and unordered list? Now let me go ahead and take you to front-end web developers bootcamp. And here in the course, we are able to learn how to use an ordered list to create menu. So you can see we have drop-down menu, and here I added another drop-down menu in the course, so we can be able to learn how to create on a drop-down menu using an ordered list. So most of the menu bars you also always see on websites are made of unordered list. So when you take this course, you will learn how to create the menu bar. I also learn how to create drop-down menus, and here. So if you click on blog, it will take you to blog. You can see this is the blog page. All right. So if you go over to media and click on audio, it's going to take you to the media page itself. So this is the media page right here. All right. So that is the case and why we are learning on ordered list, and you can also use this to specify things in your website. All right, so there are numerous usage of unordered list and ordered list. So the code is just really before you. You can play around with it, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we are going to look at page links in HTML. Alright, so in HTML, we have the ability to move from one page to another. Let's say, for instance, let's go over to the front-end web developer bootcamp where we designed the website and check out how web links work. Now, we have this right here, and we have this menu bar, the navigation bar. If I click on blog, it will take me to the blog page, and you can see the blog. And if I click on sign up, it will take me to the sign up page of the website, and if I click on login, it also take me to the login page. Now let's say we are here on the home page. Maybe if you go down here and click on contact us, you can see that it shows me the contact form where I can be able to fill and send to the owner of this website. Now the ability to move from one point to another, click on this and move it to another, is what we call page links. And these things I'm going to show you how to do that in HTML. Alright, so let's go ahead and move over to this point. Here is a body, and for you to use page link, we use what is called anchor tag. So anchor tags are used. Anchor tag is just simple letter, the small letter e or the lowercase a. So with the anchor link, So the anchor tag and not anchor link, when you click on that, it will go ahead and give you what we call href. This means the reference. Which page do you want to go to? Let's say I want to go to Google. I can go ahead and say https, let's say www.google.com. All right, so www.google.com, and I'm going to say Google Home. All right, so let's go over on top and put in h1, and just h1 I'm going to say click on link below. All right, so let's go over to the browser and let's go to this page and refresh and check it out. Say click on link below. So let's go ahead and click on Google Home, and when you click on Google Home, it takes you straight to Google. Can you see that? It moves you straight to Google. And now some way you can put let's say we want to create two different pages right here. So let me go ahead and open another one, and here I'll go ahead and save this. Let's go ahead and save that. Here we're going to save it. Let's go ahead and give the name as let's say that is the contact page. Say contact.html, and let's go ahead and save that. Now we have contact.html. It is empty. We can go ahead and say HTML tab. Let's go ahead and give it a title of contact page, and let's go ahead and give a paragraph, and we're gonna say this is the contact page. All right, so down here let's go ahead and give another paragraph, or let's go ahead and give an anchor tag, and here I'm going to go back to index.html. So the index.html is this one right here. We want to go over back to this one, and I'm going to click on home. Let's go ahead and give it a name, home. All right, so whatever you write will be printed out here, and if you click on home, it will reference you back to the page index.html. Now let's go over to index.html and remove this Google right here, and I'm going to place in contact.html, and then we'll go over here and write contact us. All right, let's go ahead and save this, and let's go back to this point, and here we're going to refresh this and check it out. All right, so this, we have to go back to the page, and let's refresh, and we have contact us. Let's go ahead and click on contact us and say this is the contact page, and here we have home. Click on home and goes back to the home page. Now let's go back to front-end web developer bootcamp, and right here we have these different pages right here. Can you see that? Now whenever I click on login, it takes me straight to login page. All right, and whenever I click on video or audio, it takes me to the media page. All right, so the best cinema gallery, and if I click on sign up, it will take me to sign up page. So when you start taking the course on front-end web developer bootcamp, where we build this website, you can be able to see how to build the complex menu bar or the navigation bar that you see right here. Okay, so I believe that is cool. Now you've gotten the concept of how the web works, or how web links work. Now I'm going to introduce you to something under web links, and here I'm going to show you how you can be able to open this next page, or when you how to open this page on another window or another tab. You have click on something that takes you to different tabs and not just the same tab. Let's say back here, if I click on contact us, it's still on the same tab, and home is still on the same tab. Now let's go over and learn how to move to different tab altogether. So for you to target another tab, go ahead and say target, and let target be equal to underscore blank. Underscore blank. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's go back here and refresh. Now if I go ahead and click on contact us, you see it moves to different page entirely. And if I click on home, still on the same page because this one I didn't give it anything. Alright, so let's go back here and I'm going to delete this right there. Okay, so we can just remain with index.html. Now if I go back and change this target link to, let's say, save and save, this is just like a default. Okay, with this default you don't need to add a self if you want it to just be on the same page. Let's go ahead and hit on contact. It's just see on the same page because I put it just self on the same page. All right, we have some other ones like parent and top, but we don't usually use that. Like you can go ahead and say you want it to be on the parent, and let's go over here and check it out, and let's refresh this and hit on this. It's just on the same page. Okay, so it's just like using self and default on its own. All right, now I believe that is really cool, and I will let you know that for you to be able to get a menu bar just like this or navigation bar like this, you have to combine the unordered list and the anchor tag together for you to get something that looks exactly like this one right here. Okay, I believe that is really cool. So I think as you have this, there is no need for us going over to checking it out, but let me go ahead and quickly do that so that we can be able to see how that works. Let's say if I want to create navigation bars, I'll go ahead and go down here. Let me go down here and create an ordered list. So on ordered list, and here I'm going to add a list. Let me say a list, and I'm going to add an anchor tag, and then I'm going to copy everything right here. Copy this. Alright, so let me go ahead and say that the first one is home, and for the media page, let's say media, and for the blog page, let's say blog, and the next one is sign up page, and the last one is login. Alright, so if we don't want this to move to it, because we have not created these pages for home, media, blog, sign up and login, so go ahead and by default and put the hashtag right there. So by default, whenever you're creating something and you don't want that to move to any page, go ahead and put a hashtag there, and let's go ahead and move over here and refresh this and check it out. Alright, so this is I'm still right here. Now you can see that it has just created this for you. Alright, now let's go back to this point that we have here, and let's take the home right here and put the home right inside the is tag, and take this media, call this media, and put this media right inside the anchor tag, and for the blog, copy that and put that right inside the anchor tag. Then for the sign up, cut that and put that right inside the anchor tag, and the login, cut that and put that right inside the anchor tag. So in the previous one, we are able just to put that inside the unordered list. Now we have see how to create unordered list. Now we go back and now make this to be a tag, to be a link. Let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. Now you can see it is now a link, and if I click on it, you can see that it gives me index.html hash, and if I click on media, you can see that the color changes, showing that they are links. Okay, now if I click on contact, it goes back there, and I click, you go back to this point. Now, so when you start taking this course, you can see how to create this and how to use CSS to style all this. All right, now we are still on HTML alone because HTML is just the backbone, just the skeleton, and that is what we are just doing. So now you've learned how to do that. I go ahead and practice with it, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at image links. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we were able to look at page links, and then we were able to move from one page to another. Now we'll quickly go ahead and look at how to use an image to link to another stuff altogether. Let's say you want to click on image and then go to another page or go to another stuff or entirely. Let's go ahead and look at that. So we have learned about image tag. Now we're going to use the knowledge of image tag and go ahead and say image. Then let's go over to this point. Here inside this folder I have an image called coffee.png. So I'll go ahead and look at the source of that, and I'm going to say images slash coffee.png. Alright, so let's check and make sure that everything is okay. So that is coffee, double E. So coffee.png. Now I want, whenever I click on this, it will go ahead and open up maybe the contact page. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Now I'll go ahead and remove this contact page right here, or I will go ahead and leave that. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to surround this image with anchor, the anchor tag. Then I'll come down here and surround, close the anchor tag. Alright, so looking at that, you can see that it has been surrounded with anchor tag. Now inside the anchor tag, I'll go ahead and give it a href, and I'm going to point these to go to the contact.html. Alright, so contact.html. And now the image, remember that anytime you add an image, you go ahead and give it an alternative. So let's say alternative, I'm going to say that it is a contact coffee. So contact coffee, and let's go ahead and save that. Now let's go ahead and move over to the page and refresh this page, and you can see my image already so big. Now I'll go ahead and click on that, and it took me to this contact page, and if I click on that, it goes back to image. Now I've shown us how to style the image. Let's go over to this image again. For image, we can go ahead and give the image, and let's say the width of the image is going to be equal to 200, and let the height of the image be equal to 200. Now let's go and refresh this page. Now you can see the image is now a little bit smaller. So click on that, it takes you to the contact page. Click on that, it takes you to the home page. So now we've learned how to use an image tag. It's just a short video to let us know how to also use that. Now you can also go ahead and create as many as you want. Let's say you want to create, click on image, and then it go ahead and downloads a PDF. How can you be able to do that? So first of all, you have to upload a PDF to Google Drive. So let's go ahead and get one and try that out. So right here I have lots of PDF files of my Java project, and I'll go ahead and click on the first one, that is array.pdf, and I'm go ahead and get the shareable link. So just click on get shareable link, and that has been copied. Now let's go over here, and we're going to replace this contact page with that link we just copied. So I'll go ahead and paste that right here. Now if I paste that there, if I click on the image, it's going to download the link. Okay, so I think I should keep that and create another anchor tag. Let's go ahead and create another anchor tag, and let's go ahead and put the link right there. And here we're going to say download PDF. Download PDF. Now let's go ahead and move over to the browser and refresh. So now we have download PDF, and when we click on that, it will go over here, and this is the PDF files right here. And then you can go ahead and hit on download. Can you see that? It's right here. Hit on download. You can download this PDF. Alright, so I believe that is cool. Alright, so we are moving, So that is all about the image and the download PDF that we just learned right now. So you can go ahead and learn how to attach some links so that people can go ahead and download some things that they want by uploading them on the Google Drive or even the Dropbox or anywhere. So you can go ahead and just do exactly the same thing. All right. So that is all about the download link. And if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question on the answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at one more link, and that is the email link. Alright, so we all have an email, and each time you want your visitors to just directly send mail to you without them going through maybe the problem of coming down here to click on the contact page. So let's say here on the contact page, you might want your visitors to just hit on this. Instead of opening this, it will go straight to their email and down and allow them to send email direct to you. How can you be able to do that so that it can be able to work very well? Now let's go over to this point, and let's say down here I'm going to go ahead and create something right here, and I'm going to create an anchor tag, and the anchor tag, let the href be mail to. Alright, so you go ahead and use mail to. So now mail to, you go ahead and put your address. Let's say it is xyz@gmail.com. So I say xyg@gmail.com. Then we'll go ahead and say contact us. Alright, now let's go ahead and we have used contact us right here. So let's go ahead and say send us mail or drop a message. So let's go back and refresh and check it out. So drop a message, click on this. So it's now open your email, so you can be able to send mail to anyone that you want. So once you click on that, just open your mail immediately. Alright, so that's cool. I'll go ahead and close that because I don't want my email to be open right here. So anytime you click on that, to just go ahead and open the email. And if you're using Yahoo, to go ahead and open Yahoo. If you are using Gmail, to go ahead and open that. Okay. Alright, so I wouldn't want my email to be open right here. That's why I have just to close it. But now you've got an idea on how mail to works. So each time you use mail to, the next thing, the attribute is just to go and feed it with the email is going to go to. So once you put the email, and that is all about the email link. It's just very simple and very straightforward. So under the beginners bootcamp, I will also teach you how to click on this to go to your email, and also I will also teach you how to send this one, so that I can be able to say maybe your name is let's say GK, and let's say your email is xyz@gstv.com, and here you can go ahead and write anything you want to write inside here, and then click on send, and it will send. And what if you don't even send anything and go ahead on send? It asks you to fill all fields. Okay, so we are not teaching that. We are still on the basics of HTML right here. Now the code is just ready before you. Put it down on your own system, you play around with it, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you to another video lecture on HTML. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and learn how to create forms. Alright, so let's go ahead and move over to front-end developers bootcamp. Right here we have a sign up page. So if you click on sign up page, we created a form for users to join. So here you learn how to create a login page, a sign up page. So if you're already a member, go ahead and hit on login and it will take you to login page. And here, existing members will go ahead and log in. But if you're not yet an existing member, you go ahead and click on register and it will take you back to sign up page. Alright, I hope that is cool. Now, what we want to learn is how do we create these things? How do we create all these? Okay? How do we create all these? Now, for us to be able to do that, we have to go back to the Sublime text and learn how to create a form. So for us to create a form, we go ahead and put a form tag. And now inside the form tag, we have to create an input. So you go ahead and say input and let the type of input, maybe you want to create the first name. So the type of input is going to be, let's say, text. All right. And now let's give it a name and let that name be first name. So you can name it anything, right? First name. So if you've created this, what you need to do now is after your input, you have to go and add a label, but I'll not add a label at this moment. So before we go ahead to start adding labels, I want us to first of all to see how the input looks like. Okay, now let's go over to the browser and refresh this and check it out. So now we can see we have an input right here, and you can name anything, you can just type anything, text, because it's just for text. Okay, now go ahead and delete that. So if you go back to this point and say that the type of input is not text but email, let's go ahead and say it is email and go back to the browser. So coming back to our browser, I'll go ahead and refresh this and let's go ahead and say that this is maybe let's say HK, and if I hit enter, you can see please enter an email address, because the type of input now is email and no longer text. Can you see that? All right, now if you go ahead and add at gmail.com, you can now hit enter and your email is submitted. Can you see the email right here? First name equal to, this is ejike@gmail.com. Can you see that? Now let's go ahead and move in, remove this, and let's go ahead and say the type is password. All right, now let's go over here and refresh again. For the password, go ahead and say hello. Can you see that? Because the type is not a password, it goes ahead to encrypt that, and it went ahead and cover the text. Only you knows what you're typing right there. All right, so this helps us to be able to hide our password, and if you hit enter, it go ahead and submit that. Don't save yet. So here you can see the password is right here. Now we've learned about inputs. Now let's go ahead and create something that looks so nice, because this is not looking so good at all. So first of all, I'm going to delete this right here. Now the next thing I'm going to do is, the first thing is to give a label. Now when you give a label, you go ahead and say what is the name of the label. Let's say it's for first name. So I want users to enter their first name, and inside the label, go ahead and give a for. Now I'm going to leave that for to be empty until I put in the input. Now I have input, and the type of input is text. All right, and let's say the name is going to be first name. Now I have to give this input an ID, and let's say the ID is equal to f name for first name. So any name I give this ID, that is the name this for is going to be. So I'm go ahead and give this for the name of the ID, so that it will always know which input is following. So f name. Now if I save this, I'll go back to the browser and refresh this so we can check it out. So first name, can you see that? Hope that is cool. Now let's go ahead and add more of these. So we'll go ahead and copy this and go ahead and paste that. Let's paste. Now we have learned about password. You can go ahead and change this to be last name, and then we'll go ahead and change the full name to be L name for last name, and we change the ID to be L name as well. Now we have to change the name from first name to last name right here. So you can give this any name of your choice. You are not expected to just do exactly the same way I am doing this. Alright, so you can give it your own name. But remember that the ID and the form must be the same for the label and the input you are talking about. Okay, now let's go ahead and change this first name to be your email. Your email. Now we're going to change the phone name to be my mail. Alright, so the ID is also going to be my mail. My mail. And now the text is no longer, the type is not going to be text anymore, it's going to be email. And then let's go ahead and remove the name and let's call that my email and save this. Now you can see I give this any name I want. Alright, so let's go ahead and run this, and you can see everything is just on one single line. Now how can you be able to bring this down? What you need to do is, after an input, go ahead and make this to go to the next line by adding a break tag and add a break tag. Any place you want this to move, go ahead and add a break tag right there, and let's go back to this point and save. Can you see that it moves down? If you want the first name to be on top, you can still go ahead and add a break tag. So go ahead and add a break tag. Alright, let's go ahead and run this code again and check it out. So you can see first name on top, last name on top. Let's go ahead and put the email to be on top as well. So you can play around with this later. Now let's go ahead and add a password. So for a password, go ahead and add a label, and let's go ahead and say password, and then we'll go ahead and give it 4, and let that be PS. Alright, so it means we're going ahead and give an input, and let the input type is going to be password. It's for the input type, and let the name be my password. Alright, now let's give it an ID. Let's give it an ID and let the ID be PSWD. Go ahead and let's go ahead and add a break tag, and also add a break tag and all of them. So you can do this any way you want. It's not a must. You're going to add a break tag in every one of them. Alright, go ahead and run this code and let's check it out. So you can see I added a break tag right here. Now let's go back to this point. You can see that I didn't add a break tag right here. It's just on one straight line, just one straight line. And let's go to the login page and check our login page. So you can see login page, I added a break tag, and both of them just, they're different. Now can you see that? Alright, now let's go ahead and create a submit button, so that when you give your first name, your last name, your email, and your password, and hit the submit button, it go ahead and submit this. Alright, now let's go ahead and say give an input, and let the type of input be submit. Alright, so the type of input is a submit input. Now the next thing that we need now is we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and give it a value. So we have to give it a value, and that value is what is going to display for the users. Okay, so let the name be submit. Now let's go ahead and give the value that is going to show to the users, and let's go ahead and put this to be okay. Let's go ahead and put submit okay. Let's say okay, submit. Alright, the reason why I'm going to do this is because I've added submit everywhere, so you might not know the one we are talking about that's going to be shown to the users. Now let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. Can you see that? Submit. Alright, now each time I press submit, it went ahead and display everything right here, Now let's go ahead and add name is going to be, let's say, AGK, and the last name is going to be, let's say, Ifeanyi Chukwu, and let the email is going to be agk@gmail.com, and let the password be equal to blah blah blah, and let's hit OK. Now don't save. Let's go back to this. Can you see that here I have first name equal to AGK and last name equal to Ifeanyi Chukwu here. Now the email address is equal to agk@gmail.com, and my password is also displayed right here. Hello www. Wow. And the submit is equal to OK plus. Now how can you overcome this? Because it's not always good for you to be able to have something like this. So what we're going to do right now is go back to our form. So each time you want to create a form, you have to give your form some attributes. The first attribute is action. So the action is what you want this form to do, or where do you want it to go. If you have a back end, let's say you have a back end script, you want this to go and check maybe PHP script or Python script or JavaScript. Now I want that to go to this point. This is our contact page we created in the beginning of this course. So I want, whenever I click on that, it should go to contact page. Let's say contact.html. All right. Now for us to do that, let's go ahead and say the method that we need this is, let's say, get method. All right. So I want to show the difference between get method and the post method. All right, so get method, if you go ahead and add anything, by default it takes get method. All right, so your form by default takes get method. Let's say first name is equal to my first, and last name is equal to our last, and email is equal to new email, and password is equal to hello, and go ahead and click on submit. You see, because this is an email, it needs a valid email. So a new email at Gmail or any name or of your own, and go ahead and hit enter. Now don't save. Now let's go back to this, and you can see first name is equal to my first name, last name is equal to our last name, and my email is just the same thing. It is being displayed on this tab for any person to copy that. And now you need to always protect these details because it's very, very important. So we need to always protect these details because it is very, very important. We don't need to keep our details exposed. All right. So how can you be able to do that? Let's go back here and change this get method to post method. So go ahead and change that to be post method. So once you change that to a post method, it's going to hide the details. And post method is what you're recommended to always use. All right. So before we go ahead to run this code, I'll first of all remove this action, or I'm going to make this action to be void by removing this contact.html. All right. Now let's go ahead and run this code so we can be able to see the effect very well. So let's go ahead and say first name is going to be hello first. Wow, is that hello first? Hello first, and last name is going to be world last, and the email is going to be hello@world.com. Now let the password is going to be 12345. Then go ahead and hit OK. Now don't submit, don't save. So coming over here, you can see that you didn't see anything like that here. Wow, okay. I supposed to go ahead and click on this. It takes me to contact page because I didn't save this. All right. So after I have removed this contact page, I failed to save that again before I want to run the code. So it has already saved the contact. Now let's go back and refresh this code again. So let's go ahead and say that this is last hello, and Last one is going to be world last, and let the email is going to be last@hello.com, and let the password be anything. Go ahead and click OK and don't save. So we are still on index.html because there's no action at this moment. Now you can't see anything like first name or anything like last name, your email, or blah 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 up here. So the reason why it didn't appear is because we used post method. Alright, so developers use post method in order to hide all these. Okay, with post method everything will be hidden. You don't need to see this on the tab. Okay, now if we go ahead and add action to be equal to contact.html, so to go ahead and move us to the contact page, which we have already seen, so there's no need for us going over doing this again. Now in the next video lecture, we'll go ahead and talk more about the HTML forms. We're going to add things like check buttons and checkbox, radio buttons, and so on. Go ahead and see how they works as well. But for now, go ahead and practice with this. And if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section. And I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you, and see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on HTML. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and continue with the HTML forms. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we were able to do this, and we're able to generate something that it looks so good like this. I know that might not be what you expect, like as we have in here. Now I want to take us down. Let's go back to the register page or sign up page. So under the sign up page, we added something like the checkbox, the radio buttons. We also added a drop down for options, so you can be able to choose any of the countries you want. And you might ask me, how can we be able to do something like this, right? How can we be able to add something like this on our website? Because it's something good if you can be able to add all this. The essence of making this website is for you to know how to do that professionally. But we'll go ahead and learn the basics right now. Just go ahead and add this right here. So let's go over to this point. We're going to start off immediately. I'm going to push down the submit button to be just below this. All right, now I'll go ahead and show us how to add a text area. Let's say you want to send message. Let's say going back to this point, you can go to the home, and then let's go ahead and click on contact. We have this area where we can be able to tap in message and hit on send, and that's sent. All right, so you can go ahead and fill up this email. I don't need to fill that. Let me go ahead and close that. So we want to learn how did they do this? All right, how did they create this? Let's go ahead and learn how to do that, and then we embed it inside this. So going back here, what we need to do is we go ahead and create a tag called text area. So the text area tag is going to contain some attributes. So let's say it contains rows, and let rows be equal to, let's say, 3. Okay, and let column, though you can be able to stretch this, let column be equal to 10. So that is really so small. So if we go ahead and run this code, let's go over and run this code and check it out. So we have this right here. You can stretch this. Can you see that? You can stretch it. That is why I said it doesn't matter. So you can always, by default, is 10, but you can also increase that maybe to match others. Maybe let's make that to be like 100. By default, it's going to be so long. So you have to check and know. See that? It's really so big. Oh wow, that is really so big, guys. Now let's go ahead and make that to be 20 because the 10 is small and 100 is too big. So let's go back and refresh and check it out. All right, it's better off right now. Okay, so that is better off. Let's go back to Sublime Text and adjust that to be like 15. So if the column is 15, let's go over and check that out. So hope that is cool now. So go back to home. Now the next thing is we want to learn how to add checkbox. How to add a checkbox. So to add a checkbox to this, you can go over and create an input, and let the input type be checkbox. Alright, so that is checkbox, and let the name of the input be, let's say, Java, and let the value, let's give the value, and let the value be on. Alright, so you can as well give it a label. Alright, let's go ahead and give it a label, and or you go ahead and give it some, like, say, Java. Now let's go ahead and copy this. If you want this to be like 20 times, 10 times, go ahead and copy that, and let's paste like 4 times. So the next one is Python, and next one is web. Then the next one is, let's go ahead and give it a C++. Alright, so change this to Python, and let's go ahead and change this to web, and then we'll go ahead and change this to C++. Alright, now let's go over to the browser and let's refresh and check this out. So now you have Java. You can select as many as you want. Can you see that? You can select all of them and go ahead and submit. Alright, now go ahead and add a break tag right here, so that after the text area that goes below, add a break tag and go back and refresh, and let's check it out. So you can see that below. Alright, now what we need to do is we have learned how to create a checkbox. Let's go ahead and learn how to add a radio button. Let's say a radio button. So to add a radio button, I think I need to reduce this to just 2 so that we can have enough space. So for a radio button now, I'll go ahead and add input. So afterwards, I'll go ahead and comment everything right here, so we can be able to know what we are doing. So input type is going to be radio, and let the name of this be equal to, let's call that to be courses. Okay, then we go ahead and we have to give that the same name. Okay, the value has to be different. Let's say the value is going to be web, and let's give web, and here let's go ahead and give a type of radio. Then the name is still going to be a course, so they have to get the same name, then but different values. Alright, now let this be value of let's call that to be male and female, because that is commonly used, so that you can be able to understand the basics of what we are doing. Male, and let's go over and change this to male, and let's go over and change this to female. Alright, now let's go over and run this and check it out. So running this, you can see I cannot select both of them at the same time. Can you see that? Now I'll show you the reason why I can't select this, because you either select male or you select female. So go ahead and put a, let's break this from here. Now if I go ahead and remove this to be course, and let's call this to be hello, and save, let's go down here and refresh. So it's down. I can select male and female at the same time. Can you see that? Selecting male and female at the same time, and that is really so bad, and that is not at all recommended. So we have to give them the same name. Okay, so giving it the same name, go back and refresh and check it out. Now if I select male, female will be off. If I select female, male will be off. Can you see that? That is how radio buttons work. Alright, now let's go over and let's break this so that the break tag is going to always be down. All right. The next one is that I have to show us how to create drop down. So from here, let me go ahead and start over here. Let's go over and put in some comments right here. So let's say here is text area. I'm going to name this to be text area. Alright, so for the checkbox, I'll go ahead and give it, comment this as checkbox. Then go ahead and put this for the radio buttons. Radio buttons. Alright, now let's go ahead and create another one. Then go ahead and learn how to create for the drop down menus, maybe for the countries or anything you just want to create. Okay, so for you to do that, go ahead and use an option tag. So for option tag, it's go ahead and give it some attributes of, let's say, value, and let value is going to be, let's say, country, let's say Nigeria, and anyone you put in first, go ahead and say selected. Okay, so selected, you don't actually need to, or you can still put in Nigeria in there. Now let's go ahead and give this a name, let's say Nigeria. Alright, now we go ahead and add in some other options. Let's say this one, the value of USA. Then we're not going to select this. Okay, now let's go ahead and say it's USA. Let's go ahead and add another one. Let's say option, and let's give it a value of Mexico. Alright, now let's go ahead and say Mexico. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. So you can see that this actually extended downwards. Alright, so that is now what it's supposed to be. So what we're supposed to do now is, we forgot to do something very important. Go ahead and cut everything. Just go ahead and collect this and then create a tab called select. So inside the select, we go ahead and paste this. Okay, so go ahead and paste this inside there so that everything is going to be inside that box, and then we can be able to drop it down. And go ahead and give it a name. Let the name be equal to drop down. Alright, now that we have added this into the select tag, go over and refresh and check it out. So how does it look? Click US, selected. Click Mexico, selected. Nigeria, selected. US, selected. Alright, so go ahead and add a break tag to bring the submit button down. Alright, now I believe that is really good. So if you go ahead and add the break tag and go back here and refresh, you see that the button comes down. So now you have something similar like what you have on the sign up. Let's go back to the sign up, and you have learned how to add this. Okay, now you've learned how to add the radio buttons and checkboxes. I believe that is very, very cool. Alright, so the code is just really before you. Go ahead and pull it down on your own system. You play around with it, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on HTML. In this video lecture, we'll go ahead and learn how to embed videos on our systems. Now, going back to web developer or front-end web developer bootcamp, under the media page, here we have videos, audios, photos, and slide. We've learned how to add photos on our system. Now, let's drag this down and learn how to add videos on our system. So in the previous lectures, I taught you how to add photos. First of all, this type of photos are beyond this course. That is why it's just for front end. Okay, now let's go back to videos. So if I go ahead and play this video, is embedded. You can see embedded video. We embedded this on the media, so we can be able to learn how to embed videos like this on our systems. Okay, now let's go ahead and play this video and see how it works. So the video has every control. Let's say you can be able to take this fast forward, you can be able to take it to the end, you can be able to take it backwards, you can be able to do anything. It has both the audio, you can see, you can control the audio right here, and I can still increase. Can you see that? It works, and you can still take that to the large screen. Okay, so now it fills the entire screen. All right, now let's go back and stop this. Okay, so that is all about the video. You can see we can now embed videos on our web pages and can have something good like this. So in order to learn how to embed videos, let's go to Sublime Text and learn how to embed that. So first of all, you go back to your folder and create a folder called videos. All right, I've always asked you and I will tell you to create folders of whatever you want to add. Go ahead and double click on this. Now I have this, and this is a whatsapp.mp4 and this is final whatsapp.ogg. all right, so this is just the same thing. I renamed them differently. Okay, I can go ahead and change this name from final to just give it exactly the same name. All right, let's go ahead and give the two exactly the same name because both are not of the same extensions. Okay, so this is a whatsapp.ogg and this is a whatsapp.mp4. so whenever you want to add a video to your website, you either add the two videos, maybe .mp4 or any other extension, and you go ahead and add .ogg. .ogg is for every browser. It can play on variety of browsers, but mp4 may not play on the old versions of the browsers. Okay, so that is why we have the default. Now let's go ahead and say we want to add videos to our system. How can we add videos to our system? So the first thing we need to do is we have what is called a video tag. All right, so we have a video tag, and then we go ahead and create the source of the video. Let's say source. So you have to give it a type. Then for the source, we go back here and put that whatsapp.mp4 under video folders. So go ahead and say it is under videos slash whatsapp. I don't know whether this is correct. whatsapp.mp4. all right, let's check if the name is just the same. All right, okay, so let's go ahead and remove this. Now we have this, and you have to give it a type. The type is, which type it is videos. That is video type slash mp4. all right, so the one we just put now is mp4. okay, so go ahead and save this. Actually, I have the updated browser. It actually have to run. Now let's go back to our browser and go over to this web design and refresh. So actually you can see this right here, and I have this top video that is here, and if I go ahead and click on that, it's not just like a normal video, so we have to go and give it some controls because now it cannot play. The video is just here, but there's no control, there is no height, it's just filling the space. So how can we be able to control that? Let's go back here and go to the videos. Right, say under the videos, let's give it a width, and let's say maybe a width of 350, and let's go ahead and give it a height, and let the height be 250. All right, now let's go ahead and refresh and check out the height and the width. All right, so that is really very small. Okay, remember that this is supposed to enclose everywhere here. Now I'll go back here to Sublime Text, and I'll go ahead and add controls to the videos. So let's go ahead and say controls. Now we've added controls. Let's go back and refresh this and check it out. So now we have controls. You can actually play the video now. Go ahead and play. Alright, so that is just the video. I know that video doesn't cover the whole spaces. Okay, let me go ahead and get actual video which we use on that web developer bootcamp. Alright, so I've added a video called djtechno.mp4. Now let's go back here and move over to this point, and let's change this from video WhatsApp to djtechno.mp4. Now let's go back and refresh this and check it out. So go ahead and refresh and let's check it out. So you can see it has not taken the normal form. So if you go ahead and run this, go ahead and play it. Alright, so that is all for now. So let's go back to Sublime Text. So now you've seen how to add videos. So for you to do this, remember to always, I'll go ahead and copy this. Anytime you add this, let's say you add a video, always make the video to be of 2 extensions. That is, you can have djtechno.org and djtechno.org and djtechno.mp4. So whenever it comes to the browser, if the browser does not support the first one, it will go ahead and support the last one. Alright, so this is to avoid the case whereby you go ahead and put just mp4 alone, and some people might tell you that they don't see this video, it doesn't play on their own browsers. So the reason is that it's always good to go ahead and convert this. You have several free online converters that can convert mp4 to .ogg. Alright, and now what if after converting everything from mp4 to ogg and adding just these 2 of them right here, yet it was not able to play? What will you do? Now what you're going to do is you go ahead and tell the user, let's say your browser does not support the video type. So for every browser that does not support any of this video type, we can see this. So any browser that does not support the video type, we go ahead and get this displayed on the browser, and they will know that, oh, it's actually the default or the fault of my browser. Alright, so this is how to add videos on your web pages. I believe that is very simple. So remember to add controls, remember to add the height, or if we go ahead and increase this height, maybe say going to say that the width is 700 and let the height be 550 or 500. Let's go back and refresh this and check it out. So you can see it is now bigger, and if you play that, it will still work out fine. Alright, so this in a way, this is the way you can be able to add all these. Alright, so again, go over to this point. Let's go back to Front-End Developers Bootcamp. So under Front-End Developers Bootcamp, you also learn how to add the cover page. You can see you can add any cover to cover the videos, but right here, if you go ahead and refresh this, it's going to just be a blank and doesn't make much sense. Alright, or it just go ahead and show you a default picture or video or section of the video on the screen, which does not make sense. But here I covered the entire video with a very nice picture. All right, and it is very good and very interesting. So when you take web developer bootcamp or front end web developer bootcamp, you can go ahead and learn how to do this. All right, because this actually is beyond this lecture at the moment. All right, so let's go ahead and keep the code right here. The code for this is just right before you. Go ahead and put it down on your system, play around with it, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video, we'll go ahead and learn how to use iframes to host our videos online. Alright, so let's go ahead and say you get some videos from YouTube, or you have your YouTube videos that you want to embed on your own website. How can you be able to do that? Now let's go ahead and check it out. So we have this, and the best way to host videos on website is from YouTube. That is the perfect place. Upload those videos to YouTube and then stream them. So this will help to make your videos to stream better, because YouTube offers that best. And if you check most of the websites you have today, you will see that most videos are hosted on YouTube or Vimeo or any other online video hosting platform. So let's say we have this DJ Techno that we want to get. We've gotten the URL from YouTube and we want to host this, and these are free royalty videos. So if you want to use any video that is not your own, please ensure that it's a free royalty video and you have the rights to use that on your website, else you can be sued for that. Okay, now let's go ahead and say I'm going to delete everything right inside here, and under the videos I'm going to change the video tag to iframe. All right, let's say iframe, then the closing video tag I will change that to iframe2. Now I don't need controls because by default YouTube videos have controls, so I'm going to replace this control with source, and I'm going to paste the YouTube link I've gotten from here. Now what I need to do again is, inside here you have youtube.com/watch/blah blah blah. If you check this, they say which video do you want to watch, so you have to know what this means as a developer. Okay, you have to be conversant with the URL. This is the part of the video that is going to play, and this part requires you, what are you watching? What you need to do is go ahead and delete this. In almost all the URL you're going to see that. So add another / and inside there go ahead and say embed. Alright, so this word embed will help that video to run. Let's go ahead and say that by default I'm going to put this back the way it is, and I have this. And now if I go ahead and save this, and this is, let's make this to be 450. Okay, now let's go over to this point and refresh. Now let's say I have this right here, and you can see that when you refresh this is what you just get. You get an empty iframe, just give you the size 750 by 450, and you didn't see the video. So what actually went wrong is because there is no embed. For the video to be embedded inside this iframe, you have to go back to Sublime Text, remove this wash right here, replace this, and go ahead and say embed. Alright, now we have embed in between youtube.com/embed/ the URL that's of the video. Now let's go back to this point and let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. And now you have this. Can you see that this is free stock footage of DJ Techno Music Club? Now let's go ahead and play that, and it's going to work out very well. Alright, you can see that by default YouTube gives you everything right here. Okay, so that is all for now. So that is YouTube for you. You host everything on YouTube and you pick that from there and play that any other place you want it to be. Alright, so that is how to host some of your videos or any of your video that is on YouTube on your own web page, and it's going to stream very well
and with ease. So, and I recommend you to always use that. That is the best way, and that is the best method to use to host your videos on your website. So for now, go ahead and practice with that, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, let's go ahead and learn how to add audios to our web pages. Alright, so we've learned how to add videos. Let's go ahead and talk about audios. Before we go ahead to do that, let's go over to this is our folder. Inside here, we have audios, and if you double click on that, we have jinglebells.mp3 and we have jinglebells.ogg. Just like the same videos, you have ogg for mp3s, that's for audios and for videos. And if you want to upload these things, it's just the same way you do that for videos. Let's go ahead and say we have an audio tag. So we have an audio tag, and then inside this audio, let's quickly go ahead and give it controls, as we have known about controls. Okay, alright, so let's go ahead and give it controls. So then the next thing is we have to give the source of where we're getting the audio. So for the source, we go over to this point, and then we'll go ahead and copy the name of this. Alright, so that is jinglebells.mp3. Go ahead and press that, jinglebells.mp3. Alright, so the type of this is audio. So audio / mp3. Alright, so we have mpeg. Now this jingle bell is inside a folder called called audio. So go over here and say audio / jingle bell. Now let's check out this first before we can go over to add the .ogg, because my browser is the latest and is going to play. Let's go ahead and move over and check it out. So what we did in the previous lecture. If you go ahead and refresh this, you can see the audio is right here. Now let's go ahead and click on play. Alright, so that is all. If I keep playing that, it's almost 2 minutes and 22 seconds, so it's too much. So the fact is that we've seen what we need. Now what we need to do is go ahead and copy this, in case, because we're targeting older browsers too. Alright, not everyone has the latest browsers. Okay, so we'll go ahead and change this to .ogg. Alright, so you might think, does .ogg works? Yes, it works. Let's go ahead and remove the .mp3 and let's run this code and check it out. So we have only .ogg right here. Now let's go back and refresh. So you see, we still have this right here. Okay, now if I click on that, it will still work out fine. Alright, so that is all for now. Let me go over and put this back again. Now if after all this and it didn't play either the OGG or the mp3, go ahead and display to the user your browser does not support. So your browser does not support the audio type. So that is what the user is going to see. Your browser does not support the audio type, and that will be displayed there. But for now, we're using the latest browsers, and it's going to support either mp3 or .ogg. So for anyone that comes first, the other one will be hidden. So if you go ahead and run this code, you're not going to see both of them at the same time. Just one you're going to see. All right. So that is the way that HTML just made it. So that is all about audios. I believe you've learned something very good in HTML, and you can go ahead and practice more on that. So for now, go ahead and practice, and I believe that is going to help you until you get to CSS, and we can go ahead and play more on this or this. So thank you for now, and bye.
I'll come back again to another video lecture, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and look at CSS part of this course. Alright, so we are here to look at CSS part of this course. Let's say going over to front-end developers bootcamp, you can see that the work of what makes this to look so nice and so good is CSS. It's CSS that makes it that when I click on this, it gives me some awesome look, and it makes a website to look so nice. If I go ahead and click on the blog page, you're going to see the website that looks so sweet. The arrangement and everything is the work of CSS. Okay, so when you go to login page, you see an awesome look, and the next question is, how can you start building this type of website? Now, remember, the goal point of everything is to introduce you to the basics of website design, and then when you go over to front-end web developer bootcamp, you can lay your hands on advanced website design, just like this one. You go ahead and add search bar. Let's go over to our Sublime text, and inside of Sublime text, let's go ahead and create a H1, and let's go ahead and add hello world. Alright, now go back to the browser and let's refresh this, and this is hello world. In this lecture, I'll go ahead and introduce us to the basics of CSS and what you're supposed to know as developers, and then we dive into the course properly. Now go ahead and right click on this hello world. Alright, so when you right click on that, you go ahead and see what is called inspect element. I don't mean page source. If you click on page source, this is what you're going to see. Alright, so this is what the website looks like. Alright, you cannot actually see a complete website whenever you click on page source. Alright, so this is not what we need. Now go back here and right click and click on inspect element. Alright, so I have actually removed this from my system. Now if I go ahead and put this back, it's going to look just this way. Maybe left, it goes this way, or maybe right, it goes to the end of this, or maybe the bottom, and this by default, this is how it's going to look like. Alright, so this, I'm going to leave it this way because I believe this is what you have at the moment. Alright, now let's go ahead and click on any part of this. Let's say the body. If you click on the body and come over here and go ahead and say that the background, let's say the background color, and let's give it #90EE90. Alright, now if you go over here, you can see that this is the same background that you have here, right? Now let's drag this down. Can you see? We have entirely covered the background, and we have just exactly the same thing like what we have here. But remember, we are not going to work with anything related to this, but I'm going to show you some things, okay? Now, what if I go ahead and say I want this text to change? I'll go ahead and click on H1, right? And go under element, and I'll go ahead and say color, and let me give the text color as red. Now you can see the text color has changed to red. Alright, I believe that is cool. Can you see that? The text color has changed to red. Now what if I want the background of this text color? I don't mean the body, the entire body. I mean the background of this text color to be blue. What will I do? Go over here and let's say that the background color is a background color, and let's go ahead and say it is blue. Alright, I can see you're having something so sweet now, and in this case you are seeing something that is so interesting. Remember that all these are not permanent. Okay, we're going to break down Google and see how Google works as well. Alright, now let's go ahead and say we want to increase the font size. Alright, let's say we want to increase the font size, and we're going to say font size, and let the font size of the hello world be, let's say, 50 pixels. Can you see it has increased? And if I go ahead and make it 100, let's check it out. 100 pixels. Wow, is that really getting large? Can you see that? So we can play around with all these right here, right? So under the inspect, we can add so many attributes, can add so many things here. Let's say this is what you have at the moment, okay, and this is just the basics. Now the fun part of this is that this is not just permanent. If I go ahead and refresh this, everything will just disappear. Check it out, everything goes off. Now let's go ahead and click on Google. Now what I'm going to do is I want Google to have a background color of blue. Let's go ahead and change this, and let's say background color of blue. Can you see that Google has taken a background color of blue? And I think Google looks better off right now, and all of us might wish to have something good like this. Wow. All right, now all right, so now if you want to play around with Google, right, say here I have the Google offered in Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, all these languages. You can go ahead and do that. I think we need to shift this to go to the side. Let's change this to the left side so you can be able to see what you are doing, because it's really covering me, and I'm struggling so much to search for things right here. Now we can go ahead and change Google offered, and let's go ahead and say that this is Google course. Okay, courses offered. Courses offered here. All right. Now you can see that courses offered here. The same way you can just go ahead and edit these things. Okay. Go ahead and this is the image. This is the Google logo right here. So that is what you're seeing right here. So if I bring this my mouse right here, you can see the Google logo, and that is what you see right here is shown up. And the same way you can go ahead and break down Google just anyhow you want it. All right, just anyhow you want it. Go ahead and break down Google the same way. These are the works of CSS that helps us to be able to play around with Google and do so many things right here. Okay, but the funny part of this is that if I refresh this Google page, you're going to see the normal Google. Let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. So these are normal Google right here. So everything right here is just for educational purpose. So you can always inspect your elements, check where you have problems, and able to correct them in real life. So using the inspect element can help you. It's just for developers alone. Then we're going to discuss more on the box model. So this box model is for every website you're doing. You're always going to see a box model of it. Okay, and in case if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, because in the next video we'll go ahead and dive into learning CSS and see how all these things work. Okay, I'll go ahead and close this, and we have our Google page right here again. So for now, thank you so much, and see you in the next video lecture. I'm welcome back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and look at the basics of CSS. Alright, so in the previous lecture we were able to look at the breakdown of what CSS is all about and how to play around with it, and we also went ahead and inspected elements. Now you have seen the work of Google, and also seen the work of front-end web developers. Now it is your own work that is necessary, and until you get it right, then you cannot become a better software developer or a better web developer or website designer. You can call it anything. Now right here we have just only the HTML skeleton of this website, and we want to get just exactly the same thing we had previously in the previous lecture. Now the best method to work with CSS is by having what is called an external CSS. We're going to still discuss about inline CSS, and we're going to still discuss what is called external CSS. But by default, go ahead and create a new tab, and this tab is still untitled. Now go over and save this right now. Let's go ahead and save this, and here we have contact and index.html. Now we are going to call this to be, you can go ahead and keep it inside a folder called CSS folders. Let's go ahead and create the CSS folders for this so that it can always be inside there. I go ahead and say the CSS. Now we can see all our CSS files inside the CSS folder. Now, so go inside the CSS and let's name this to be main.css, and save this. All right, now when you check this down here, you can see we have CSS right here, and if you go to HTML down here, you can see we have HTML. So by default, Sublime Text knows if you're working with a CSS file, or you're working with a HTML file, or you're working with a JavaScript file. Okay, now we have this, and we want to go ahead and style in the hello world and also style in the body of this. How can we do that? Go over to CSS and let's say body. We want to just implement what we learned in the previous lecture, and let's go ahead and say that we have the background color to be #990 WE90. Press semicolon at the end and save this. Now you might think this will work once you just create it. No, it won't work like that. Let's go ahead and refresh our browser and check it out. Now, if you go to your browser and refresh this, nothing happens because you have not called this CSS file into your HTML file. Now, what you're going to do is go back to HTML and go right under the heading after your title, and let's go ahead and create what is called a link. All right. Now, let's go ahead and say a link. And you can see is a style sheet. This calls means relation or relative. You can call that relation or relative. It's a style sheet, and remember that CSS is cascaded style sheet. All right. So whenever you're working with a style sheet, you're working with CSS, and by default gives you the type of this as text/CSS. And now where is the CSS located? It's inside the same folder with index.html, but it's inside a folder called CSS folder /main.css. Now we have been able to join these together. These have been joined with this. Now if we go ahead and run this, remember to always save your text. So now refresh this, and you can see we have the background color that we desire, and now we have something similar to the background color of this. All right, hope that is cool. All right, I believe that is really amazing. Now going back to main.css, we can go ahead and choose this h1 right here. We can choose this h1 right here and say h1, and for everything that has h1 will be at the same color. Let's say the color of this h1 is red. That is what we gave it. So remember, we're still going to talk about color types. We always want our colors to be in hexadecimal and not by default. But if you call this red, it will still give you the same thing. If you go ahead and remove this and call this to be light green. Now if you go ahead and save this, we are going to have, so let's go ahead and run this code, and if you run this code, it's going to give the body light green, just the same color it has previously, and it's go ahead and give the header red color. Now let's go ahead and check it out. Alright, so you can see that the background still retains its color, that is the light green, while the h1 retain get a color of red. Now let's go ahead and give this h1 a background color of blue, just like we did previously. Now going back here, I can go ahead and say that the background color is blue. Alright, now let's go ahead and check it out. Okay, so we have a background color of blue, just like what we got previously, and I believe that is really very interesting right now. Okay, now you can go ahead and see more of that. We're going to play more about this. Okay, all right, now in the world we live as a developer, one thing I will tell you as a developer, and I want you to put that down and let that sink into your head right now, is that there is nothing you are going to search as a developer that is not on the internet. Now I don't expect you to have a Photoshop. I have a Photoshop. Okay, I can go ahead and open my Photoshop right now. So this is my Photoshop. I can go ahead and click on this color. I can pick color. I can use this color picker to pick any color of my own choice. Okay, if I go ahead and move over to this point and type in, let's say 90WE90, I can go ahead and grab this color. You can see that. Now I can be able to play around with this, but I don't expect you to start installing Photoshop on your system because you just want to get these colors. Because most developers go over to Photoshop to go and pick these colors because that is what we have. But in the world we live today, all these are made possible for us. Let me go ahead and close this. Okay. Let me go ahead and minimize this. Now, all these are made possible for us on the internet. Now, on the internet, you can go ahead and go to Google and type CSS color picker, or you can go ahead and type in just color picker, and you have all this right here. You can see an online color picker. Okay, you can pick any color of your choice. All right, so you can pick any color of your choice. And how does that work? That just works exactly the same way Photoshop works. You can go over here and type in, let's say, H90EE90, and that is what I have. Can you see? It will show you the original color right here. Why you can go ahead and play with this and select the color you need. And if you're developing a website, I'm going to show you when we start creating under the front-end developers how we source for many things as front-end web developers, and that is why we develop something so beautiful. And when you finish this course, I bet you're going to be an awesome web developer. Remember, I'm going to put all my knowledge in this course so that you can be able to move ahead and kick off immediately. Now, I don't want to limit you maybe because you've not taken front-end developers course or knowing some of the things that you're supposed to know as a developer. No, it's not just like that. Okay, so if you want red colors, we can always come over here, click on red, maybe choose the red color we need, and we go ahead and grab the hex file. This is the hex file right here. We can grab the hex file, then go back to our design and say we want the background color to be red. Let's go ahead and change the background color here, and let's save this, and let's go back to our browser and go over here and refresh, and you can see how sweet that looks. I believe that is interesting. So there are many other things we have to do. There are many things that we are going to play around. Before the end of this course, you're going to know most of them. Now, before we end this lecture right now, let's go ahead and explain most of these things. So each time you put in, this is called the selector. So what are you determined to do? What do you want to style? I want to style the body. That's why I have to put a body. I want to style H1. That is why I want to put H1. I want to style this or that. Now, if I want H1 to have a background of blue, of red, and what do I need to do? I can go ahead and take this, let's say copy this, go over here, and paste in that there. All right. So go ahead and put a comma and paste in there. I'll go ahead and remove this blue right here. Now I want you to have a background color of red, and let's go back to a browser and refresh and check it out. So it has a background color of red right now because I've now told CSS I want both body, I want both H1, I want both paragraph or anything to have background color of red. Now the next way, I'll go ahead and remove this. Let me go ahead and delete this, and let's save this, and only H1 is going to be red. Okay, now let's go over to our browser and refresh, and that goes off. Only H1 is now red. Now we want to give both H1 the background color of red, and we have to give the body the background color of red. That's what is called universal selector. Universal selector means everything should be given this property. Okay, let's go ahead and say for universal selector we use Xteris, and then we go ahead and let's say background color. Wow, that is not background color. Background color of, let's go ahead and paste what we just copied. Let's go back to here and go to color picker and pick this again. Let's go back and paste in there the color. Now let's save this and go back to our design and refresh. Can you see? We mean when a universal selector is used, it means everything. I want everything to have a background color of red. Both H1 should have a background color of red, but the background should have a background color of red. So we're going to learn more on this later, okay? But for now, I want us to get into these points that these are called selectors. Anything you add here is a selector, okay? And after selector, the next thing we have is the property. The property is the background color, the color, the font size. Let's say one to have a font size of 100 pixel. Okay, so the font size is a property, the color is a property, but red and 100 pixels are known as the values. That is the values. Now if we go ahead and run this code, is the font size of H1 is going to increase. Check it out, it has increased to 100 pixel. Okay, that is the value. 100 pixel is the value, red is the value. Then background color or font size are the properties, why H1 or universal selector or background are called the selectors. So I think we have understood more on this. Now in the next video lecture, we'll go ahead and play more on this so we can be able to learn more about these things. For now, go ahead and play around with this. The code is just ready before you. If you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'm welcome you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look more on selectors. Alright, in the previous lecture, we were able to select some things and we are able to introduce ourselves to selectors. Let's go ahead and delete everything right here. And now when we go back to our browser, we're going to refresh our browser. So this is a paragraph. In the previous lecture, I was able to teach people how to create paragraphs using Lorem Ipsum generator. Now we can go ahead and copy this paragraph and use that to create something awesome in this video. So going back here, let's go ahead and refresh this and everything. This is the paragraphs we've just created. So we have heading 1, we have heading 2, we have heading 3, and we have these paragraphs. We've just copied that from the Lorem Ipsum right here. Now all these are just default, nothing, they're doing nothing right here, and that looks like everything is just dead. Alright, no problem. What we need to do right now is we go back to index.html. Now you can see that everything is not just looking not good. Now I want us to start by learning what. Let's look at class selectors. We have looked at universal selectors right now. Now let's go ahead and look at class selectors. And here I'm going to say first of all, I'll go ahead and let's say I'll go ahead and give the body a class, and I'm going to call that to be main area. Let's call that to be main area. Alright, now we have the class body main area. If we go over to CSS, and for us to be able to identify class, we use a dot. Okay, so once you click a dot, go ahead and give the name of the class, and name of the class is main area. Is that area? Alright, so main area, and then you go ahead and do whatever you want to do right inside here. So instead of writing the HTML name of body, we go ahead and use the class name main area, and then let's go ahead and give it a background color of let's say blue. Now let's go back to our browser and check it out. Now we have this background color of blue. Can you see that? It looks so good. Okay, that is amazing. What if we go ahead and say we want to center everything inside the area? Let's go ahead and say that let's say text align, and instead of, let's go ahead and say center. Remember in HTML I taught you how to center everything using the center tag, but now we're going to center every content of the body at the center. Let's go back to our browser and refresh and check it out. Alright, that is amazing. We've seen how CSS can be used to do all this, and the simplest way when we are taking HTML course, remember I told you that all this can be done using CSS. Alright, now we have a class main area. Now if we go over to index.html and we go ahead and give this class name, we say the class name, we go ahead and give it to h1 and h2 and h3. So if everything have main area, now it means that if we go over to our browser and refresh, the colors of black color will go back to blue, and we cannot see this. Let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. So the text color is, oh, we didn't specify the text color of this. Let's go back to this point. If we go ahead and say color blue, plus semicolon at the end, and now let's go back here and refresh this code, and you can see everything just hidden because the color of the text is blue. Now we can go back to this point, let's go back to our HTML. Go back to our HTML and remove this. Remove everything right here. And remove everything right here. And let's save this. So remove the text color to be blue as well and save this, and let's go back to this and refresh. Check it out. All right, now we have omitted something on the hello world. Let's go back to this point and remove this. Okay, let's go back and refresh and check it out. All right, so my hello world has come back to its default, and we need to go back and let's give a hello world another class. Let's give it a class of my head one or my head one. All right, let's save this and let's copy this. Go ahead and paste that into h2 h3. Now we're going to give them different classes, okay, though they can have just exactly the same class name. Now this is h3, so let's go back here and say that we want all the class of a class of my head one, the class of my head one, to have a color of red. I've talked about the hexadecimal color which you are supposed to use, but let's go ahead and run this text and check it out. So this color is now red. So I can go over and copy this. Let's copy this. Now I can change this to h2 and I can change this to h3 and let h2 be yellow and let h3 be, let's say, purple. Now let's go back and refresh and check out this. Alright, so that's purple, and go back. Oh, I have double h2, that is h3. So go back and refresh and let's check it out. So that is yellow and that is purple and that is red. Now when we get over to this point and I want to add, let's say I want all these to be a group selector, I can go ahead and say my h2 and my head 3. Now go ahead and put a dot, because if you don't put a dot it will take a red color, and every red color is for the HTML colors. So CS Sublime Text will always help you to do all this, okay? It will give you the colors. So anytime you're working with classes, the colors are in green color. Anytime you're working with HTML, it's going to be in red. Now every color of h1, h2 and h3 is going to be in red. Let's go over and refresh and check it out. So the three colors are now in red. Can you see that? Now the question you're going to ask yourself is, why am I putting this to be h1, h2, h3? Why can't I just go ahead and remove this and have just only one h1 and go back to my my code and change the whole classes to be just h1? And let's save that. Now go back and refresh, and I can see it's just the same. In this way you are writing just small code that is doing so mighty job. I believe you can see that. Now that is applicable, that is also applicable to paragraphs. So you can give your paragraphs different classes. Now let's go ahead and look at ID selectors. We've talked about class selectors. When you talk of ID selectors, now we have made these classes and we gave them the same class name. Now if we change this to be an ID, and let's say we have an ID here, and come over here and give this an ID. In programming or in HTML, you are expected to have just one ID. That is why it is very important. Only one ID. And come over here and change this to ID. Remember, we have three IDs bearing the same name, and that is very wrong. An ID should be just one. an ID in your program should just have one name for anything you give. So if you have a paragraph that has an ID of my paragraph, another paragraph cannot have the same ID of my paragraph name again. You have to give it a different name altogether. That makes it an ID. Alright? So now that we have this ID, if we go over to this point, an ID does not have a dot. It goes ahead and have an hashtag. Alright? So remember, I have these IDs right here. Okay? So an ID has a hashtag and not a dot. So for dot is for classes, while hashtag is for IDs. Now if we go ahead and run this code, let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So we have these IDs right here, but in HTML it is very wrong to give IDs of different. Let's say you have 3 IDs and you're giving them just the same name. It is really very wrong. Okay, it's not really very good. You can go ahead and give this ID 3. I can go ahead and give this ID 2. All right, let's save this and let's go over and run this code and check it out. Now can you see that? So you can now be able to play along with the other IDs. You can now tell them maybe you want this ID to do another thing. You can go ahead and say my ID is equal to head 2, and you can go ahead and say maybe the font size should be equal to 200 pixel. Alright, now let's go over to this point and refresh and check it out. So that is really too big. The 200 pixel covers everything right here. Alright, that is really too big. So let's go ahead and reduce that to maybe say 100 pixels. Save this and let's go ahead and refresh. So this is second heading. So in that way you can be able to play around with class IDs. You can always go ahead and play around with class selectors and ID selectors. Alright, that is very important to know about IDs and class selectors. Now what if I want, let's say, group selectors? I'll go ahead and remove everything right here. Let me go ahead and say I want the paragraph text to be in red, and I also want the headings to be in red. So what I need to do is go ahead and use a group selector. Let me just go ahead and say h1 and paragraph, and then I'll go ahead and say color equal to blue. We've used red so much. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Wow, I have the background to be blue and it's going to be white now because I didn't give background color now. So you can see the h1 is blue and the paragraphs are blue as well. So if I want the h3 and h2 to also be in blue color, then what I need to do is to go over here and also put a comma, put h2, put a comma, put h3, and now put a comma for paragraph, and then go over here and refresh and check it out. So everything right here are in blue color, and now I want all of them to be at center. I can go ahead and say text align, that everything should go to center. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Everything goes to the center. Okay, so remember that in the previously we were able to use the main area. So because everything right inside here, they are under the body tag. So if I set main area should be centered, that means the entire body content will be on the center. If I select this, I can say this alone should be centered and other ones will not be centered. Okay, let's go ahead and say that I don't want this paragraph to be centered. Okay, I don't want paragraph tag to be centered. How can I be able to? What will I do? I'll go ahead and I can leave this right there. I can go ahead and say P, and I'm going to say text align and let text align be left. And now let's go over and run this and check it out. So all the paragraph tags has gone back to left. All right, so I hope that is cool. Now the code for these are very just before you. Go ahead and play around with the class selectors, the ID selectors, and the basic HTML selectors that you have. I believe that is cool. Now another one is a child selector. Let me teach you how to use child selector. Let's say if I go over here, I can go ahead and remove this, and the main thing is that everything right here are inside the body. I can go ahead and say body, and inside the body I'll go ahead and point. What am I going to point at? I want to point to h2. Okay, I want to point to h2, and I'm going to say let the background color of h2 be equal to green, just the h2 alone. All right, now let's go over and refresh this and check it out. Can you see just the h2 alone? That is called a child selector, because h2 is a child of our body. Everything right here are children of the body, but h2, we just want to pick the h2 alone. Okay, I can still go inside there and say text align and let the text be center. Now let's go over and refresh and check it out. So it has moved to the center right now, and that is really interesting. So as of now, I want you to play around with this. I want you to check more on this, because we are going right deep to play more and do more and more in this. And that's the way you can still select many of the IDs. You can still select many of the classes and also child selectors. Just practice with what you've just learned, because we are moving deep into CSS to play along with this. For now, if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture I'll go ahead and look at different ways of embedding CSS in our HTML code. Alright, so we want to learn how to be able to add CSS to our code. So we started this by using what we call external CSS. We created a file outside index.html and went ahead and specify everything we want to do there. That is just the basic, and in fact that is the former way and the current way to do that in the industry now. But there are other ways you can be able to do that. Let's go ahead and delete everything right here and save this, such that if you go back to the browser and refresh this, you can see that it's off. Now let's move into this and delete this link we put here. That is this thing we have here. Now we have just the skeleton of the HTML, just the way it is. And how can you be able to work with this? So go over and add a tag called style. Style is also a CSS tag. Now inside the style, we'll go ahead and play along with CSS. So I can go ahead and say body, because I don't want to start going over to create another file. I can do that right inside this HTML. So inside this body, inside the style tag, I can add everything. Let me say that the background color is still, let's go ahead and pick any color we want, because we've learned about color picking. Let's go ahead and take this color down to this, and let's make this color to be this one right here. Alright, let's go ahead and copy that. So I want us to learn how to keep using hexadecimal, and now that is the background color. And if you go back to the browser and refresh, let's go back here, and that is the background color. How does that look? So sweet. Alright, now the next thing that we need to do is, let's go ahead and say that h1, let's say h1 is let's say let the color of h1 be equal to, let's say red. You can change that to hexadecimal. Okay, now we go over here and refresh. Can you see h1 is red? Now you can also align the text right inside here, text align, and let the text be center. Now let's go ahead and run this and check it out. So every text is centered. Can you see that? We are having this file right inside this place. So that is the one way of doing all this. Okay, now that is the part one, and we call that embedded CSS. So here it enables you to put your CSS inside the HTML document using the style tag. Okay, now there are other ways you can be able to do that. We have what is called inline CSS. If you go ahead and delete this So go ahead and keep this for now, all right? Because you're going to play with it. Let's go ahead and say we delete this for now, so we can be able to, or instead of that, let's go ahead and comment that. So you're going to use HTML comments, and I will still teach you about CSS comments as well. Now we have commented this. Let's go over and run this code and make sure that everything is off. Can you see that? It has gone back to its default. So go back to your Sublime text and let's go right inside the body tag, and I'm going to remove this class I add there. So this class can also be used right inside the style. Now I'll go ahead and say style. What do I want to style? I want the background color to be equal to, let's go over and pick a color. So let's go ahead and pick a color. I don't know what the color look like, but I think this is what we have. So this is what we have right here. Let's go ahead and paste that color there. Okay, so put a semicolon at the end. Now let's go over and refresh this and check it out. So that is the background color. Now this is called inline CSS. It's just inside the HTML tag, and if I want to style the h1 tag, I'll go right inside the h1 tag and I'm going to say style, and I'm going to, let's say, add a color and let the color be equal to blue. All right, let the color be equal to blue, and let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. So the color is blue. Now let's make the background color. So what you need to do is just go outside and say background color, and let's make that to be equal to, let's say, yellow. Alright, so place a semicolon at the end, and now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So you can see the background color of h1 is now yellow, and that is visible. Now we want to align everything at the center. How can we be able to do that? So the way to do that is we can go to body and say, you can do that separately, style-ish, align, text align, center. But because we have everything inside the body, let's go right inside the body and say text align center. All right, now go over and refresh and let's check it out. Everything is now centered. Can you see that? So that is how it's supposed to be. So this is called inline CSS. We are doing everything right inside there. Now the next one is what we call the external CSS. External CSS is by going over here and doing just exactly everything. Let's say we have, now we want to know, does the external CSS override the inline CSS? Now we have this body to be of this color. Now we want to go over to external CSS and I'm going to say body, and then we're going to go ahead and say background color and let the background color be blue. Now we're going to learn what is called inheritance in this property to know if you can attend to your child that is within you, or you're going first, or you're going to attend to your external child, or maybe the one extended family or something like that, or a friend. So let's know the one you're going to give preference first. Now going back inside the header, let's go ahead and give a link. We shouldn't have deleted that previously. Let's go ahead and give a link, and let's give that to be css slash media.css. so that is the CSS file we created in the beginning of this. This is main and not media, sorry, this is main.css. all right, now we have everything being equal. Let's go ahead and refresh this and check out this. Now you can see it didn't override that. Now what we need to do is go back to Sublime text and let's remove the background color right here. Okay, let's remove the background color here and let's save. Now let's go back and refresh. Can you see that it has now applied the blue color that you have in the external CSS into the HTML form? Because we have what is called inheritance. Inheritance here, we're going to pay attention to your child before you can be able to extend to people out there, and that is applicable everywhere. All right, now all these that we have right here if you go ahead and remove this text align, you can go ahead and cut out this and go right inside here and press that. We're having what is called external CSS. I'll go ahead and delete this. Now I'll go over to paragraph, or sorry, to H1, and I'll go ahead and cut everything right here. Let's go ahead and cut the color, and go over here and say H1. Now go ahead and paste the color and go back here, and we're going to cut the background color. Just do that and come over here and paste, and then go ahead and delete this style right in here. Alright, let's save that, and now coming over here, go ahead and also save that, and then go over here and refresh. Can you see there is no change because we have now taken the properties of the inline text and we took them over to the external CSS. Now, why do we need external CSS if we can do this inline, or we can also use the embedded CSS? We can also write everything inside here. Why do we go ahead to start creating this? All right, before we can be able to do that, and if I can be able to do that for you, I'll go ahead and pull out the code which we use to write the front-end web developer, so you can see how huge that code looks like, and then we can now be able to answer the question that we have right here. Okay, all right, so I have put out the code for front-end web developer course, and this is just a code for only the index.html alone. For that is the home page. That is just the code alone. Now imagine you go ahead and get the front-end.css, which is a code for just the home page alone, not for media or for blog or for other pages, just for home page alone. You can see how big this looks like. And then imagine if you go ahead and add the entire code inside this as an embedded CSS. In fact, you're going to get confused. You won't even know where to start from. But at the moment, we went ahead and use the external CSS so we can be able to track our mistakes, make our code to look good, and if I hand over this code to you in future, you can be able to look at this code and play around with it, because everything there is just the way it should be. Okay, now let me go ahead and delete that because we're not here for front-end web development. Now, external CSS is preferable to inline CSS or embedded CSS, except if you just want to write 2 or 3 lines of code, then there is no need going ahead to start creating external CSS. But when will you plan just creating a single line of code? What are you doing with that? Alright, so now that is all about the types of CSS embedment or inclusion in HTML document. So you can include the CSS as an embedded CSS, you can include that as an inline CSS, and you can include that as an external CSS. So these are the 3 types we have at the moment. And I would want you to go ahead and play along with this. And if you have any question, please don't just bother to keep it yourself. Go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, we'll go ahead and look at CSS comments. Alright, so in CSS, there are ways to comment just like the way we have in HTML, and we've learned the use of comments. The comments we add in CSS is to enable us to let the programmers who are going to manage or handle this code in future or maintain this code be able to understand what we are doing. So as a developer who is writing this code for the first time, even if you are the one who is going to manage this code till death, you have to add comments. The comment will help you to know what you are doing. Let's go ahead and say we have what is called single line comments, and we have multiple line comments. For a single line comment, go ahead and add /* and go ahead and say this is the body property. So this is body properties, and go ahead and end that with * again. So in that way you have this right here, and it has represented a single line comment. You can go ahead and cut that and add that just here, and when you run this code, let's go back to here and refresh, and it doesn't change anything. So that is for a single line comment in CSS. Now, what if you want to comment maybe a multiple line in CSS? How can you be able to do that? Just like the way we have single line comment, if you go ahead and I can be able to comment this h1, and if I comment h1, it's going to hide the properties of yellow background and blue text. Now let's go ahead and check it out, because I want to comment every line right here. Now let's go ahead and say put a / then exteries, and then go below how many text you want to comment, and go ahead and put exteries / now if we go ahead and run this code, check it out. So we have commented what we are doing, but comments are not used for code. Maybe you can use a comment to keep a code. Maybe later in future you can be able to come back and use that code. Maybe you don't want that to interrupt your program, and you don't want to delete that so you don't forget it. So you can use a comment to comment it out and keep it, and it will not be functional at the moment. Now if I go ahead, I remove that, and then I can go ahead and type so many bra jabra jabra. All right, now I can type as many as I want, and then I'll go ahead and end that with exteries / then this is the comment showing that I have so many things I've written that I want someone else who is going to manage this code, or myself in future, to know about. Then go back to your browser and refresh, and I have my yellow and my blue text back again. Hope that is cool. Alright, now it's all about comments. It's not just much. It's what we have is mostly a single line comment and a multiple line comment. Practice with that, play along with it, and if you have any question, you go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'll call you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and learn about measurement units in CSS. Now, what do I mean by measurement units? You might have seen me use percentage and so on. Now, if you go over to this point, let's go back to our browser. You know, we added 100 pixel and so on, and we're able to move this, and it looks like, is that the only thing that we are going to use? Now let's go ahead and play with h1. Let's see the different measurements we're going to use. All right, and then you can as well, I'll show you some documentations you need to read. Go ahead and remove the properties of this, and let's go ahead and say h1. Now you can have what is called padding, we have what is called sizes and so on, which are going to still touch in this course one by one. So we're not going to rush to any one of them. We'll be taking them one by one. At this moment, I'll be using something like font size, though we have not taught font size, but we're going to use that to check the measurement units. Let's say the font size of h1, which is hello world, let's make that to be, let's say 50 pixel, and put a semicolon at the end. Now let's go over here and refresh. Alright, so we've removed the whole properties that we had previously, and now you can see 50 pixels. And if I go ahead and remove this, let's go ahead and cut this off and keep it at default. So at default, this is what we have. Alright, this is what we have at default, but I think the color we put before helps this to look good. Alright, let's go ahead and put this back to the way it is. Now if we go back, the color helps us to look good because it's looking like ordinary HTML. Alright, now it's looking like something attached CSS to. Now let's go ahead and move over to this and add a font size to this. Let's say a font size, and let's make that to be 50 pixel and put a semicolon at the end. Now let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see it is much bigger now? And if you go ahead and make it on something like 100 pixel, to go on to be much bigger. Now check it out. It's bigger, right? Now I'll go ahead and keep it at 50 pixel. Now keep it back to 50 pixel because we want to do something interesting now. Go ahead and refresh, and it is back. Okay, now we have this at 50 pixels. If we go ahead and change this to be 100%, it's going to be much more smaller than this font size 50 pixel. Let's go ahead and remove this pixel and add percent. And let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Can you see it's really very small? Alright, it's much more smaller. Now you may ask me what is the difference between pixel and percentage. We have another one called called EM. Alright, so let's go ahead and add that. Let's say you have 50 EM. Now go ahead and check it out. And this is really so big. Can you see that? 50 EM is so wide that it's covered almost everywhere. Okay, so for us to get something similar to that, we go ahead and reduce this to 5 EM. Now let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So something like 5 EM gives us something like is 50 pixel. Now, want to know the difference between pixel and other things? Go to w3.org. So on w3.org, you have is a documentation that you can be able to read and see the difference between pixels, EM. So there are so many more of them. Now, the one we use now is EM, pixel, and percentage. These are the three that are mostly used. Okay, now to go ahead and give you the relationship between these values. So these are the relationship between these values. All right, so go ahead and read this documentation because we're not here to do calculations and all this, but among everything we are going to keep using either pixels, or you go ahead and use percentage, or you go ahead and use EM. But for better understanding of this course and for us going deeper and understanding much more of what we are doing, I'll go ahead and continue to use just pixels or percentage. All right, now if I want, I can go ahead and say 100%. All right, if I say hash should be 100%, let's go over to this and run this code and check it out. So this is 100%. Now I can add the width of this to be 100%. Width equal to 100%. I'll put a semicolon at the end. Let's go ahead and say we want this to be 100%. Now go back and refresh and check it out. So from end to end is now 100% fitted right in there. Okay, it's 100% fitted, and it's taking the shape of the body because the body is from the end of here to the end of this 100%. Okay, now we can go ahead and add something like we can add images, and let's go ahead and add an image, and let's go ahead and say add an image tag of image, and let the source be images slash coffee.png. all right, now we have images already, and you can give it alternative of CSS coffee. All right, so we have this image right here. So in the image folder, go over here and double click. We have an image called coffee.png. all right, now let's go over and run this and check it out first. All right, so the coffee.png is so big, so wide. Can you see that? It covers the entire 100%. All right, now let's go ahead and go back here and go to main, and for us to do that, go ahead and say img, and let's say width is going to be 100%, and height is also going to be 100%. So let's just check the width for now and see how it looks like. So you can see width is 100%, but previously it was outside. Let's go ahead and remove this and make clarity to this so you can be able to understand what is happening. Save this. I have removed that, and let's refresh. Now can you see that this is outside? I have to drag this so I can be able to see this. Can you see that? 100%, and that is not looking good. And going back here, let me put that back and save, and now let's check it out. You see it is outside. Now refresh. It has now been able to come in 100%. Can you see that? Now if we go ahead and make, let's say the height should be equal to 100%. Let's save that and let's go back and refresh. It's 100%. It has filled the entire space. Okay, now let's go back here and say we want to adjust this image. Okay, now if we go ahead and let's say this image, we want it to be 200 pixels, and let the height be 200 pixels. It's going to be much more smaller than this. Now save and refresh. Can you see that? 200 pixels by 200 pixels. And if you're using Photoshop, you see that most of your images on Photoshop are rendered on pixels. And that is why I told you I will continually keep using pixels. That gives us the best thing we need to see. And then by reading this documentation, you can know the equivalent of any pixels or any percentage you are using, so you don't make mistake. Okay, this will guide you to be able to know what you are doing. All right, now we have understood what pixel, percentage, and em can do. You can go ahead and start using other ones like cm, centimeter, and so on and so forth. All right, but I'm going to stick to three just not to confuse us: pixels, percentage, and em. But the major two is pixel and percentage. So if you change this 200 pixel to 200% and change this to 200%, now let's save this and let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see how big that looks like? So much, so big. All right, so all right, that is for now pixels, and let's go ahead and refresh, and that is right here for us. So that is about the measurements in CSS. We are still going to look at CSS box model so we can be able to understand more on all this. All right, but for now, go ahead and practice with pixels and percentage, and check out more on that. If you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. Welcome back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and learn how to use images as backgrounds. Alright, so here we've used color as background, and what if we want to add images as a background? How can we be able to do that? Now let's go to this folder. Here inside CSS, I added a folder called images right there, and inside this we have an image called web.png. Alright, so it's inside the images folder inside CSS folder, and that is what I use. That is our logo for front-end web developer bootcamp. So I'm going to use that to demonstrate, to play around here, but I'm not going to give it to you because it's just for this class alone. And now let's go ahead and sorry, you can get any images. You can play around with any images of your choice. Okay, so saying I can't give it to you is wrong because you're taking this course. Okay, but you can get everything right here because I've already added all the images and everything that is used in this course for you right here to download. Now let's go ahead and learn how to add images as background. So here we added this image in HTML code. Let's go over to CSS and learn how to add an image. Let's go ahead and say background image, and you go ahead and give the URL of the image, and this is inside images folder, and the name of the image is web.png. Now we have added that. Let's go over here and refresh, and you can see that the image repeated. The image repeated everywhere. It filled up the entire space. That is why we call that the background image. So if the image failed to repeat, you go ahead and tell the image to repeat. Okay, now you can see that the image is filled up everywhere. So what if you don't want this image to repeat? What will you do? Let's go over here and go ahead and say background image sorry, background repeat, not background image, background repeat, go ahead and say no repeat. Now go back and refresh and let's check it out. Can you see the image is just here? It just on the top. I'm going to remove this yellow line here so we can be able to see our image. So go back here and remove this yellow line, and let's remove the color of this text, this h1, delete this h1 right here, and let's save, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. So we can be able to see web right there. So if we remove the background color of here of this one, then it's just going to be white. Now if you want this image to repeat x or y axis, how can you be able to do that? If you want this image to repeat x axis, go ahead and say image repeat, and then go ahead and say repeat x for x axis. Let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. So it has repeated x axis. And now if you want this image to repeat y axis, let's go ahead and copy this and paste and change this to y, and so it now repeated to the y axis. So if you choose x axis, it will go to the x axis. If you choose y axis, it will go to the y axis. Alright, so that is how it works. I believe that is really interesting. What if you want the image to be positioned at the center? Let's say image position. Go back here and let's go ahead and remove this, and let's say background position. So background position, and we'll go ahead and position that to be, let's say, 100 pixel. Okay, now go ahead and refresh, and everything is centered. It's fill up the entire space. Okay, now I believe that is cool. Let's go back. So that is that about the images right now. Let's go ahead and take this back to image repeat and let that be repeat. Wow, what did I actually type? Let that be repeat. Alright, so if we go over here, I think that looks so beautiful because it has a blue background and the images just fill up everywhere. Now let's go ahead and remove this. So now let's go ahead and remove this blue background. So go over here because we're using image background, and let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Oh wow, that is cool. So now you can consider using image as a background or using color as a background, because you can see you can't even read anything. The image just covered everything. So the best practice is to go ahead and use background color so that you can be able to have something that looks so interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and check out using the background color and image. So let's go ahead and say background color, and let's go over here and pick a background color. So going over here, going to color picker, let's go over and choose a color that is so sweet. Now I'll go ahead and copy this, and then we'll go over to Sublime Text and paste that, and then we'll go ahead and run this text. Let's check it out. Alright, how does that look? It looks so interesting, so sweet. So this is the kind of thing you learn. So you have to learn how to be creative instead of using images, except you have a cool image that gives you what you want. But before you finish this course on front-end web developer, you will learn how these things you are being used and how it's being done. Okay, like you can get to the login page and you see something cool and all that and that. So we'll still learn how to create professional website when we get to this point, but for now let's go ahead and enjoy the practice and what we've done so far. Alright, so far we've done about background images. So I hope you pause this video to play around with it, and in case if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'll come back again to another video lecture on CSS programming, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and look at fonts in CSS. Alright, so in CSS, pay more attention to fonts in CSS because that gives you the entire look of what you are doing. Let's say we go over to this, and let's say to the front end web developer bootcamp, and let's say right here we have awesome look. You can see that the fonts here are really looking good, and that is why you can be able to come over here and play around this website. Now inside here we just have the defaults. That is the one we just saw, and that is the one that we just typed in here, and it go ahead and give us the default font. Now for us to have something good, we can go ahead, we have to go ahead and look at how fonts are being used, and the better fonts to use. And when you're dealing with fonts in CSS, we have what is called font family. So this property helps us to change the face of a font, so it will stop looking just like this and look other way around. And we have font style. This is either used to make font italic, or you can use it to make it oblique. We have what's called font variant. It's used to create small caps effects on fonts. And we have font weight. That is used to increase or to decrease how bold or how light a font can be on your website. And we have font size. That can increase the size of that font, just like we've seen before. And the font property is very, very necessary that we master that. But before we go ahead to start off immediately, let's go over to MDN. So under MDN, we have these fonts. Okay, we have these fonts. You can use a font family of Georgia serif or anyone. You can click on any of these fonts and use them. Then I will have to let you know that software developers or front-end web developers don't use just one font whenever they're designing a website. They use as many as. So if this one fails, it go ahead and move over to the next font. I'll show you how this is being done. So when you go to MDN, you can go ahead and read about fonts. Let's say as a front-end web developer, you want to put a font on your website. You can see how this, you first of all start with Q, start with sign, and start with extra bold and sans serif. So if this is not available, it goes over to the next, to the next, and to the next. That is how it's being done. You can use up to 5 or 6 fonts for your website. Alright, so now let's go ahead and move over to CSS. This is a CSS font stack. Alright, let's go over to cssfontstack.com, and here we'll go ahead and see which fonts are developers using most. So developers have a particular font they used to always use, and here we can see under the sans serif how many people use that. Under Windows users that use fonts sans serif are 99.9 for Arial and 98.78. Now we have to look for the one that is compatible for both Mac and for both Windows, so we can be able to use it. Now we have this. Let's check. The highest you can see at this moment is Verdana. Alright, so here Verdana is 99.1% for Mac, but here you can see that area is 98.71. It is higher than Verdana. Okay, so that is cool, and it's also good for both Windows and for both Mac OS. Alright, so these fonts, let's go ahead and say the first font people use most is the Arial. Alright, now let's go over to Google Fonts. So Google Fonts is one of the best, but here you can go ahead and see the one that are mostly used by developers. Now let's go ahead and say we can choose this by categories. Maybe which one? Categories, check sans serif. Okay, let me go ahead and keep that. Display anyone, just go ahead and play with this, and we have, let's go ahead and say we are looking for Arial or anyone. Let's go ahead and click on this. So anyone you click on is going to give you the details on that. Can you see that? Now you can go ahead and choose any one of these. Okay, you can go ahead and select this font. Alright, if you click on select, and the font down here is selected. Okay, So you can go ahead and copy this link. I'm going to just copy the font right here, and then in this course we go ahead and learn how to use all these and how to combine it with our web development. But for now, let's go over to this point and specify font size. So here I took the image up to this point. Can you see that? Now I have my hello world, and let's change the hello world to about coffee. About coffee. All right. Now let's go over here and say hello h1 and let the font be equal to, let's go ahead and paste what we just copied. So the font family is large script cursive. So if you don't have this on your site or on your browser, it's go ahead and go to the second one. Let's go ahead and run this code and check it out and see how it works. Now this is the second one because the first one is not on my system. Okay, so if you want to work with the first one, what I need to do is I'll go back here, I'll copy this link that I have here, then I'll go over to my script, then go to index.html, then I'll paste this link, I'll save it, then also save this. Now go over here and go back to this point and refresh. Can you see that? I hope that it looks like some magic. But now we've taken it step by step, you're beginning to understand that, and by the time we move to this, you will now know how and why we're using each of these fonts and how they all come about. Now let's go ahead and increase the font size. Let's say font size, and let font size be equal to 100 pixel. Now let's go back and refresh that. So about coffee is 100 pixel, it almost covers everything. Alright, let's go back and shift that to half of it, and let's run this code again and check it out. So about coffee, I hope you love the font you just saw right now. Now that font is good for you, okay, and you can go ahead and play around with it. You can go back to this point because I'm not going to teach you everything. Now that I've shown you the best thing to do is to show you the way. Now that you have seen the way, you can come back here and select any font you want. Play around with all these fonts. Let's say we want F2 H2 to be this. You go ahead and click on this. Now go over to this point and clear everything. Let's clear all first. Now go ahead and select this font. See this small icon here, this plus icon, click on that, and we've selected that. Now what you need to do is I'll go ahead and copy the link of that. Now go back to my browser, go to my index.html, paste this, save it, then I'll go to main, then I'll copy the font family. Now I've copied the font family, I'll go back, let's go back to here and say that H2 and paste that. Now let's go back here, watch, this is H2 and it's going to change right now. Browse, can you see it has entirely changed? Alright, now I want H2 and H3 to be just the same. What I'm going to do is H2 comma H3 and save, and any place in my browser, sorry, or in my page that I have H3 and H2, they will just be the same. Let's check it out. Can you see that? Now I hope you are getting something meaningful and something looking good right now. So about coffee, we gave it a different font, and now we have this. So that looks like magic. No, it's not a magic, it is something we are doing together. Okay, now I want everything right here. Let's give this a font style. So about coffee, everything under this paragraph, we want that to go under maybe italic. Alright, but before then, let's go ahead and check it out. It takes this font style, this font family, and when this is not available, it goes to the second one. That is why we have two of them. You can add as many as you want. Alright, now let's go over here and give this paragraph, let's give it a class of, let's give it a class of first P. Okay, and for the second paragraph we're going to give it a class of second P, and for the third one we're going to give it a class of third P, and let's save that. Now we can go over here and say that for paragraph or dot first P, now we want to give it a font style. All right, so a font style, and which type of font style do you want to give this? Font style, and let that be italic. Save this and let's go over to this point and refresh. Now you can see everything under here is italic. Can you see that? Everything under here is now italic. So in that way, I hope we are making something good right now. Now you can go ahead and give as many as you want. You can go ahead and play with this. So, and we have what is called font variant. Let's go over to this one and say for the second P, for the class of second P, let's give it font variant, and we're going to give it small caps. Save that and go ahead and refresh. Can you see that it has changed? The font variant has changed, and now it is small capped. Now we're going to give font weight. Font weight determines is it bold, is it bolder, or you go ahead and give it a specified value. So let's go over to third, let's say third P, and now let's go ahead and give it a font weight, and let the font weight be bold. Save this and let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see that it's now bold? Alright, so the essence of teaching this is for you to see them. That is why I didn't just add them all in one. I gave each of the paragraph different classes so you can be able to see what we are doing. And if you go ahead and make this to be bolder, remember your paragraph does not need to be bold. Do you understand? Except you want to highlight or emphasize on something, just like we have explained in the beginning of this course in under HTML. You go ahead and emphasize on something else. Do you understand? Now you can go ahead and make this to be bolder. If you say bolder, let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Refresh. You say bolder. I cannot see any different here. Now you can go ahead and give it what do we call it? Let's go ahead and give it a font of 200 and let's save. Font weight 200. Let's save it. Let's refresh, and you can see it has changed. The font weight is now 200. So how does that look? So good, right? Now we're going to play around with this h3 so much. Now you can go ahead and or let's go ahead and move over to the first paragraph. Going back to the first paragraph, let's go ahead and give it a font size. Let's say a font size, and let the size be 20 pixel. Okay, go back and refresh and let's check it out. So that is 20 pixels, and you can see how big it becomes right now. Now we have, let's go ahead and create another font size again. Go under the second P. Let's see another type of font size. Let's say font size of small. Save this. Now we have this at the default font size. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. It's now small. Can you see that? It has now become small. Now let's go ahead and add a font size of large to the third one, and let's see the difference. Now to the third one, we go ahead and say font size, let's say large. Now let's go back and refresh and check it out. Now we can see it's a little bit bigger. because the font size has been enlarged. So we have some other things like font, how would I put it, stretched and so on, but they're not normally used, so there is no need for you going over there. Okay, you can go ahead and check them out on the documentation to see how it works. Now I've introduced you to font size, and I've introduced you to font stack, CSS font stack, to see which of the fonts that are mostly used, and the percentages are all there, so you can now compare them. And I'll introduce you to the font family under MDN documentation, so you can be able to play around with all these. You can also go to W3 schools and check out more on fonts. All right, so there are many ways to go ahead and check out on that. Now I hope what I've seen is good, and we have been learning so far, and we have been moving so far so good, and I believe that this has been helpful to us so much. Now that you've learned about this, go ahead and play around with the fonts, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'll come back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at text decorations. Alright, now you can always play around with this, and let's say for instance you can go ahead and say text decoration none if you don't want text decorations, but there are other things that we need to know under this. Let's say you can give like spacing between your text. Let's say for ID1, then let's go ahead and say for first paragraph we want to give the spacing between these letters. So these letters we want to space them, give them maybe 10 pixels of spacing inside. What are we going to do? We go ahead and say letter spacing. So letter spacing is going to space, it's going to give space between the letters inside. That is, if it comes over to this L and O, it will space them. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's go ahead and say it is 10 pixel. Now we go over and refresh and check it out. Wow, you see, it is not really, because you can't even read this anymore. Can you see that? You can't read this anymore. Now I'm going to leave that because we are practicing with this. Now let's go ahead and see how we can space between two words. Let's say this word and this word. Now let's go over here and move over to the second paragraph, and we're going to say word spacing, and let's give word spacing 10 pixels. Now let's go back and refresh and check it out. Now you can see the spacing between each of the word has increased. Can you see that? The spacing between each of these words had increased. Now let's change this down to 5 pixels instead of 10 pixels so that it can be able to look a little bit better. So that is for the first paragraph. Let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. So it's okay for now. Now the next thing is, let's go ahead and learn how to align left or right, because we've learned how to align center. Now if you want H1 or H2, H3 to be aligned, or any one of them, what we need to do is, let's go over to H3, that is the heading 3 or heading 1. Let's go over to heading 1. I'm going to say align or text align. Text align. Let's say right. Now let's go over and refresh. That is for this first one, and let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see that it has moved to the right? Now in that same way, if you go ahead and say text align is equal to left, it's going to move to the left. Let's check it out. It has gone to the left. Now we're going to leave it to the default because we made everything inside the body to be text aligned to the center. Now go ahead and remove that as we've learned about this. And now let's go ahead and put it back to where it is. It has gone back to the center again, and that is where I want it to be. Now we have some text decorations like underline and so on. Let's say we want to underline this H3. What can we do to underline H3? Now we can go ahead and move over here and say, or instead of underlining the heading, let's go inside here and give what is called a span, because if you learned about span, let's say under H3, I'll go ahead and say span. Now I'll go ahead and close that right here. Now I'm going to give this span a class, and I'm going to call that, let's say, give that a class of deck. Alright, so I gave it a class of deck, and now I'll go here anyway. Let me go down here and say dot deck. So dot deck, let's go ahead and give it a text decoration. Let's say text decoration. Let's go ahead and give it underline. So underline text. Now let's go over to the browser and refresh. Now you can see that it has been underlined. Can you see that? It has been underlined. Now what if we want to strike that text? So we want to strike the text. Let's go ahead and check how to do that. I will go back here and let's go over to, let's go ahead and pick another one, and I'm going to span this, span, and let's go ahead and close that right here, and let's give it a class of let's call that to be strike. Right, so the class name is strike. Let's go over here and say dot strike. I'm going to say text decoration, and text decoration, go ahead and say line through. So any place it sees a line through, is go ahead and strike that. Let's go ahead and refresh, and now can you see that it has been striked? Okay, the text has been striked. So I believe that is cool. We have another text. Let's go ahead and say blank. Let's say for H3, let's go back here, and for H3 we gave it an ID of my head, and let's go over here and say an ID of hash my head 3. So hash my head 3, let's go over and check it out. That is hash my head 3, and then we'll go ahead and say text decoration. Let's go ahead and say it is blank text. All right, now let's go over and refresh, and you can see when we refresh this, it's blanked. Let's go ahead and check it out. So that is H3. Now let's go over to, let's go ahead and play around with this. Let's go ahead and add something like the capital letter. Now let's go over to H3 and we are going to say text transform. That's what we call text transform. And let text transform, we'll go ahead and say it to be in uppercase. Now let's go back. So everything under here is going to be in uppercase. Let's check it out. Refresh. Can you see that? Everything right here has been changed to uppercase. Now I want us to go ahead and look at capitalization. What I mean by capitalization, every first letter of the word is going to be in capital letter. So for H3, every first word is going to be in capital letter. Now go over to the third paragraph and go ahead and say text transform, and text transform, go ahead and say capitalize. Now go back and refresh and let's check it out. Now can you see that every first letter of this word is being capitalized. Can you see that? Hope that is cool. And in that same way, if you go ahead, let's go ahead and play around with this for second paragraph. Go ahead and say text transform. Text transform. Go ahead and say lowercase the text, and go ahead and refresh. Alright, so do you know why this didn't lower? The reason because this is using a variant. Let's go ahead and check it out. So the variant is small cap, and that is why it will not go ahead and do that. Let's go back and copy this and go to the first paragraph and paste in there, and let's save that. Now go back here, and this first one right here that is in capital letter will change to small letter, and even this one right here will change to small letter. Let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see that it has changed to small letter, and this has also changed to small letter, and that is it. Now we go ahead and learn how to add a shadow. We want to add a shadow to coffee so that this coffee will look more good. About coffee, let's go back here and go to H1, and let's go ahead and say we have text shadow, and what you're going to give this attribute, that is going to be 4 attributes. The first one is let's go ahead and say we want that to be 5 pixel. Then save that. This will not give it a shadow. I want us to see what we're going to do, so it's going to take it step by step. So 5 pixel, we have added 5 pixel to this, so it has shifted this 5 pixel. Now I want to bring out the text, this about coffee. I want to duplicate that. For us to duplicate that, we go back here and add 5 pixel again. Okay, now let's go over here and refresh. Now can we see we have duplicated this about coffee, but it's not looking good. Remember, we want to add a shadow to that. Now we have to give the pixel another pixel that is going to blur this. We want to blur what you've just duplicated, and let's say we want it to be like a 7 pixel. Now let's go over this and blur that. Refresh. Can you see it has been blurred? Alright, now we have blurred it. You can put any color as, by default it takes a black color, but if you want to change this color maybe to red, you can go ahead and say red shadow. Now let's go back and refresh and check it out. Can you see that the shadow has been changed to red, but by default it's going to be black. Alright, so that is how we add shadow. You first of all you pad it, then you duplicate it, and then you blur it, and then you go ahead and add any color you want. I'll go ahead and leave that color to be just black. So if you want that to be black, you can go ahead and type black, or use the hex code of 000 or 6 zeros. Either you use 000 or you use 6 zeros, and let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Alright, hope that is cool. That is what it's supposed to be, but by default if you're going to use black as your shadow, there is no need using this. Go ahead and remove that, because it's not a good practice, except you want to use different colors altogether. Then if you go ahead and refresh, there is no change. Hope that is cool. Alright, so that is about text decorations in CSS. Go ahead and play around with it, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I will come back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture let's go ahead and look at some image properties. Alright, so let's go ahead and look at how to add some properties to your image. We have this coffee right here. I want to go ahead and add some borders and see how that works. Now going back to our Sublime text, let's go over to MERN.css, and under here we have this image right here. We have given the image a property of width and height of 100 and 100 respectively. let's say we want to go ahead and give it a border. Let's go ahead and see how that works. So for us to give a border, we go ahead and type in border, and what we're going to do is go ahead and specify, maybe is that 1 pixel, 2 pixel, or 3 pixels. So let's go ahead and give it just a border of just 2 pixels, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. Alright, so this border is not visible because we've not specified the color of this border. Alright, now let's go ahead and say that this border is solid. Let's make it red so it can be visible. Let's say solid red. Alright, now let's go back and refresh and check it out. Now you see that the border is now visible and is solid red. Okay, now you can also say, let's say this border, we can actually make this border to be also dotted. That is, how can you make this border to be dotted? If you want that to be dotted, you go back here and let's say instead of solid red, we go ahead and say dashed red. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Now you can see it is now dashed red. Okay, and in our design, you can see that this red is really off color. Let's go ahead and use something like blue, and let's make sure that we are learning how to add colors. So if you go ahead and add something like blue, it's going to confirm with the color of this. Can you see it's a little bit better off? Okay, so you can go ahead and check another color that suits you so far. Let's go back to Sublime Text. Okay, so now we've learned about dashed and we have learned about solid. Let's go ahead and learn about dots. So go ahead and change this from dotted dashed to dotted, and now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Alright, so this is the dotted, and you can see at least it looks so beautiful right now. Alright, so go ahead and play around with this. This is about the image properties. You can add border, you can add solid border. Let's say if you increase the pixels of this, let's go ahead and this pixel is like 10 pixels. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. You're going to see how big that's going to look like. You see, it's really so big. So the more you increase the pixels, it's go ahead and keep widening, and the border keeps becoming so heavy. Let's go ahead and keep it at just 1 pixel, and it's going to look so sweet. Check it out, and we'll refresh, and you see how that looks amazing, right? Okay, so go ahead and practice with that and play along with that. That is image properties, and if you have any question, please you go ahead and use the question and answer section. But before we go ahead, and you can go ahead and add what we call Mozilla opacity. So it's a property of image that used to set the opacity of an image. So this can be used to create transparent image in Mozilla's and other ones. Like for Mozilla, go ahead and use IM Mozilla's. Let's go ahead and see example of that. Let's go ahead and say from Mozilla properties, you go ahead and say -mos. So -mos, then opacity. Now you can go ahead and give the opacity, maybe say 0.5. Okay, let's semicolon at the end, and go ahead and refresh. Let's check it out. So it's not always that kind of visible, and if you want also to do that for other ones, you can go ahead and use, let's say for Internet Explorer, you can go ahead and use filter Mozilla opacity equal to any one you want to use. But for now, go ahead and leave that behind and practice with the borders, because that is essential for now. And at the moment, I have to teach you what is relevant and what I think you have to use in the industry today. So for now, practice with this, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. Alright, so one last property that we have to look at before we end this lecture for now under image properties is what we call the border radius. Now let's go back and check it out. So let's go ahead and say border radius and border radius. If you go ahead and give it 50%, it's going to be circular. But if you go ahead and give it like 10, 20, 30, it's going to give it something like a cube or different shapes. Let's go ahead and start with 50% and let's see a circular shape before we go down to other ones. Now let's go ahead and refresh this, and you can see it's now a circular shape. Can you see that? So that's how you can be able to create circular images, and they will just go down to that. If you have an image that is, let's say, so big and want it to be circular, just go ahead and give it border radius of let's say 50. It's just go ahead and be circular immediately. Now if you go ahead and make that to be like 40, let's go ahead and see different shapes it's going to take. 40, and let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see how it looks like? It's just so sweet. So you have to play with that. Go ahead and change that to 30, and is go ahead and take another form that is looking sweet. Can you see that? It cuts the edge. So looking at front-end web developers bootcamp, can you see that the edge of these are not so sharp? It's because we use the border radius. If you go ahead and practice what you've learned in this course and what you're doing right here, you can also create something so beautiful. All right. So here we use a border radius of 10. So I have to tell you that in case if you don't want to take this course, that you are free. Now you have a border radius of 10 right here, and that is why that is so sharp. Let's go ahead and see how to create that. Now let's change this to border radius of 10. Okay. And let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see that? It gives you something similar to what we have right here. Is that so? Now you're going to see more on this. On why we are doing that, we're going to see different border radius and what it gives, and I will tell you why and more on this. All right, so for now, this is how to add this border radius. If you make it 50 or 100, even 100% is going to give you circular shape. Let's go ahead and check out that and see. Now add one more 0 to 100 pixels, so 100%, and let's go over and refresh and check it out. Can you see that? It gives you still circular. So from 50 upwards, it's going to give you circular. So from 50% to 100% is going to be circular in shape. So that is all for image properties. I hope you are glad to see this. Now go ahead and practice with that, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'll come back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and look at line properties. Alright, so let's go over to this point and go back to our index.html. Let's go ahead and add lines. Let's go ahead and add lines to almost everything right here. And that is going to be HR, as you've learned how to add it. Okay, let's say HR. And then coming down here, you go ahead and add another one, HR. And then coming down here, we go ahead and add another one. Let's say HR. Alright, so let's go over to this point, go back to this, and let's refresh this and check it out. Alright, you can see that we have lines, everything added to this, right? Now if you want this line if you want to shorten this line, you know, the width is 100%. Okay, now what we're going to do is we go over to our CSS, and we're going to say HR. Now before we continue this, I want us to let know that we first of all give preferences to the HTML elements. That's why you can see all the HTML elements are on top before the class elements. You can see the class properties and the index and other things are below. Okay, for any HTML element, go on top and place that. Now the HTML elements are the ones we use in the index.html, and they are red in color. Now for all the colors and for all the lines, I'm going to say let the width of these lines be, let's say, 50%. Okay, now let's go over and refresh this, and you can see we've shortened them to 50%, right? Now, what if we want this to be dotted? What can we do? Just the same way we used border here, we can go ahead and copy this border right here so that we can follow that step by step and see what is happening. Go ahead and say border, and now we're not going to make this border to be blue. Let's make that border to be gray, you know, and let's make that to be just one. Let's make that to be 5 pixels. Okay, now go over and refresh and let's check it out. Can you see that we have these? We have two of these borders. Can you see that? They're separated right here. You can see border up and border down. So all these are boxes. Okay, let's say going back to Google and let's go ahead and hit pesticide. If you hit pesticide, this is Google, and if I hit pesticide, you can see that everything right here is a box. Okay, so we're still going to discuss some box model, but I want to show you that here, inside here, these dots are boxes. So that is why we have two boxes, and we want these boxes to join together, just to be one instead of two. And how can we do that? Let's go back here and see how we can be able to do this so that it can be just one line. Okay, so what we need to do is, let's start by saying that we're going to cut this from here. We have not cut the dot. All right, and now if we go back and refresh, we're just going to have this just normal tick one, and it's gone. Right now, let's go back and say border is equal to 5 pixels, and for us to be visible, we now go ahead and add a width to it. So border width equal to 5 pixels. Now let's go back and refresh and make that to be visible. Now can you see that it's now visible, but it's really very thick, and you can see it really separated into two. Now the next thing we need to do is go ahead and say border style is none. All right, let's go ahead and say border style. I can cut everything right here, and let's press that on top. So let's start with border style. Let's say border style, and let's make that to be none. Now go back and refresh. Can you see that it's not visible? Now the next thing we need to do is, let's go ahead and say that the border top style is going to be dotted. Now let's go over and refresh and check it out. Can you see it is not dotted and it's just one line? Can you see that? Now the border by default is already gray. Okay, so if it's not gray, you can change that to be, let's say, go over and say that border color, let's say border color, and you go ahead and add gray. Okay, so if we refresh that, you're still going to get a gray color. Can you see that? Just the same thing. There is no problem. Percent. Now instead of 50%, why not make that to be 30% so that it's going to look better off? Now go ahead and refresh and let's check it out. It's now 30%, and it still looks so wide. Let's go ahead and shorten that to be like 7%. So 7% is going to make it to look so good. Check it out. All right, it's now just a little bit small. Okay, now let's go ahead and increase that to be like 10%. Remember, you have to fix that to your own personal knowledge. All right, so can you see that we've added lines in between and they are dotted? So I know most of us will be like, this is really so wide. Why can't we just leave it the normal line it is? You can go ahead and remove everything and just keep hash out, and the line will be there. Now when we discuss about margins and padding, we go ahead and add margins and paddings to all our designs so that we can know what margins and paddings are before we can be able to add them to our designs. So we have to discuss that later. Then we go ahead and add margins, because this line is close to this image and it's close to this text, and everything is just close and just closer to each other. But when we get over to, let's go over to front-end web developer bootcamp, and you can see how these are spaced. Can you see that? And when you get to a website, most websites these days are just like this, very clean and so spaced for you to see what they are doing. So how does that look? Professional, right? Okay, you will learn how to do that right here. So for now, we've discussed about line properties. Go ahead and practice with that. The code is just ready before you. And if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at the link properties. Alright, so under HTML, we learned about links, and we're able to click and move to this contact page that is here. This contact page actually does nothing. Alright, now we want also to navigate. Let's go ahead and copy this. We have learned about links, so let's go ahead and copy this anchor right here, and let's go over here and move to the body. And where do we think we can place this? Let's go ahead and place it above or below the coffee, and let's place that right there. Right, and let's change this to contact. Now let's save and go over here. Let's refresh and check it out. So this is contact, and it went ahead and stayed right here with this. Now I think I'll need to bring it down. There's what we call float. For us to float this item to move here or move there, let's say under the front-end web developer bootcamp is an extensive learning where you learn about floating elements. So instead of these navigation buttons to come down and collide with this text, and this text right here colliding with this text right here, we went ahead and floated this and placed all this on top. Went ahead and also floated this, and that is why all these as they are being floated. And now we went ahead and float this to the left and float this to the right. That is why I say that this course is for advanced. That when you finish what you are doing here, you come over to this point and learn the entire web design. Because under HTML and CSS, and most courses you'll be taking, you might not see what called floating in the basics. But when you begin to go into designing advanced web development, you begin to see all this and how can you float all this. All right. Now, if you want to float this, what we need to do is let's go over to this point here and go over to our main.css. Remember that for CSS to work under this contact page, you have to first of all go over to here and copy this CSS link. All right, copy this CSS link, go back here and go under here and paste that. Now this main.css is for both contact page and for HTML. So what we need to do is let's go over here and let's go and say anchor. Now we have to go ahead and float this. So if you can go ahead and float that left, and let's go back and refresh this and check it out. Can you see we floated, we've removed it out from here and we floated it out of this point. We can also float it to right. Let's go ahead and say float right and save, and now go ahead and refresh. We have float this to the right. Can you see that? Now there is so much thing associated with floating. All right, so now we've seen about floating. We're going to discuss more on floating when we've jumped into front-end web developer bootcamp. We can see that on real design and how that works. So now what I'm going to do is I'll go back here and I'll go ahead and cut this contact.html we have right here. All right, now we go over here and paste that under this. Now let's go back and refresh this and check it out. So we have this contact.html right under this point, right? Now we want always to click and it goes over there, and it seems that is too down. Go ahead and cut that as well. Let's cut that again because it's really too hidden. Now what I need to do, let me go ahead and place it under this contact.html. Okay, now you can go ahead and refresh and get that on top. So under here we have contact, and when we click, it's not going anywhere. Can you see that? It's not moving anywhere, it's not doing anything. Now we want, once we click this, it goes over to the contact.html. What can we do? Let's go back here, and we are going to change this to contact.html. So remember we did this previously, right? It goes to contact.html. Now if we go ahead and move over to contact, and let's refresh, and now let's click. Can you see that? This is the contact page, and when you click on home, it goes back to this, right? All right, now you see the body of the contact has taken the background color that we have on the other one, because they are using just the same thing. Okay, so whatever we specify for main, for this body, will also show on the contact page. Now when you begin to take a course on front-end developers bootcamp, now you're going to learn how to create different CSS files for different web pages, so that each file will be associated for just one particular one, and the properties that you have in the home page will not interfere with the properties of the blog or the media or sign up or login or contact or about page. Wow, that is really like music. So I believe you understand what I mean. So when you begin to take this course, you learn about how to create different CSS files so that you can avoid conflicts, because under the home page you have anchor, you have paragraphs, you have h1, h2, and going down to blog page as well, you have so many of them. We have so many paragraphs, we have so many images, we have so many tables, and so on. Now to avoid conflict, you're going to learn how to create different CSS files to manage this. But under this course right now, we're just learning on how to play with CSS and how to work with CSS. All right, so for absolute beginners, to avoid you getting confused. Do you get me? Now let's go ahead and move under here, and want to learn about link properties. The first thing we're going to learn is how does a link look when you have not visited it. When a link is visited, how does it look? And when you hover over a link, how does it look? That are the properties we're going to look at. Now let's go over here and say, remember that the link is under the anchor tag. Do you understand? So anytime I call the anchor tag, we go ahead and say anchor tag. Let the link, by default the link is always in blue color. Until you click it, it goes to purple color, right? The first time we did this, the link was absolutely in green or blue color by default until you click on it. Now we want this link to be on different colors. Let's say be equal to, let's go over to this point and pick any color of our choice. Go to back to color picker. All right, I clicked on pesticide for a very long time. Let by default, let it be red. Okay, let's pick this red here, and let's go back to this point and let's save. Now go back and refresh this. Let's check it out. So you can see that the link is now red. We've not visited that. Even when visited, if you go back, all the links are red. Can you see that? Now what if when the link has been visited, what is it going to do? So for us to change the color when it's visited, say visited, and then give it a color. Let the color be, let's go over and check any color of our choice, because we need to work with any color we want. Let's go ahead and say visited color should be yellow. Okay, now go back and paste that. Let's save that. Now let's go over and refresh this. Now the link has been visited. That is why it's by default is this color. Okay, we have visited this link. So if it's a link that has not been visited, it's going to be in red color. Do you understand? Now let's go over and let's create another one called link. Let's call that to be link link hover. Whenever you're hovering on that, so it's going to be anchor hover. All right, and let the color be, let's go over and pick a color, and let's give it any color we want. Let's go ahead and pick a color of blue, or let's pick a color different which we have not seen before. So this is the color we're going to pick for that. Then let's go back to this point and paste this color right there. All right, so once we hover on that, it's going to show us that color. Go ahead and refresh, and let's check it out. Can you see that the color changed? The color changed. Click on that, and the color changed. Okay, so I have to enlarge this so you can be able to see what we are doing. Can you see that? And when you click, you go back to this. When you click, it takes you back. When you click, you can see the hover color. All right, now let's go back. Let's make this anchor for the link be anchor link. So by default it's going to be, but you have visited it already, so it can never be this color again. It's going to be a visited color because you visited it. Now we're going to go ahead and check what about anchor active, the one that is active. Then we'll go ahead and give it a color, and let the color be, let's go ahead and pick a color, and let that color be green. All right, so green. Now go over and press that and put a semicolon. Now for you to have this active, you first of all go back to index.html and make this to be active. So go over here and make that to be active. All right, so for us to make it active, then we'll now go ahead and add a class to it. So let the class be equal to class active. Okay, now once you have class active, then you go down here, you can make this to be anchor.active. all right, now go back and refresh, and let's go back here and refresh. You can see it is active. That is why it has come back immediately. Now if we go ahead and move over to this, we didn't give this to be active. That is why it is just steady the way it is, because we want to use this as a case study. So if we add active to the other one, the active means it's going to just be the same. Let's move over to front end and see what we mean. Whenever I click on blog, the blog will turn to dark green. Can you see that? That is one that is active at the moment. And this menu, if I click on that, it will turn to active. And if I go ahead and click on login, the login now becomes active. And what of sign up becomes active. Can you see that? And now you see the hover colors, and that is how it moves. And under the drop down, you can see the hover colors as well. All right, so now that is about just the link, and when you get to front end web developers, you cannot do it professionally and see how everything works. So if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at list properties. Alright, before we go ahead to look at list properties, I'll go ahead and change the color of this back. So this yellow is not visible. Now, I know you were like, what I have left over a long time ago. Active. Alright. Now the next one is that I saw that I have double 5 pixels somewhere here. Go ahead and remove that in HR. Just one. I don't even know what I was thinking why I made that. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. So a little bit better off. Okay. Alright, so that doesn't mean anything. What we just did is just to make sure it is visible. Now we want to add list properties. Let's go ahead and say for the list properties, let's go ahead and add -r first of all, and then we go ahead and add unordered list. So for unordered list, we'll go ahead and say, maybe let's go ahead and add list of, let's say, list, and go ahead and say Monday. Then let's go ahead and copy this for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and so on. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Alright, now we go ahead and change this to be Tuesday. Let's go ahead and say Tuesday, and let this be Wednesday, and let this be Thursday. Let's say Thursday, and let this be Friday, and let this be Saturday, and the final one is just Sunday. Alright, that is Sunday. Now if we go ahead, let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. Go over here, run this code, coming down here, you see that? Now I want us to align this to the left so that it can be ordered. Okay, now go over here and let's go over and see how to work with the list properties. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll go over to this point, and list is a HTML element, and I'm going ahead and say UL, then I'm going ahead and say, let's say floats. I've thought about floats, though here I've just go ahead and say float left. Alright, now let's go over and refresh. It has floated that, but it is still centered. It's floated and not centered. So let's go ahead and say text align left and not float, because float moves it there but it's not what aligned. So let's go ahead and say text align. Text align. So we said text align left, and now let's go ahead and refresh this code and check it out. So you can see the difference between float and text align left. Float means it floats everything, it just moves it around. Okay, it moves it around. But text align moves that, positions it to another place entirely, and makes it to move, be where it's supposed to be. Now you clearly see the difference between text align and float. I believe that will really help you. So when we get over here, we see how we were able to float all these, move that to this point, and also float this to this point. We see how it works, and they were able to state very well. Now let's go back here and say we want this. We want to work on this to style it. Under HTML, I was able to show us some things, like I was able to show us how to add Roman numeral, how to add other things. Now I want us to learn that right here. I showed us about types. So what I'm going to do right here is that I'll go ahead and move inside here. Then let's go ahead and say list style type. List style type. Then we'll go ahead and add disk. Go ahead and refresh this. Let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. So this by default is disk. Okay, now the next one we have is circle, and we also have square. Now go ahead and change the disk to circle. Let's go ahead and say circle. Now go back and refresh, and let's check it out. Can you see it is now hollow? But we were using HTML to do all this before. If we follow this course step by step, you'll notice that we've done this in HTML. And I told you that CSS is the best way to do it. With CSS, life becomes easier. Now, if you want to change the type, go ahead and use square. So square type, and let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see it is now squared? And you'll be like, wow, that is really amazing. Now let's go ahead and add ordered list. We have added on ordered list. Let's go ahead and add ordered list. Go to HTML. I'll go ahead and copy this. All right. Now I'll go ahead and add HR. I'll go ahead and paste this. And for ordered list, all we need is just to change this to 0, which we have already known. Just to change this to 0, so that it's ordered list. Now going back here, I'm going to align that, let's say, ordered list. Now let's go ahead and say text align to be right. So it will move to the right and not left this time around. Refresh. Now we have this right here. Can you see that? But it's not yet arranged. Let's go ahead and shift it back to left so that it will be arranged. Okay. So let's go back and say text align left. And now let's go back and refresh and see that. Can you see that? It's now by default arranged and it is 1 to 7. Now we can go ahead and say that we want to add. If you add by default, it's by decimal. Now if you want to add let's say Roman numeral. If you want to add Roman numeral, how can you be able to do that? Let's go ahead and say Roman numeral. Now for us to do that, you go ahead and say list style type. Then go ahead and say lower. We have lower alpha, lower Greek, lower blah blah. You can add any one of them, but let's go ahead and add lower numeral. Now go back and refresh and let's check it out. Can you see that? They have been changed. Now you can still add Roman alpha. Let's go ahead and see the difference between that. Alpha, you see different languages. Alpha, that is for A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Can you see that? How does that look? Hope it looks good. Now you can add both images, but you don't need all those things, okay? Let's go ahead and say we want to add alpha for upper. So go ahead and say it is upper alpha. And go ahead and refresh this. Upper alpha. Can you see that? Now we can go ahead and change that to, let's say we want upper numeral, upper Roman. Refresh. Upper Roman has been there. So how does that look? So good, right? So go ahead and play with this, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture on CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at margins in CSS. Alright, so in CSS, we have this property called margin, and this margin helps us to add spaces around an HTML element. Let's say we have this. Let's say this, we can remove or add more spaces around it. Okay, and for us to see clear example, let's go ahead and add a box around this. That is a border. Let's go ahead and add a border around this. Okay, let's go over to this and go to first paragraph. So this is the first paragraph. Let's go ahead and say that we have a border, and let the border be 2 pixels, though it's much, and let that be solid black. Alright, now let's go over and refresh and check it out. Now a border has been added. So what I need to do right now is I want us to learn how to add margins between the upper, that is the contact here, and this HR, that is the line. So for us to add a margin, let's go ahead and go over here and say for this paragraph, we go ahead and say that margin can be top, right, left, and bottom. So you have margin top, you have margin bottom, you have margin left, you have margin right. Okay, now for us to add a margin for the top, go ahead and say margin top. All right, so if we add a margin top, let's go ahead and add clearly 100 pixels. And let's go over and refresh 100 pixels. Now you can see that there is now a very big space right here. Can you see that? A very big space. Now if we want to add margin bottom, let's go over down here and add a very large margin so that we can see it. Let's go ahead and say margin bottom, and that is 100 pixels. Okay, now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Now you can see clear space here. Now let's add margin left and right. Let's go ahead and start with left. Margin left 100 pixels. Now let's go ahead and refresh and let's check it out. Can you see that? A very large space. Now let's go to the right and just do exactly the same. Margin right 100 pixels. And let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see that? So we have 100 pixel on top, we have 100 pixel left, right, and bottom. Can you see that? And that is really very good. Now what we need to do now is, instead of going ahead writing margin top, margin left, margin right, and someone sees you might be like, are you really a programmer or are you really a software developer? Why writing margin left, top, right, bottom, blah blah blah? It's really so bad. Now if you go ahead and delete all these, and we're going to be left with margin alone. Now margin encompasses both the left, the right, the bottom, and the top. So if I go ahead and say margin, and I go ahead and say maybe top, and okay, let's go ahead and say top 100 pixel, bottom 100 pixel, right 100 pixel, and left 100 pixel. Now we have this right here. We can go over and refresh, and it's just going to remain the same. Check it out. See, there is no change. It's applied. Now in this world, there is nothing you do and you always become, there is nothing you do that make people to say you're a perfect man. That is the problem the world has. I don't even know why it is like that. Now I have tried my best to keep this at this point, margin top, left, right, bottom, and yet they said it is not okay. What am I going to do? Let's go ahead and remove everything right here. Gone. We just want to have margin left, right, bottom, top. Just make it smaller. You see that? Now the essence of being a programmer is to simplify things to the becoming a better programmer, not just being a programmer. For you to write margin left, right, top, bottom makes you also a developer. But for you to go ahead and reduce that to margin, then 100 pixel, 100 pixel, 100 pixel into 4 also makes you a developer. But for you now to reduce it in a simpler way, make you a perfect developer. How can we do that? 100 pixel is for both. The first 100 pixel goes for top, bottom, top, and bottom. And if you go ahead and say 0 for the next one, remember whenever you add 0, you don't need to add percentage or pixel. Now let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. Can you see it added on top and it also added at the bottom? Can you see that? But the left and right is gone. Now there is one thing I will teach you, and that is called auto. Now if that is auto, you go ahead and refresh. What auto does is that if you reduce this, the space right here is going to be reduced. Maybe if your width is 50%, the auto will make your left and right to be 50%. If you add auto for top and bottom, it's going to make top and bottom adjust to the space you've given. Now I want this top and bottom to be 100 pixels, just the way it was before. And you'll be like, are you sure you're going to do that? Yes. Let's go ahead and remove auto immediately and go ahead and add 100 pixel for left and right. So first 100 pixel is for top and bottom, and second 100 pixel is for left and right. Now let's go ahead and check it out and make sure we are following. Come on. All right, now I refreshed my browser before. It was messing up. I have to refresh it for the second time. See there, it keeps messing up. You see that? Now it has refreshed. Now you can see I have space at the end, just 100 pixel like what we had before. And I hope at this point you'll be like, wow. Yeah, the first time I ever tried that, I was like, wow. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, let's go ahead and say that this is really very good. Okay, and I hope that is cool. I'm going to leave that for you there. I'm not going to touch that. Now over here we have, under paragraph 3, we have margin by default right here. Okay, let's go ahead and say margin 0. We go over to here and say margin 0. Now let's go to paragraph 2 and we're going to add, let's say margin, margin top 0. Now go over and refresh. You see, nothing is added. Now let's go over to this and say margin bottom 0. That is H3. Go down here and say, sorry, H2 or anyone. Let's go ahead and add that there, and let's say margin bottom 0. And let's go ahead and refresh. Now can you see that this H2 and this paragraph have joined together? Did you see that? Did you notice that? When I said margin button 0, it went ahead and joined. Now let's go ahead and remove that again for you to see it clearly. Go ahead and say margin button nothing. By default, it's going to add a margin there. Now let's refresh and check it out. Can you see? It has added margin by default. Alright, hope that is cool. Now let's go over to this, that is about coffee, and we're going to say margin top 0. And about coffee is H1. So for what is H1? That is H1 right here. Let's go ahead and say margin top 0. Now go back and let's refresh and check it out. Can you see that? It took this coffee upwards. It went up and closed the margin right there. And if we say margin button 0, let's go ahead and check it out. Now we've understood the button and top are just the same. Now you can go ahead and let's say margin button 0. Now go over and refresh. Can you see that? The image went and collided with this, is now shifted up, but previously there were spaces there. Was that not so? That is what you have. Now let's go over and remove this margin 0 because we know that we need those margins, but I'm going to leave the other one just the way it is. Now refresh and you see margin has been added on top and margin has been added on top of these images, and this one just remained the same. Okay, 100 pixel, 100 pixel, 100 pixel, 100 pixels. Hope that is cool. Alright, so that is about margin left, right, and bottom. And go ahead and practice with that. The code is just ready before you, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much. I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'll call you back again to another video lecture in CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at padding properties in CSS. Alright, so we've looked at margin, and I told you we're going to look at padding. Now, we're going to use this second paragraph to learn padding. Padding can be applied to every part of our designs. In fact, for us to have something looking good like this, and for us to have something so sweet just like this website, it is filled with padding. Alright, so you can't do something without padding in HTML and CSS, and you can't just build something so amazing or complex website like this without padding. In fact, you're going to pad everything. All right, I hope that don't be scared. Okay, padding is necessary for you to have something looking good, and you can see that these texts are not even padded and they're not looking good. Let's go ahead and go over to index.html, and let's go over to the second paragraph. Let's go over to second paragraph, and inside this second paragraph I'm going to cut out everything right here. Then I'm going to give it a div. Let's go ahead, we've discussed div in HTML, so let's go ahead and give it a div, and I'll go ahead and paste that back. And inside this div, let's go ahead and give this div a class of box. So we have a class of box given to this div. Now go back to main.css. Let's go ahead and give this box some attributes. Let's go ahead and say the box class, and then we'll go ahead and give this box a border. Let's say a border, and let that border be 5 pixel, and let that be solid gray. All right, now we go ahead and refresh this. Can we see that we're giving it a solid gray? All right, so you can do something advanced, like when you get a blog, we design something looking good like that, like a blog here. We give it a background, we play around with it, and when you go ahead and move this, we made this box to disappear, but that is not here. Let's go ahead and concentrate on what we are doing. All right, so I hope that is cool. Now we've given that a background. I want us to go ahead and pad everything that is inside here, so we can see the difference between padding and margin. So padding also is used to give space around some things. Let's say in some HTML elements, go ahead and give some spaces around them. So we can say that padding allows you to specify how much space which should appear between the content of an element and its border. Okay, so we have an element and you have a border, so the space between this element and this border is what we are most interested in. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it out. All right, so now we have this box right here. Let's go over and play around with border. So let's go over to second paragraph and not first paragraph, and let's go ahead and remove this margin 0 right here, and let's go ahead and start with padding. Let's say just like margin, we have padding top, and let's go ahead and give it a padding top of 10 pixels, and let's go ahead and check the effect inside the box and see how it works. Can you see that it gives it a padding of 10 pixels up? So that can be applied to your images and anything. You can pad this and it will still go ahead and give it spaces. The reason why I'm putting this inside the box is for you to physically see the change. All right, it's not necessary that I'm going to put that inside the box. All these right here are padded. So when you take this course, you see how we padded everything. But as a beginner, I like taking beginners in a way that they can be able to understand the basics, and they can now apply that to real life, and they can be able to play around with it. So you can see that there is a space between this border and this text. Now let's go ahead and say we have padding left. Let's go to padding left and let's give it 10 pixels as 20 pixels, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. Can you see that it has shifted 20 pixels and it moved that down to what, to the right. Now let's go ahead and say right, padding right, padding right 20 pixels. Now we go back and refresh. Can you see that it gets 20 pixel right, 20 pixel left, and 10 pixels up. Now let's go ahead and give it padding button. Let's give that to be 10 pixel, and we're going to see the effect. Can you see that it has padded everything right here. Now when we go over to front-end web developers bootcamp, we're going to see how to pad all these, because for us to have something looking good like this is the work of padding. All right, so without padding you might have something that ends up looking like a mess. So padding helps us to create awesome website. So visit most of the websites, popular websites like Facebook and co, you must always see padding. All right, now if you go ahead and refresh this and right click on that and go ahead and inspect elements. So under here you can always come back here and see the pattern. Can you see that? Now let's go ahead and say this, want to give it for the padding top, it has gone out. Let's give it 100 pixel. Can you see that? We are playing with that. The padding, let's say padding left 200 pixels. Wow, that is so big. And padding right 200 pixels as well. Can you see that? And padding button 100 pixels. Now whenever I'm doing this, you see it's so big. This is what we call box model, which we are going to still discuss because we've touched margins and padding. And now if I click on the box model, can you see that it colored this, and the content is giving another color inside this box. Can you see that? Inside this box, it will go ahead and give it another color. Check it out. Can you see that? That is the main content. So the other blue sides are the padded side. Hope that is cool. So when we get to box model, we'll come back here and play around with this. Though we have just done that right now, but we're going to talk more on that later. Go ahead and close this. And it took the default one we did there. If you refresh, go ahead and go back to the normal. So this is what we did. Now, just like margin, you can't just say padding left, right, bottom. Now go ahead and remove everything right there. And let's go ahead and leave this with just padding alone. So padding, it goes clockwise, top, right, button, and left. So if we go ahead and say 10, let's go ahead and save this first. Go back and refresh. It will go back to its default. Can you see that? Back to default. Now let's go over and say 20 pixel left and right. Sorry, 20 pixel button, 20 pixel right, 20 pixel button, and 20 pixel left. So it's a clockwise direction, top, right, button, and left. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see that? Now, just like margin, instead of you saying left, button, right, go ahead and remove these two. And this first 20 is for top and button, and this second 20 is for button and for right and left. Go ahead and refresh, and there will be no change. Can you see that? There is no change. So that is how we use margin. I can also apply margin to your image or to your H1 or anyone. IMG. Alright, so IMG, let's say padding button. I'll go ahead and give it 30 pixels, and let's go back and refresh. Can you see that? It went and make this oval. That is the image inside and not the border. So the image inside having padded button 30 pixels, and it's not really looking so good. Go ahead and remove that. Alright, so let's go back and refresh and check it out. So it has gone back to normal. So everything being equal, go ahead and play along with this. And if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I'll welcome you back again to another video lecture in CSS. And in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at visibility in CSS. Alright, so what is visibility? First of all, visibility helps us to show or to hide elements from the view. So maybe you can use this property even with JavaScript to create something very complex. And let's go ahead and look at an example, because example helps us to do something so beautiful. Here, I want this box to hide whenever this goes to mobile devices of certain level. Let's go ahead and inspect this element and check out something now. So let's go to inspect, and I want this to, let's go over and choose the device. Remember that we are still going to do all this, but not in this until you get over to this, because we are under front-end web developer bootcamp. Now let me go over here. So this is for small phones. Whenever you click, it hides. So remember, if your phones, whenever you resize or you are using a smartphone and you check out Facebook and other, Twitter, and so you see that they take different forms. And if you can be able to start creating this type of website, you see, when I stretch that to a larger device, you can now see the sidebar and everything. Can you see that? Now, I want to show something. I want you to watch this box right here, this gray box. Whenever it gets to a certain level or a smaller device, I want it to disappear. That is what we taught students how to do right here. But let's go ahead and check it out. Now, wash, wash, and wash. It disappears. Can you see? You can no longer see that box anymore. How was that done? All right, I'm going to show you how to do that, okay? Though it's not going to be perfect like this, which we did here, but you're going to understand how to show or hide something. Now, I want this to always disappear, the third paragraph. Okay, here we are not talking about any device, we're just showing how to do that. But if you want to design professional website and now see how to, on professional website, you can see that when you have a small phone, you don't expect this sidebar and this to be there. If I drag this more, the sidebar will disappear first. Check it out. Disappears and goes down. It doesn't just go away. It's still there. Can you see that? So someone on a small device will see this. And there is a text hidden here. You can see web developers is here. So someone on a small device, this will learn how to add all these when you have gone to this point. So the essence of this website is for you to go ahead and become a professional web developer after taking this course. But for here, we're here to learn the basics, first of all. Now let's go back here and let's go over to paragraph 3. Let's go over to paragraph 3. And this is the third paragraph, which we have right here. Okay. Now, we want to show visibility and non-visibility. How can we be able to do that? So if I want to show that, I can go ahead and say visibility. I will say hidden. Now let's go back and refresh this and let's check it out. Refresh. Can you see? It has gone off. It is hidden entirely. So this is different from moving a device. This device is not hidden. See the difference between these two. It is not hidden on large devices and on iPad. Let's go ahead and check iPad. Go over to responsive website design. Let's check iPhone or iPad mini. Can you see? It is not hidden on iPad mini. And now let's go to iPhone and it's now gone. On iPhones, you can see that. That is more iPhones. And this will also be hidden. Or let's go ahead and click on read more. It will go ahead and slide down. You see how that works? How does that look good? Yeah, it looks good. Now let's check phones like iPad mini, iPad Pro. Is not going to be hidden. It's going to be visible. Can you see that? It's there. But people who are using small phones like iPad, let's check LG. On LG, it is gone. Can you see that? Now we will learn how to design this website. So now the visibility of this paragraph is hidden. It's not showing. Nothing is showing right here. Now if you want to go ahead and show that visibility, go ahead and say visible. Visible. And let's go ahead and refresh. And it's back. How does that look? It's so good, right? So I hope that is really interesting. So there is another property again called collapse. Let's go ahead and say collapse. Collapse will also help you to hide that. But collapse is used in a different form. Let's go ahead and run this code and check it out. It will go ahead and hide that. Can you see that? But in this case, when you're taking, you see the collapse and hidden and how to use it professionally, okay? Collapse also helps you to hide all this. So, but this is used only for dynamic table columns and their effect. That is for collapse, just for dynamic. That is why I said you have to take and see how to build a dynamic website. This website will open your eyes to so many things. All right. Now, go ahead and remove that. We don't just want to hide it. Or let's leave it on collapse. Okay. And it's still there. So for now, go ahead and play around with hidden, visible, and collapse. And I believe we are learning something so cool. So far so good. We have gone a long way in CSS. And if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture in CSS. And in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at positioning. Alright, so in CSS, we have what is called positioning, and under positioning, we have relative position, we have absolute position, and we have fixed position. Okay, now let's go ahead and say that under the front-end web developers bootcamp, when you're creating a website like this, or when you're creating a website like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Udemy, or any other website that is out there, and you're going to deal with position a lot. In fact, you can't just run away from positioning, and it's very important. You learn it now. So let's go ahead and deal with this image right here. Okay, let's go over here and let's go to this image, and let's give this image a class, and let's say, okay, we have this img right here. Okay, now go over here, and this is img. We can go ahead and position this image. It's very important we learn how to do that. Let's go ahead and say position, and let that position be relative position. Okay, now if we go ahead, you're not going to, let's go ahead and refresh this. It's now just where it is. Now being relative, let's go ahead and give it and say from left, let's give it 100 pixel. Okay, and let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see that? Relative from where it is, we gave it 100 pixel. Remember, it is centered align. Okay, now we give it 100 pixel from where it is, and not from the end of this website, from where it is, 100 pixels. Let's go ahead and say we have given left, we can give top, let's say top or bottom. Let's say top is 100 pixel, press semicolon, and let's go ahead and refresh. See, from there where it is, from the top, it moved down 100 pixel. Remember that this image is at the center. It didn't start 100 pixel from the left end of this, but it went and started from where it is and moved 100 pixel to the left, and then 100 pixel downwards. If we go ahead and remove this 100 pixel left and refresh, it's going to come back to the center, 100 pixel down. Let's check it out. Can you see that? It moved 100 pixel from where it is downwards. So relative position changes the position of the HTML element relative to where it normally appears. Now let's go ahead and see absolute positioning, and see the difference between absolute positioning and relative positioning. Go ahead and go over here, and let's remove this top. Let's go ahead and comment this. Okay, let's go ahead and comment that, then come over here and close that. So once you comment this, it will not have any effect on this anymore. Let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. It goes back to where it is. Now at this point, let's go ahead and check about absolute positioning. So let's go ahead and say position absolute. Position absolute. Now let's go ahead and refresh. You can see that position absolute immediately changes. And we can say that position absolute is being positioned at a specific coordinate relative to where your screen top left corner. Now we can go ahead and give it, let's say position top left, and we can go ahead and say left. Let's say maybe left is 100 pixels. All right, left is 100 pixels, and now let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see that? It moves from the end, 100 pixels from the end of the left corner. But whenever you are creating position absolute, you're always going to have a relative position before you can go ahead and add an absolute position. All right, This is because the absolute position is going to ask you where am I coming from, but when you give it where it's coming from, it go ahead and move from the left. Can you see that? Where is the position absolute? All right, from the left. And what if we say from the right? Let's go ahead and say from the right, and let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see that? 100 pixels from the right and 100 pixels from the left. But if it's relative position, it is from where it was. It goes just from where it was. But absolute goes from the end. Can you see that? Now let's go ahead and give it a top. Let's say top is going to be, let's say top is 100 pixels as well. All right. Now let's go ahead and refresh and see the difference. Can you see that? It moved upwards a little bit. Can you see that? So 100 pixels from the right, 100 pixels from top. Hope that is cool. All right, I can see you are now seeing the effect of this. Now let's go ahead and comment this. Go ahead and cut this from here and paste that there. Now we go ahead and refresh and it goes back to normal. Now we have another positioning known as fixed. Position fixed. Fixed. Now let's go ahead and refresh. Position fixed is just where it is. If I move this downwards, upwards, can you see it's not moving? So whenever you say fixed, it go ahead and stay where it is. It does not move left, right, or anywhere. Just where it is, it just go ahead and sit down there. Now you can come over here and coming over here, let's go ahead and look at this front end web developer bootcamp. When I move this, can you see that my menu bar is fixed? It does not move, just where it is. Can you see that? It doesn't move, just where it is. But this is not just the same with this. Though we use position fixed right here, but we use some JavaScript. You know, I'm going to introduce you whenever you take this course, you understand how all these things work. All right? Because this is advanced. I don't want to confuse you with what you are learning, and I hope what you're learning here is interesting and you wouldn't want to get it messed up. Now, we can also add fixed from, let's say, from left, let's say 100 pixels. And let's go ahead and refresh, and it goes down here, and it just stick to that place, fixed. Can you see that? So that is position fixed. So we've looked at absolute, we've looked at fixed, we've looked at relative. So hope that is cool. All right, now let's go ahead and comment that. Go ahead and cut this, and let's go ahead and comment that and save, and let's refresh. All right, that is cool. Now we've discussed about position relative, absolute, and fixed, and you can see we really saw how that works, and I believe that is really interesting. Go ahead and practice with what you've learned so far, and if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture in CSS, and in this video lecture we'll go ahead and look at Z index. Alright, so before we go ahead to explain what Z index is, because it's not something that is so common, let's go ahead and demonstrate or check out on the front end web developers bootcamp to check out something. Now we have this. Let's go over to any part. Okay, the video is okay. Now when I scroll this, you can see that these are moving right under the menu bar, and it's not going across menu bar. Why? It is because we use a Z index that is actually greater than the menu bar. Now you might ask me, you might think that once you develop this and you scroll, that all your content will go below the menu bar. No, it's not like that. And what if you have other content that are above other ones? What will happen? Now I believe that might be a strong question for you to answer. Now we'll go ahead and make this three paragraphs here to be relative positions. So z-index and conflict in z-index are always start whenever you have two or more relative positions. They begin to cross against each other. Now let's go ahead and go to first paragraph, and on the first paragraph, let's go ahead and give it a position. Let's say is a position of relative. All right, save that position of relative. Then let's go ahead and give it a background color. Let's give it a background color. A background color of, let's reach RGB color, that is red. Let this first one be red, then second one blue, and last one, okay, second one green, last one blue. Now let's go ahead and copy everything we just did here. All right, copy this, then go over to this and paste, and RGB color, we're going to change this to green. Now let's go over to this, the third paragraph, and let's go ahead and paste. And for the visibility, let's go ahead and make that, okay, let's go ahead and say visible. Instead of commenting this, let's go ahead and just go ahead and put visible, because it's going to be visible. Now RGB color, this is going to be blue. Alright, so this is blue. Now let's go ahead and move over to this point, and let's go ahead and refresh. Alright, now we've been able to do this. Can you see we have different colors right here? That's cool. Now we want this to be, let's say we're going to give each of them width and height, but instead of us going over, because I want whenever I do this for this to go on top of the other one, because if this is a menu bar, I want it to go on top of the other one. Now let's go ahead and leave this one we did here and create another div tag, and these div tags we go ahead and give them different properties. Now let's go below here and under the ordered list, let's go ahead and say HR, and then we go ahead and create a div just for the purpose of this. Let's not interfere with our paragraphs. Let's go ahead and say this is the first div. Okay, now I'm going to give this class a name of let's call that to be layer 1, class of layer 1. Alright, now I'm going to copy this div. So because we're not going to deal with paragraphs, let's go ahead and deal with divs, and layer 2 and then layer 3. Alright, now we have these three classes. Let's go over here and check it out. Let's say dot layer 1, then let's go down and say dot layer 2, and then dot layer 3. Now inside these layers, let's go ahead and comment this. Let's go ahead and comment this. I say z-index, Alright, now inside here, let's go ahead and give it a width. Let's say, let's give it a width of 500 pixels, and then let's go ahead and give it a height of, let the height be 200 pixels. Now go ahead and give this a background color, let's make that to be red, the RGB color. Now let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out to make sure we have that right here. Alright, that is cool. Can you see that? Now let's go ahead and give the position of this. Let's give it a position, and let the position be relative. Then let's go ahead and say, okay, let's go ahead and copy the properties of this, and we're going to paste that in other ones. Paste this here, then paste this here. Now change the colors of these to green and change this to blue. Change this to blue. Now let's go back and refresh. Alright, now you can see they move down under each other. Now I want this to override each other. What do I want to do? I want each of these. Now let's go to the first one, and let's say that we want the top to be, let the top be, I said 20 pixel, and let's give it left, and let left be 100 pixel. Now let's go back and refresh. It has shifted. Can you see that? Now when it shifted, did you notice that this one is above instead of going below? The green color went and stand above instead of going below. This is what you're going to get if you don't consider z-index. This symbol is going to go above this menu bar, and these images right here will go above this menu bar. So when you take this course, you see how we work with z-index. We actually pay more attention to z-index whenever we have relative positioning, okay? Because by default the menu bar itself is relative positioning, and these images are also relative positioned as well. Now instead of the green color to go below the red color, it went ahead and stacked around on top of the red one. And if we go ahead and continue to say maybe the top should go down to like 50, now let's go ahead and refresh. It will go further in. Can you see that the red color moved downwards again? Now I'll go ahead and continue. Let's go ahead and cut these two things and paste that in between, inside the other ones. Now we're going to change the positions of them. Okay, now we made this to be 20. Let's keep that to be 20 so we can always see the difference. Then let's say for the second one, let's go ahead and make the height. Now if you want the height to go like bottom, you go ahead and use negative, that is to go like bottom, to go below. All right, now let's say it's negative 40 pixels, and let that be, let's say 70. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Now it has moved left to 70, and now it adjusted itself upwards, so it remains this. Go over here and let's make the top, let's make the top to be negative 150. okay, and now let's make the left to be anything. Let's make the left to be just 100, and let's refresh if it's not okay. Now I want this to be this here, and this shifts backwards a little bit. Now what am I going to do is, let me go ahead and increase that. Let's increase that to 150 as well. Left, and let's refresh. Well, it still goes outwards. Okay, now why this stacked on top of each other? This one stacked on top of this, and this stacked on top of this. Now I want each of them to touch one another. Okay, I want each of them to touch one another. Let me go ahead and reduce the height, or I'll bring down the red one. Let me go ahead and add more to the red one, and let me say the top is 70 so that it will touch every one of them. Go ahead and refresh and let's check it out. Can you see that it's not touching both the blue one? Now I want us to position this. Okay, now that it's touching the blue one, let's make it to be more like 80 to make sure that it goes down below. So it has gotten down below. Now we have all this. Let's go ahead and apply Z index to these colors so you can be able to see it. Anyone with the least Z index is going to be below. Let's go ahead and say Z index. Let's leave that for now, and let's say Z index. Let's leave that for now, and let's say Z index. Let's leave that for now. Now if I go over and say that the red one, by default the red one is the one inside, but I want this blue one to go inside. How would I do that? Go ahead and say the blue one has an index of 1, and let's go ahead and give the green one 2 and the red one 3. So what it means is that the blue one will be inside first, then followed by the green one, and the red will be on top of all of them. Let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. Can you see that? The blue one goes right inside, the green one stuck on top of the blue one, and the red one stuck on top of all of them. Now I want the green one to go inside while the blue and the red stuck on top of it. Well, I'll go ahead and say the Z index of green is 1, while the Z index of blue is 2. You can make this like 2,000, 5,000, 50,000, but the one with the least number goes inside. Okay, now let's go ahead and refresh, and the green one is going to go inside. Can you see that? The red and the blue now overlap and cover the green, and the green is now inside. Now I want the green to go inside, then the red followed by red, and then the blue one comes on top. Now let's go ahead and say that while the blue one has an Z index of 3, let's go ahead and while the red one has Z index of 3, okay, the red one has Z index of 3, let's go ahead and say the index of the blue one is 5. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see that? The blue one comes on top of the red one. Why? It's also on top of the green one, because the green one is 1, the red one is 3, and the blue one is 5. So the Z index helps us to position these. So you're going to play along with Z index. This is where you're going to see where Z index works. It's real, and in almost all the professional website would work up with Z index. So remember, I told you that here you apply everything to a real life application, then you go ahead and host this website and share it with your friends. Okay, share it with your friends so that they can be able to see what you've done so far, and people go ahead and hire you. Once they go to the home page, they can go ahead and send you contact us, and they will send you message, and you receive that on your inbox. Then you go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Alright, so that is about Z-index. I hope this helps us to understand what Z-index is all about, and I'm so glad that we have come to this point. The code is just really before you, and if you have any question, please go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. I welcome you back again to another video lecture in CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at colors in CSS. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we were able to create these RGB colors, red, green, and blue, and we didn't use that, right? Now let's go ahead and play along with colors. So all these are paragraphs, and let's go over here to let's go to first P, second P, and third P, and here we have background color red. We're going to introduce what is called RGB colors. Now RGB colors, as you all know, is they stand for red, green, blue. Then we have what is called alpha, that is RGBA. Alright, now if we go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say RGB. So RGB color, if you want red to be visible, you go ahead and say 255, 0 for green, and for blue 0. Okay, now for green to be visible, we go ahead and say RGB. Then we go ahead and say 0 for red, then blue is 255, then 0 for blue. Now for us to use the same RGB right here for blue, we go ahead and say 0 for red, 0 for green, and 255 for blue. Let's go ahead and refresh, and there will be no change. Can you see that? There is no change right here. Can you see that it's just the same, and red, green, and blue. Now I will introduce to us to, if you can be able to reduce this. Let's say red, let's give red to be 100. Let's give red to be 100. Now let's go ahead and refresh. Can you see that the color of red has darkened? Can you see that? If you take that red down to 0, it will be black entirely. Let's go ahead and check it out. If you make this red, okay, let's go back to 10 first of all, and before we go down to 0, I'll refresh. You see, it's almost dark, but it's still red. If you look very well, you can see you're seeing some things there, but take it back to 0, it will be entirely black. Save, and let's go ahead and refresh. Now it's entirely black. You cannot see anything here again. Let's go ahead and keep it just where it is. That is 255, and let's go back and refresh and check it out. So it's back to red. Now I'm going to introduce us to what is called alpha, that is RGBA. Then we'll go ahead and learn how to use the RGBA. Then the alpha, we can call that the opacity. Alright, you can call that the opacity. Now we're going to control the green color, the red color, and anything from that. Go back here and now add one more. If you say 0.5, or let's go ahead and say 1.0 first of all, so we can see the effect. And this 1.0, put comma 1.0, and here put comma 1.0. Now go over here and refresh. Can you see that? It's just the same. Now we're going to adjust this through the opacity. Now for us to take effect, before we forget to do something important, go back. As you added this opacity, go ahead and put A. Alright, and this is going to be RGBA now, and no longer RGB. RGBA. Now save. Let's go back and refresh and check it out. So now refreshed. Now let's go back to that red and make that to be 0.5. 0.5. That is 0.5. Go ahead and refresh. Can you see that? Did you notice anything? The more you go down, the more it becomes transparent. Can you see? Now let's go down and reduce it to 0.3, and let's refresh. Can you see that? It's almost fading off. And if you take it down to 0.1, go ahead and refresh, it's almost faded off. Now that is just transparent. It's absolutely, you're increasing the transparency of the color. Alright, now go back and do that to, let's say this is going to be 0.5 for the green and 0.5 for the blue. Let's go ahead and refresh. So we have green and blue. Now let's refresh and check it out. Can you see that this green color has dulled? And if you go down to 0.3, let's take both of them to 3, and this to 3. Now let's go ahead and refresh and check it out. Can you see? The more you take it down, the more it fades. The more it fades. That is RGB color. Alright? So the RGB stands for red, green, blue, alpha. That is an extension of CSS2. So, and as I told you, alpha specifies the opacity of the color, and it moves from 0.0 to 1.0. That is why I started from 1 point before coming down. Okay, so that is all about colors. Go ahead and play with this. You can go ahead and put this back to like let's say the red color. Let's make that to be 4. Let's go back and refresh, and it will be back. Let's make that to be 5. That is half of 1. Can you see that? It's becoming more reddish now. And if you take it down to 7, at least it's giving you something like red. So that is all about colors for now. Go ahead and play along with this, and it's going to make more sense to you while you try it out. For now, if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. Welcome you back again to another video lecture in CSS, and in this video lecture, let's go ahead and look at gradients in CSS. Alright, so gradients will help us. Let's go ahead and move in straight. So we're going to put that below these colors because I don't want us to misplace this, as we're going to download this for reference purpose afterwards. So I'm going to leave everything we've just learned in this colors under CSS for you. Alright, now let's go ahead and move down here, and let's go down to under Z index, which we've learned, and let's go ahead and comment these. Alright, let's go ahead and say gradient. Let's go ahead and comment that. And now we're going to create a div. Let's go ahead and create a div tag, and let's go ahead and give it a class. Let's go ahead and give it a class, and let the class name be my grad1. Alright, because we're going to create so many other grads so that you can be able to see different types of gradients. Now we have my grad1. Go over to main.css, and under the Z index, that is the last thing we've done. Let's go ahead and comment. I'm going to say gradient. Alright, so gradient, and now we'll go ahead and say dot my grad1. Then we'll go ahead and say background, just background alone. Okay, and not background position or anything, just background. Then we have to, first of all, before we go ahead specifying the background, let's first of all give it a height, and let's say give it a height of 200 pixels, or let's make it 150 because 200 is really too big. 200 pixels, and plus semicolon. And if you go ahead and give, let's say, background color, first of all start with background color. And let's go ahead and pick this color. Let's go ahead and pick a color. Go to color picker. Okay, we have yellow right here. Let's go ahead and pick this yellow by default here. And going back here, we paste this. So put a semicolon and save. And let's go back to this point and refresh. And here we can see the color right here, right? Now let's go ahead and go back to this index.html. Let's go ahead and put a line #, and save. Let's go back and refresh. Alright, so you see that now we have this yellow color down here, but what we want to do is we want this to be a gradient. You know how gradient works? If you go to color picker in Photoshop, and I don't want us to be referring to Photoshop always, because I know most of us don't have Photoshop, and as developers I have referred you to the online color pickers you can always lay your hands at, always. So there are also many color pickers out there, and even when your Google can just type any color picker, any color code, and it will be given to you online. Okay, now we want to turn this into a gradient. What are we going to do? Go ahead and say, instead of background color, what I'm going to say is just color. All right, so color, then I'll go ahead and say linear gradient. So linear gradient, I'll go ahead and say paste that color you just picked. So it's going to move from yellow to which color do you want that to move? Go to color picker and say maybe I want that to move from yellow to blue. Okay, you see how this blue moves from here, black to blue or white to blue. That is how it's going to move from yellow to blue. So let's go ahead and copy the color code of this blue, and let's go down here and paste that color code. All right, now we have pasted that. Let's go back here and refresh. Now watch this yellow color right here, how it's going to move from yellow down to blue. Check it out. Can you see that? Is that amazing? It moved from that yellow and moved down to blue. Did you see that? How does it look? Amazing, right? Now that is one way, and one of the ways you can be able to add that. Now what I'm going to do is, because this color picker, there are many devices out there that might not be able to work with this. So outdated devices, remember, whenever you're developing an application or web app, you're going to consider for outdated devices so that it's not going to mess up. Let me go ahead and show you how to overcome that. Alright, so to consider the outdated devices, let's go ahead and replace this with this. Now I wouldn't want you to go ahead and to start memorizing this. Alright, don't ever memorize it, because I'm going to keep that for you so that you can be able to copy it and paste it and just change the colors, because this is going to remain the same for every device and for any program you're going to write. This is just exactly the same thing. Okay, now what we need to do is go ahead and put this down. When you've gotten this file, go ahead and copy this and paste it on your own, and then let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out and make sure there is no change. Can you see that? There is no change. So on outdated devices, this is going to work out fine, and they're going to see the gradient from yellow to blue. All right, so that is that for this gradient. Let's go ahead and look for another type of gradient. Let's go ahead and look for another type of gradient. Let's say it's going to move from right to left or from left to right. Okay, so if it's going to move from left to right, let's go ahead and say go over here and let's copy this, and let's paste that, and let's go ahead and call that my grad 2 and save that. Then coming back here, let's go ahead and say dot my grad 2. So dot my grad 2, let's go ahead and give it a height of say 150 pixels. So height of 150 pixels, and let's first of all give it a background. Let's say background color, and let's go ahead and start with linear gradient before we go ahead and put for the outdated colors. Linear gradient, then we're going to say to right. So to right. Now we can go ahead and pick some colors. Go over here and let's say we need this purple. Let's go ahead and pick purple, and let's go down and paste the color purple. So it's going to move from right purple to, let's go ahead and pick another color code, and let's take that to this red. Let's go ahead and pick this code, and let's go ahead and paste that. Okay, let's go ahead and remove background, save that background, and let's go ahead and refresh. Now because it's purple to red, this might not be so visible. Let's go ahead and change that red color to something so visible. Let's say blue, so that we can see it, because the purple and red are just like the same. So save this and let's go ahead and refresh this. Wow, the blue on top and the blue below are almost colliding. Now I want us to do something, use something that we actually show so that we can see the difference between the two. Because I didn't give space, I didn't give any padding so that you can go ahead and put that letter, space the two. Alright, now let's go ahead and give a padding below here. Or let's go ahead and give a margin button and let the margin button be equal to 30 pixels, so there will be difference between the two. Okay, now go back and refresh this and let's check it out. Now you can see the two have been separated. So this purple to blue to green, and this moves from yellow to blue, and now we have a space in between the two. Alright, so the next thing is we want this to show on both outdated devices. So what do we need to do? Just go ahead and copy these things we should have here. Just copy everything. You can start from here, copy from here, because we have the down one, and paste this. And what you need to do is you go ahead and copy the color codes which you have here and press all these. Alright, so let me go ahead and do that first. So now we have this. Now what we're going to do is we are going to, for the first one, just go ahead and say right comma, just go ahead and add right to all of them, and this go ahead and add right, and go ahead and add right. Now let's go back and refresh and check it out. See, there is no difference because it's going to run on all devices. Hope that's cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and look at one more of these linear gradients. There are so many of them out there, so with the knowledge you've gotten from here, you can go ahead and play with other ones out there. So check the documentations, the MDN documentation, and also check W3 School documentation. Okay, so you can be able to play around with other ones. So let me go ahead and just give us one, and I'm just thinking what we can use to make sure that this is awesome. But for now, let me just go ahead and give you a simple one. Now go over to this point and let's say dots my grade 3. Okay, so dot my grade 3. Then let's go ahead and give it the sun height of 150 pixel, and let's give the background. Let's give the background of linear gradient, and then we're going to move this from bottom to, let's move from bottom to left. So let's go ahead and say to bottom to bottom left. So to bottom left, let's go ahead and pick some colors right here. Go to color picker, and let's pick colors like red. Alright, let's go over and paste, and it's going to move to, let's go ahead and pick another color. Let's go ahead and say yellow. Alright, so we are using red and yellow now. Go back and paste this, and let's save this first of all. Hope everything been equal. We can go ahead and go over and refresh, drag this down. So this is margin button and not padding. Margin button 30 pixels. So let's go ahead and separate that. Can you see that? They've been separated, and now it moves from the left hand side down and moves down up to red. How does that look from left hand side? If you go ahead and say button right, check it out. Let's go over and check it out. It changes from here. Button right changes. Do you see that? Now, in the same way, it's also applicable to other ones. You can say to left, to left, to left, and they will also change. So I didn't know why it didn't tell us that before we move ahead. So change these ones to left, 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 and you see the difference now. Now, what we need to do is we go ahead and add just the same thing we have here, and we're going to copy this just like we have in this one, and we're not going to copy two, just copy from bottom and paste in all of them and replace other things. That is an assignment for you so that you can know if you are really getting it. So at this point, you've been able to look at 3 of these. There are so many of them out there. Go ahead and check. You can see different styles. Go ahead and play around with them. I can see now you're getting more on what CSS is all about. And if you have any question, go ahead and use the question and answer section, and I'm going to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much, and I'm going to see you in the next video lecture. In this video lecture, let's go ahead and round up the CSS part of this course with the box model. Alright, let's go ahead and look at the box model. Let's go ahead and use the first paragraph to experiment how the box model works in CSS. Now, when you inspect elements, go down here, you can see box model. Remember I told you that everything we have in CSS are boxes. Let's say going back to Google, and if we go ahead and use the pesticide and click on pesticide, it's going to change everything to boxes. See, all the text are boxed. Can you see that? So everything we do on web development or HTML or CSS are boxes. Now, under here, for us to determine the actual width, the total width of this, from end to end of this, is the width, then the left padding, the right padding, the left border, the right border, left margin, and right margin will give you the total width of this element. Now, let's say here we have the left and right width to be 100, and we have the border to be 2 pixels. Now we don't have a padding. You can go ahead and add a padding to that. Let's say here, let's go ahead and say padding, and for the top and the bottom, let's go ahead and give it 20 pixels. Now you see it takes effect immediately, right? Now we can go to, this is a first paragraph right here. Let's open the first paragraph, and let's go ahead and remove some text from here so that it's going to be small. So now we can see what we are doing right here. So go back to this point, and now we can still go back to style. Let's select this class, and it gives us the style. This is it here. Padding is, we gave padding to be 20 pixels. Now 20 pixels left and right. So I can see the box is very before us. Now the content of the box, I'm just holding this, and now you can see that padded box 20 by 20 and then 100 by 100 margin is the total width of this element. Okay, that is the total width of this element. So under the box model, you can come down here. Under the box model, you can see 20 here, 20 here, 20 here, 20 here. Now you can go ahead and click on this and change this to, like, let's say 40 pixels. Can you see I'm changing this from here, and down here you can see that this has been cancelled. Right has been cancelled from 20 pixels and is now added 30 pixels. Do you see that? Now let's say the button, we can still change the button from here, and the button, let's make that to be 100 pixels. You see how big the button is, and now it went ahead and strike the button right here again. So we are now left with the left and the top. So the box model will help you to learn and see how the entire CSS properties are being used: the padding, the margin, then the borders. Okay, now you can go over to the border, and let's say increase the border to be 10 pixels. Can you see how the border has been? It's now very thick, 10 pixels. Okay, if you increase that to 100 pixel, now check it out, it's really messed up. So let's make that to be like 50 pixel, and let's see how thick it looks. Can you see that? It's really very, 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 very thick. Alright, so under the box model, you can eventually see how the entire system works, how it goes ahead, position things, and all other things around it. And now the margin is from the entire web browser. Can you see that? This is your web browser right here. Now if I click on the margin, it changes to light green. Can you see that? That is 100 right here, 100 right here, 100 right here. Let's bring down this side to be like 20, and it has moved down to the right. And let's bring this one to be 10, and it has gone down and down. Let's make it to be 0. Can you see? It has went and joined with this line, and up, let's make that to be 10. Now you see it has almost covered everywhere. So this is just a box model that helps us to understand how the padding and the margin actually works. And I would like you to go ahead and inspect elements, play around with the box model, understand, give different values to the padding and margins, and see what is going on at the back end. And in that way, you are going to appreciate the work of CSS in web development. So I believe now you've been able to complete HTML class and you've been able to complete CSS class. So in the next video, we'll go ahead and round up this course. We tell us the next thing we need to do and how to move ahead and become a better software or better web developer. Now, go ahead and practice what you've learned so far, and enjoy, and I see you in front-end web developer bootcamp. For now, go ahead and move on to the next lecture and kick off immediately with front-end web development. Thank you.
What next? I'm so glad you've come to the end of this course, and I'm so glad you've gone through HTML and CSS Web Development Bootcamp. Now the next question in your mind is, what next? What am I going to do after completing this course? Before we go ahead to discuss what next and what you have to do next, let's go ahead and take a review of what you've learned so far in this course. So in this course, we started by downloading and installing a ton, and also downloading and installing Sublime Text on our system. Either of these, you might have installed one and followed me in this course. So for anyone you've installed, then that is cool. We also introduced ourselves to CodePen. We learned everything about CodePen, and we discussed more on CodePen, and I believe you really learned something about it. And you also have your own CodePen account at the moment, right? That is good. So we also introduced ourselves to Lorem Ipsum Generator. I believe you also make use of Lorem Ipsum Generator, and you're able to create your own paragraphs using this software. That is cool. And if you have not, try as much as possible to do that. We also introduced ourselves to W3 schools to see the documentation and how they work. And I believe that from time to time, you always visit W3 school to improve your skill in web development. We introduced ourselves to Google Fonts. I believe that you use the Google Fonts just the way we explained in the course, and you saw the difference and how magical it was. So how was it? I hope it's cool, right? Now, that is really very necessary for you to become a better web developer. We also introduced ourselves to MDN documentation. I believe you also visited MDN to see the things that are there. And in the course, I remember I told you to always visit MDN for other things as well, not just limiting yourself to what you've done. So try as much as possible to visit MDN and make improvement in your well-being as a web developer. Another one we did is that we introduced ourselves to post image. I told you about post image, and I encourage you to go ahead and use post image because I also use post image, and almost all the images we're going to use in front-end web developer bootcamp are hosted in post image. So hope that is cool. Go ahead and create an account there. It is free and you don't have to pay a dime. I introduced you to CSS fonts, and I believe that you've learned about CSS fonts, and you can also go ahead and check out the percentage of people who use CSS fonts to compare with Windows and Mac OS. So go ahead and check it out, and I believe you're going to see something good right there. It's at cssfontstag.com. We also make use of CSS
color picker which we use on Google, because I believe that not every student who is taking this course has Adobe Photoshop installed in their system. So we're able to learn how to drag these, and we're able to learn how to copy the hexadecimal code and use that in our design. Now I introduce you to pesticide, and I believe you use the pesticide. So if you've not, go ahead and check it out. In case if you're using Firefox or if you're using Chrome, anyone you're using, pesticide is allowed in any one of them. So go ahead and use it and see how pesticide works. So the next thing we did is that we use pesticide here to check for the box model, and we saw that everything we use in the industry or every website we create out there is made up of a box. No matter what they are, even if it's a text, is a box. All right, so pesticide helps us to see that, and that is why the box model is very important. At the end, we went ahead and learned about HTML and CSS, and we were able to replicate something just like this. Though this is not all we did. You know, there are so many we've done that we deleted before we now end ourselves at this point in CSS. So you can go ahead and check more on what we've done so far in HTML before we come over here. And remember, we treated about forms, we treated about inputs, we treated about images, and so much more before we come over to CSS. So the HTML is a skeleton, as we said, and the CSS helps us to beautify HTML code that we've written. Then now we've completed this, and that next question that has been in your mind is, what next? So this is what is needed for you to go ahead and become a better software developer. You need to have a website of your own created by you, which you can always reference in creating websites for your clients. And I will encourage you to join front-end developers to build this website from scratch. This website will give you the overall knowledge of what you need in website development. So what I've done in HTML and CSS introduction is to learn the basics of web development, which will help you to join the front-end developers, because in front-end development we're going to move ahead. We're going to move a little bit further to web development, and here we're going to learn how to create complex websites for industries. You're going to learn how to create a blog page that will help you to know how to add and how to adjust your images and how to adjust your text and create beautiful table and so much more. We're also going to learn about the media page. You're going to learn how to embed awesome videos and how to embed so many things into your website. So here we're going to learn everything, and we're going to cover most of the things you've not covered, like stripes. Stripes are covered in advanced web development. That is, we call them CSS stripes. We learn about how to create awesome sign-up page. So you're going to learn how to create sign-up page. You're going to learn how to create awesome login page. You're going to learn how to create a contact page that has Google Map in it. So I believe you would like to have something like this, where someone will just come and click on your site, and you can drag the Google Map. You can see is a real-time Google Map that is really working. So it is not something, an image. So we're going to learn how to create such contact page. You're also going to learn how to create an about page. And at the end of this course, we're going to host this website. And once you host a website, that is the beginning of the confidence in becoming a better software developer. You can share your link with anybody, with all your friends and with your clients. And I will tell you in this course how my students got employment by creating his first website, and I will tell you how he did everything in this course. So I hope to see you in this course. Then if you are ready to join the front-end developers and become a better software developer by creating complex websites for industries and for clients, then go to the next lecture and hit the join link and start off immediately to become a better web designer. Thank you, and see you in front-end web developer class.